Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Jujutsu Kaisen, the flame mage who starts with Gacha pulls. Part 1. Japan, Sendai Third High School. It was now early summer. A warm breeze, mixed with the last traces of coolness, swept past the greenery and streets, blowing toward the bustling city. The cherry trees on campus had long since passed their blooming season, leaving only greenery and shade. Tall zelkova and maple trees stood between the playground and the school buildings, casting deep green shadows. Sendai was not as bustling as Tokyo or Osaka, and naturally, it did not have such a fast-paced lifestyle. Whether it was the students or the passers-by on the adjacent streets, everyone wore an expression of considerable leisure and contentment. Watching the spiky-haired boy chasing a pink-haired athlete on the playground, and the high school girls cooling off and playing in the shade, revealing a hint of spring. Takiwa Ryuiki, leaning against the corridor railing to catch the breeze, couldn't help but sigh. How wonderful, youth. 3 months had passed since he transmigrated into this world. Perhaps heaven took pity on him, a skilled worker replaced by artificial intelligence in his past life, and allowed him to come to this parallel world of 2018 in Sendai, Japan, after his death. Furthermore, he had the perfect setup: a car, a house, and deceased parents. Counting the inheritance, insurance payouts, relief funds, and all sorts of other things added together, as long as he didn't encounter any accidents, he would never have to worry about making a living in this lifetime. I should just enjoy this life properly, living like a normal person. He would just get into any university, then do work he was interested in based on his mood, or simply live the life of a landlord. Takiwa Ryuiki turned around, shouldered his bag, and walked toward the stairwell. Club activities and the like, compared to the go home club, had absolutely no appeal to him. Student Takiwa. A girl's voice came from behind, calling out to Ryuiki just as he was about to go downstairs. Ah, is something the matter? Ryuiki asked, turning back. The experience of living two lives, combined with cultural barriers, left Ryuiki with a faint sense of detachment from his surroundings. He hadn't even remembered the names of many of his classmates. Before him stood a girl with quite a delicate appearance. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, as if she had mustered up great courage. Student Takiwa, could you come behind the school building later? I have something important to tell you. Ryuiki looked at the girl's face and tried hard to recall. Oh, sure. Your name is Hoshino, right? Yes, Hoshino Riko. After saying this, the girl didn't even dare to look at Ryuiki's face and ran off in a flash, disappearing from sight. Watching the girl run away, Ryuiki was a bit bewildered. A prank, a fight, or a stairway scheme. Wait, it wouldn't be a confession, would it? Having lived two lives, this was a first. Sigh, I'm fantasizing again. Ryuiki shook his head and walked down the stairs. In all fairness, Takiwa Ryuiki was 1.83 meters tall, quite handsome, and carried the rugged temperament of an old-school Japanese drama actor. Coupled with a maturity that didn't match his age, and his substantial family fortune, it wasn't strange that girls would like him. Changing into sneakers at the first-floor shoe locker, Ryuiki headed toward the back of the school building. Thank you for your feelings, but we don't know each other well enough yet. Let's start as friends. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. It was very simple and very cliché. Ryuiki rejected Riko's confession. He was not a casual person, let alone the fact that the soul inside his body was no longer that of a high school student. Watching the girl run away with red eyes, Ryuiki felt a bit of emotion inside. How wonderful, youth. He relaxed, threw his backpack over his shoulder, and walked toward the school gate at sunset. Let's go eat ramen. The ramen stall that Ryuiki often visited was not far outside the school. He could see it after walking down one street. Because he wasn't used to eating raw or cold high-end Japanese cuisine, Ryuiki preferred this kind of strong-flavored, commoner food. Master Uesugi, tonkatsu ramen with an egg. Ryuiki put down his school bag and called out to the stall owner. Oh, it's Ryuiki. The ramen master turned around with a smile. He had a black bandana wrapped around his head and deep features. Clearly, he had been a handsome man in his youth. Is there any good news today? You look so relaxed. Actually, it's nothing much. I just experienced the feeling of youth. Youth, huh? The two chatted about daily life, and soon, Master Uesugi served a large, steaming bowl of ramen. Please, enjoy. Green onions, chashu pork, a soft boiled egg, and nori were neatly arranged atop the milky, thick broth, making one's mouth water. He slurped a mouthful of noodles, scooped up a spoonful of broth, and popped half of the soft-boiled egg into his mouth. The combined flavor of the three exploded instantly. The noodles were chewy, the broth was rich and delicious, and the soft-boiled egg had an excellent texture. Master, your skills are as good as ever. Ryueki gave a thumbs up. Master Uesugi smiled. I've been at this craft for over a dozen years, after all. In front of the ramen stall, guests were sparse. Ryueki finished the entire bowl of ramen unhurriedly. Keep the change. Placing a 1,000 yen note on the table, Ryueki walked out of the ramen stall. Come back again next time. The evening breeze at dusk blew past, dispersing the greasiness and heat left over from the meal. I thought a flamboyantly dressed old foreigner might visit, but it seems I was overthinking it. How should I kill time when I get back? Maybe watch a couple of movies. Ryueki carried his bag, walking aimlessly. Help. Suddenly, a short cry for help came from an alley nearby. A robbery. Ryueki braced himself. I can't just stand by. I might as well help. But upon reaching the alley entrance, Ryueki realized he was completely wrong. In the shadows of dusk, the girl who had confessed to him earlier, Hoshino Riko, was floating in midair in the alley for no reason, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Her limbs were twisted, her body covered in indentations, and she had already lost consciousness. What is going on? Ryueki was at a loss for a moment, but the space beside Riko began to distort, and a malice that seemed to come from the deepest part of the human heart slowly surged up. Cursed spirit detected. Flame sorcerer system activated. Awakening cursed energy. Imprinting innate curse technique. Flame. With no time to pay attention to the mechanical voice that suddenly sounded in his mind, a gecko-like creature covered in pustules slowly emerged in front of Ryueki. Cursed spirit, an evil thing born from the malice of human hearts. Who? Human. Lick. Lick. Riko was held in the arms of the gecko-cursed spirit, a small half of her body already stuffed into its mouth, with foul and disgusting pus spreading around. Unfounded anger washed away the fear in Ryueki's heart. Around his right fist, crimson energy slowly gathered, turning into raging flames. A curse, is it? The cursed spirit's eyeballs rolled, locking onto Ryueki not far away. More. Human. Danger. Ryueki put down his backpack and strode forward in silence. He knew this might not be the best way, but if he delayed any longer, the girl would very likely be digested by this cursed spirit. Chi. The gecko-cursed spirit let out a sharp screech, dropped the girl in its hands, and pounced toward Ryueki. Ryueki dodged to the side, and his right fist, enveloped in flames, followed through with a rising dragon punch. PFF'd. A large hole opened in the gecko-cursed spirit's abdomen, disgusting pus and blood sprayed out, and the corpse fell to the ground, broken in two. A faint hissing sound came, and the cursed spirit's corpse, along with its blood and pus, slowly evaporated and disappeared into the air. Eliminated Grade 3 Cursed Spirit, points +10. The mechanical voice in his mind appeared again. In the large alley, only Ryueki, who was still maintaining his punching posture, and the girl who had fainted on the ground remained. There is no major issue with the body, just fainting from excessive shock. In the infirmary, after a check-up, the school doctor made a judgment on Riko's condition. That's good. Takiwa put his bag back on and walked out of the infirmary. His mind was in chaos right now. Cursed spirit, cursed energy, innate curse technique. It couldn't be the Jujutsu Kaisen world, could it? He opened his phone, the date displayed June 25, 2018. And based on his not-so-reliable memory, the final battle between Jujutsu High and the final boss, Sukuna, seemed to be set for the end of December. Doesn't that mean, 6 months later, I'll be fighting Sukuna? Is this for real? I'm doomed. Takiwa looked deathly pale. My peaceful life has been completely destroyed. Continuing to stay in Japan was undoubtedly perilous. Not to mention the Shibuya incident and the culling game, which killed countless ordinary people. Just say if something went wrong and Kenjaku ended up using all of humanity as material to mold the great combined cursed spirit, it would be absolutely over, even if one fled to a foreign country. If only I had awakened cursed energy sooner, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. But that's not necessarily true. As Takiwa walked, he scoured his memories. The casualties on the Jujutsu High side were tragic, largely due to the information gap. Whether it was the Shibuya incident, where Gojo Satoru was sealed. Yuki and Choso being defeated by Kenjaku, and Tengen being absorbed. Sukuna making a binding vow with Itadori, and the culling game where he possessed Fushiguro. Or in the end, Gojo suffering losses due to the open barrier domain, the loan, tactics, and suffering a crushing defeat against Sukuna. As long as he joined Jujutsu High, with his earth-shattering wisdom, he could manipulate Gojo and Okatsu, and wouldn't mere Sukuna and Kenjaku be easily played in the palm of his hand. But, this only existed in theory. The Jujutsu higher-ups, the Sukuna and Kenjaku side, and even the allies at Jujutsu High could all introduce variables during this process, making the advantage Takiwa had from knowing the original plot smaller and smaller. Sigh, Takiwa sighed up at the sky. Now I can only hope that this system is powerful enough. With a thought, a light blue transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Initializing Flame Sorcerer System. Name, Takiwa Ryuiki. Strength rating, Grade 4. Innate Curse Technique. Flame, Grade C. Points, 10. Stat Allocation Ability Extraction Inventory. It was a very simple panel. The mechanism of its function was likely related to the stat allocation and ability extraction below. The cursed spirit he had just eliminated provided him with 10 points, which should be the currency used for consumption. Stat allocation. I won't turn into one of those hulking brutes, will I? While thinking this, Takiwa mentally clicked on stat allocation. Inside, there were only 4 values: physical strength, taijutsu, total cursed energy, and cursed energy manipulation precision, all showing grade 4, which was the level of an ordinary person. Furthermore, his points didn't seem to be used for upgrading attributes. Glancing at the inventory and confirming there were no beginner gift packs or anything of the sort inside, Takiwa clicked on ability extraction. The system prompt sounded again. In the ability extraction interface, you can spend points to draw flame abilities from fantasy works. You can draw once for every 10 points. A guaranteed ability will appear on the first draw and every 10th draw. Wow, there's a pity system, Takiwa complained. Is this all the beginner benefits? It's really pathetic. Then let's do a single draw. Miracles happen in single draws. Whoosh. With a flash of golden light, a skill card appeared in Takiwa's inventory. Name, Lord Flame. Rating, C, upgradable, upper limit A. Effect. Through meditation and incantation, detonate surrounding fire elements to produce a high temperature, high heat explosive shockwave. Whoa. Takiwa glanced at it. The system's ability ratings were divided into 4 tiers: S, A, B, and C. His initial cursed technique Flame was an ordinary technique for emitting flames, with an upper limit of only C. It really pulled gold, not bad. Looking at this situation, my shortcomings in physical strength and cursed energy can also be improved later. Before the critical turning points arrive, I must work hard to become stronger. Takiwa walked out of the school gate and found a muscular, blond man in a suit and glasses already waiting by the roadside. You must be the owner of the residuals, right? Can you spare some time to talk? The man spoke with a serious expression in a low tone. Just by looking at his demeanor, one could sense that this was a corporate slave who despised his job. Nanami Kento. A grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer from Jujutsu High, the second strongest worker, the strongest is Gojo, and the record holder for Black Flash. He had come here undoubtedly to investigate Takiwa's recent battle with the grade 3 cursed spirit. The Jujutsu higher-ups were useless at doing real work, but they were quite enthusiastic about such trivial matters. Takiwa nodded and followed Nanami toward the nearest cafe. It was already night, and the cafe was about to close. The two chose a seat by the window, each ordered a drink, and sat down. After briefly asking about the encounter with the cursed spirit and popularizing some knowledge about the Jujutsu world for Takiwa, Nanami held up the ballpoint pen in his hand and looked at Takiwa through his glasses. Student Takiwa. In other words, you suddenly awakened a cursed technique, saw that grade 3 cursed spirit, and exorcised it, right? Yes. Takiwa replied. In the Jujutsu Kaisen world, without external intervention, it was almost impossible to awaken a cursed technique later in life. Takiwa's situation was undoubtedly extremely rare. Nanami tapped the notebook on the table with the tip of his pen, lost in thought. After a while, he spoke again. May I ask, what is your cursed technique? But after speaking, he added, if you don't want to enter Jujutsu High, you don't have to answer, but you will need to register relevant information and accept a certain degree of surveillance. Takiwa thought for a moment, then rubbed a small flame between his fingertips. Flame manipulation, I suppose. The ability to release flames. Joining Jujutsu High is fine too, it just so happens that I also want to learn about curses and Jujutsu sorcerers. Hearing the first half, a trace of imperceptible disappointment appeared in Nanami's eyes. Talents with the aptitude for being a Jujutsu sorcerer were few and far between, and some even joined the camp of curse users. Jujutsu High was chronically understaffed, even first-year students had to execute missions beyond their capabilities. He had finally unearthed and acquired talent, yet it was just a fairly ordinary curse technique. Nanami reminded him in a deep voice, "You must think clearly, Jujutsu High is not just a school. Once you become a student, you must simultaneously take on tasks such as exorcising cursed spirits." Takiwa's expression remained unchanged. "I have already thought it through. Rather than passively accepting surveillance, it is better to join Jujutsu High, understand curses, and master cursed energy." "That's fine. Your age is appropriate, so I can recommend you for enrollment in the first year of Jujutsu High." Upon hearing this, Nanami ceased his dissuasion. Takiwa raised his hand and asked, "Just to ask, how many people are in the first year at Jujutsu High right now?" Nanami thought for a moment. "Currently, there is only one boy who was raised by another teacher, and there is also a girl from a Jujutsu sorcerer family who will enroll in a few days." Wait. Takiwa was stunned. At this very moment, Itadori hasn't enrolled yet. He suddenly remembered that 2 or 3 hours ago, he seemed to have seen a spiky-haired boy chasing a pink-haired athlete on the playground. Seriously. That couldn't be Itadori and Fushiguro, could it? Oh no. Takiwa turned his head and looked at the night scene outside the window. At this time, Itadori hasn't already swallowed Sukuna's finger, has he? Watching Takiwa, whose face looked a bit unpleasant, Nanami asked suspiciously, "Are you not feeling well, student Takiwa?" "It's nothing." Draining the milk in his cup, Takiwa had an urge to shed tears. "I'm doomed, I missed the first turning point." After registering his personal information, Takiwa Ryuiki, refusing to give up, bid farewell to Kento Nanami, returned to the school, and climbed onto the rooftop of the teaching building. As expected, looking at the chaotic mess on the rooftop before him, Takiwa Ryuiki's gaze narrowed slightly. Yuji Itadori has already swallowed Sukuna's finger. Satoru Gojo has already fought against the one-fingered Ryomen Sukuna. He crouched down and touched the concrete block beneath him, which looked as if it had been torn apart by giant, sharp claws. Dismantle. Cursed technique. Malevolent shrine. In terms of raw cursed technique performance alone, it might not be considered the absolute top tier. But when combined with the terrifying stats and combat intelligence of the strongest from 1,000 years ago, Ryomen Sukuna, it was enough for him to easily handle the vast majority of situations. Long-range slashes with, dismantle, close-range cutting with, cleave, and wrapping his body in tiny slashes to simulate the impenetrability of limitless. Even with just one finger, which is 1/20th of the total cursed energy and soul of the main body, it was enough for him to look down upon the vast majority of special-grade cursed spirits and grade 1 jujutsu sorcerers. Let alone his current self, even if he were to use the cursed energy output of a grade 1 sorcerer to activate a grade A enhanced Lord Flame, it would likely be easily blocked by him. Takiwa Ryuiki stood up, his expression solemn. Since that was the case, the first thing he needed to do was prevent the contract between Ryomen Sukuna and Yuji Itadori. As a vessel, Yuji Itadori could suppress Ryomen Sukuna's control over the body. In this way, he could prevent any sudden attacks from Ryomen Sukuna until the Shibuya incident. Sigh, there's still never enough time. Takiwa Ryuiki sighed softly and walked off the rooftop. Before the Juvenile Detention Center incident, he had to save up at least 100 points to further develop the potential of the Flame Sorcerer system. Takiwa Ryuiki opened the door, changed into slippers in the entryway, and walked into the house. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he could even feel a faint echo. 100-square-meter apartment was still too empty for one person. Sigh. After experiencing a terrible evening, his wonderful, leisurely life had gone down the drain. Takiwa Ryuiki had no mood to kill time, so he hurriedly washed up and threw himself onto the bed. Beep, beep. Received a text message from Kento Nanami. Takiwa Ryuiki opened his phone to see the time and place for tomorrow's meeting. Tokyo Jujutsu High. Ryomen Sukuna. Juvenile Detention Center. Putting down his phone and pondering his future plans, Takiwa Ryuiki gradually closed his eyes. Noon, Tokyo Jujutsu High. It's really remote. On the bumpy mountain road deep in the forest, Takiwa Ryuiki, who had been jostled all morning, remarked casually. First taking the Shinkansen, then being driven by Kento Nanami, they had finally arrived at Tokyo Jujutsu High on the outskirts of Tokyo. Kento Nanami, walking in front, replied, "After all, Tokyo Jujutsu High needs to keep a low profile, this is a necessary measure." Tokyo Jujutsu High and Kyoto Jujutsu High are the only two jujutsu educational institutions in the country, and they are also our bases of operation as jujutsu sorcerers and the core of the jujutsu world. Whether it's adult jujutsu sorcerers or students, everyone must carry out relevant tasks, including exorcising cursed spirits, tracking down suspicious curse users, and so on. So it's just a combination of Hogwarts and S.H.I.E.L.D. Takiwa Ryuiki, who already knew the setting, muttered inwardly. To be fair, the jujutsu world was indeed quite small. Even counting the staff at Tokyo Jujutsu High and the non-ability users of the jujutsu sorcerer families, the total number of people in the entire jujutsu world was less than 1,000. Compared to the country's population base of 100 million, the talent for being a jujutsu sorcerer could be said to be 1 in 100,000. Kento Nanami continued as he climbed the stairs. In a moment, you will have an interview with the principal. If you pass successfully, I will help you connect with your teachers and other classmates. A teacher, huh? Takiwa Ryuiki felt a bit conflicted. First-year teacher at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Satoru Gojo. The strongest of the modern era, possessing extraordinary talent, born with the 6 eyes, and the limitless curse technique. But correspondingly, there was his laziness and arrogance. As the strongest, he failed to accomplish anything in the original plot. Defeated by Toji Fushiguro in his youth, sealed during the Shibuya incident, and cut in two by Ryomen Sukuna in the final battle. Half of this was due to an information gap, and the other half stemmed from his complacency in always believing he had the big picture under control. Even his ultimate death was a result of letting his guard down, didn't dodge. If he could manually control Satoru Gojo himself, he could naturally crush all conspiracies with absolute power. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. If he revealed everything to them right from the start, he would definitely be treated as a madman. He had to build up favorability with Satoru Gojo and the classmates, and then use his own wisdom to slowly influence the course of the battle. As Takiwa Ryuiki's thoughts churned, the two had already crossed a sea of trees and arrived in front of a building complex that looked as if it were a temple. Alright, I'll drop you off here. Kento Nanami adjusted his glasses. The principal is waiting for you in the main hall ahead. Thanks, Mr. Nanami. Takiwa Ryuiki waved his hand and walked forward. Kento Nanami's personality was typically cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Even though picking up new students was a job that could be left to an assistant supervisor, he did it himself, making him a model worker of the jujutsu world. Creak. Takiwa Ryuiki pushed open the hall doors. What came into view was a dim environment, candlelight, paper talismans, paintings, and also a burly man with sunglasses doing needlework amidst a pile of cute dolls. Principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High, wielder of the cursed corpse technique, Masamiki Yaga. Seeing Takiwa Ryuiki enter, Masamiki Yaga pulled out a stack of documents. Takiwa Ryuiki, 17 years old, parents deceased, currently attending Sendai 3rd High School. The hall doors had already closed, and Masamiki Yaga's deep voice echoed in the hall. In the first 17 years of your life, you never had any dealings with curses, yet yesterday, facing a grade 3 cursed spirit that was about to kill your classmate, you awakened cursed energy. Why is that? Takiwa Ryuiki was silent for a moment. Mr. Nanami said that ordinary people cannot see cursed spirits, and only when they are on the verge of death and contaminated by the cursed energy of a cursed spirit can they open their spiritual vision. And since cursed energy is the power of negative emotions, perhaps I stimulated the corresponding talent between life and death and awakened cursed energy. Masamiki Yaga nodded slightly. Takiwa Ryuiki's background was very clean, and the possibility he mentioned was indeed theoretically valid. Then, the next question. Masamiki Yaga continued. Why do you want to become a jujutsu sorcerer? Why do you want to come to Tokyo Jujutsu High to study? Although jujutsu sorcerers were superhumans with power, it was also a rather twisted profession. Not only did they have to face filthy cursed spirits born from the evil thoughts in people's hearts, but they were also constantly at risk of their cherished companions dying. Kento Nanami had once briefly left the jujutsu world, stimulated by the death of his close friend Yuhaibara. His senior, Suguru Geto, had even defected directly, triggering the night parade of 100 demons a year ago, which led to a series of disasters. Firm conviction and a twisted worldview were the excellent qualities of a jujutsu sorcerer. I want to protect myself. Takiwa Ryuiki said calmly. Yesterday, I saw a cursed spirit, and according to Mr. Nanami, that was only a grade 3 cursed spirit with little combat ability. If I just possess cursed energy without systematic training, maybe one day when I encounter a grade 2 or even a grade 1 cursed spirit, I might lose my life. I want to possess the power to establish myself in this world. You want to protect yourself, is that it? Masamiki Yaga pondered. I suppose that's a decent enough reason. As for whether it's twisted, we'll judge that based on your future missions. He stood up, his gaze piercing through his sunglasses to look directly at Takiwa. You've passed. Welcome to Jujutsu High. Clap, clap. Before Takiwa could speak, Masamiki Yaga clapped his hands. The green kappa cursed corpse beside him trotted past Takiwa and reopened the temple doors, letting sunlight illuminate the dim interior. The first-year teacher is just outside. You are now a student Jujutsu sorcerer. Do your best, Takiwa Ryuiki. Takiwa stood up, nodded respectfully to the principal, and turned to leave. The temple doors closed, and the silent man in sunglasses sat back down, continuing to stitch the cursed corpse in his hands. Nanami Kento, how rare. I'm surprised you brought a student here yourself. A frivolous, laid-back voice drifted in from outside the temple door. It was a coincidence. Nanami was sparing with his words, seemingly not wanting to chat much with the owner of the voice. Don't be so cold, Nanami Kento. Walking out of the temple, two figures came into Takiwa's view beside Nanami. One was tall and lean, with white hair, wearing a teacher's uniform and a blindfold. Satoru Gojo, no introduction needed. Beside him followed a pink-haired boy, slightly shorter than Nanami, with a somewhat naive and cute air about him. The vessel for Sukuna, Yuji Itadori. It was he who swallowed Sukuna's finger, which led to the story that followed. You brought a student in without having me screen them first. You're making things difficult for me. Faced with Satoru Gojo's nonsense, Nanami remained silent. Of course, more manpower is always better. Satoru Gojo's remarks, acting like he'd been wronged while actually benefiting, left him speechless. Yo tilde. Even though his back was turned to Takiwa, Satoru Gojo seemed to have eyes in the back of his head as he turned around to greet him. You must be student Takiwa, the one Nanami Kento recommended. Yes, Takiwa replied. Even through the blindfold, he could faintly feel a gaze sweeping over his body. This is it, the Raikugan, 6 eyes that analyzes everything. My name is Satoru Gojo, the first-year teacher at Jujutsu High, Satoru Gojo said with a smile. Nice to meet you, sensei, Takiwa nodded in response. Nanami pushed up his glasses. This guy will be your teacher from now on. Don't let his lack of seriousness fool you. In terms of pure strength, he is undoubtedly the strongest at Jujutsu High. Beside them, Yuji Itadori said in surprise, Sensei, you're that strong. Satoru Gojo smiled. He didn't answer, instead pushing Yuji Itadori in front of Takiwa. This guy is Yuji Itadori, the unlucky fellow who swallowed the special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger. He's also your classmate. Nice to meet you, I'm Takiwa Ryuiki, Takiwa said, smiling and reaching out his hand. Oh, I'm Yuji Itadori, Yuji Itadori realized, shaking Takiwa's hand. While sizing up Yuji Itadori, Takiwa felt a strange sensation in his heart. The Tiger Emperor who dominates eternity 68 years from now is currently just a sports student with innate superhuman strength. And what Yuji Itadori doesn't know is that the lowest point of his entire life, the next 6 months, is about to arrive. Oh, speaking of which, Satoru Gojo raised his index finger. It seems both of you are from Sendai 3rd High School. Yuji Itadori was surprised. Takiwa smiled. I was in the 3rd year. The reputation of the Tiger of West Middle is something I've long admired. This was, of course, a lie. If he had known about Yuji Itadori's existence earlier, he would have built a relationship with him ahead of time, and there wouldn't have been this rush today. Alright, I'll take you two on a tour of the school first. Nanami Kento, you should go back and get some rest. Satoru Gojo said with his hands behind his head, looking laid back. Then I'll leave you here. Excuse me, Nanami nodded and bid the 3 of them farewell. Watching Nanami's retreating figure, Takiwa sighed. Nanami-san is truly earnest. Satoru Gojo agreed. Yeah, the higher-ups at Jujutsu High and the Jujutsu sorcerers from the big 3 families don't really do much work. When it comes to executing missions, we have to rely on grade 1 sorcerers like Nanami Kento. Sensei, aren't you a grade 1 sorcerer? Takiwa asked, feigning confusion. Me. Satoru Gojo's lips curled up. I'm a special grade. That amazing. Yuji Itadori exclaimed in surprise. Unlike ordinary Jujutsu sorcerers, who are ranked from grade 4 to grade 1, a special grade is a powerhouse capable of overthrowing a nation single-handedly. And Satoru Gojo, even among special grade sorcerers, is considered an anomaly. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked past rows of torii gates in the woods, soon arriving at the Jujutsu High dormitories. Compared to the temple at the main gate, the dormitories had less of a religious atmosphere. From the outside, they just looked like traditional Japanese-style buildings with a rustic feel. Oh, this is so spacious. Looking at the well-equipped 20-square-meter single dorm room before him, Yuji Itadori said excitedly. This will be your room from now on. After saying that, Satoru Gojo added, the second-year seniors are still away on business and won't be back for a few days. And there's a fourth first-year student who will arrive in Tokyo tomorrow. Yuji Itadori replied while sticking a poster of a hot female celebrity on the wall. It feels like things are finally getting lively. Yeah, Satoru Gojo also smiled. Jujutsu High hasn't been this lively in a long time. Alright, Satoru Gojo turned around. You two should unpack your luggage and relax for the day. School officially starts tomorrow. Understood. Before Satoru Gojo could finish, Yuji Itadori had already flopped onto the bed. Takiwa walked out of the dorm and followed behind Satoru Gojo. Sensei, are there any textbooks or notes at Jujutsu High that explain concepts related to cursed energy? I'd like to study ahead. Although he understood most of the mechanics of the Jujutsu world and had activated his cursed energy through the Flame Sorcerer system. But when it came to controlling cursed energy, Takiwa was probably only slightly better than Yuji Itadori was at this moment. Huh. Satoru Gojo turned his head, wearing a strange expression. Although Jujutsu sorcerers are all oddballs, battle maniacs, gloomy types, shut-ins, and those with split personalities are all common enough. But a guy like you who wants to study as soon as you enter Jujutsu High. I've only ever. As Satoru Gojo spoke, he seemed to suddenly recall something, and his voice trailed off. Oh, I remember now. I borrowed someone else's notes when I was a student. Wait here for a moment, I'll go to the teacher's dorm and get them for you. Takiwa returned to his dorm to put away his luggage, and when he came back out, he found Satoru Gojo already waiting at the door, holding a yellowed notebook. Here. Takiwa took it. On the cover were several neat characters. Regarding cursed energy and cursed spirits. Based on Satoru Gojo's reaction and his own crooked handwriting, the owner of the notes could not be Satoru Gojo himself. Nanami. Shoko. Or maybe Yu Haibara. Takiwa flipped to the title page. Okay, it was Suguru Geto. Takiwa put the notebook away. Sensei, actually, there's one more thing. Takiwa looked up at Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo collected himself. What is it? It's about my cursed technique. Takiwa raised his hand, and flames soared upward. Your cursed technique? Gojo asked, puzzled. Isn't the cursed technique you listed in your personal information flame manipulation? Takiwa hesitated before speaking. While that is certainly true, there is actually a significant difference. My cursed technique allows me to utilize two completely different types of flames. Oh. Gojo became interested. Can you show me? Strictly speaking, ordinary flame manipulation is indeed a very common cursed technique. Even if the user trains desperately, the results they achieve might not even reach the lower limits of those heaven-defying cursed techniques. But two completely different types of flames clearly fall outside the scope of simple flame manipulation. Here. Takiwa looked around. The surroundings were wooded, and the dormitories were also made of wood. Lord Flame at full power could potentially set the entire area ablaze. Before he could react, he was grabbed by the collar by Gojo. Whoosh! In an instant, the two of them had arrived at an open space a kilometer away. So fast. Takiwa was astonished internally. I didn't react at all. Gojo set Takiwa down. Alright, this should be fine. Just attack me, don't worry, I won't get hurt. Okay. Takiwa composed himself. Then excuse me. Ability card used. Lord Flame. In an instant, countless pieces of information regarding the properties of Lord Flame flooded into Takiwa's mind. He opened his mouth involuntarily, and a language containing extraordinary power echoed out. Not far away, Satoru Gojo tilted his head, observing the young man before him. A style of incantation I've never heard before, and the condensed cursed energy is indeed different from just a moment ago. This is really not simple. Takiwa Ryuiki. Takiwa held his hands out in front of him, the air distorted by the high temperature, sounding like the boom of an ancient bell. High temperature first. Satoru Gojo stood calmly in the center of the heat, stroking his chin with his right hand. At this moment, the incantation Takiwa was chanting had reached its end, and the air had been compressed to the extreme. Boom! A violent explosion dispersed, and scorching hot winds howled, causing the hem of Takiwa's clothes to flutter violently. As the dust settled, Satoru Gojo remained completely unharmed. Around his body, the dust produced by the explosion seemed to be blocked by a transparent barrier, unable to move an inch closer, and could only drift away powerlessly. Cursed technique. Limitless. Attacks, cursed energy, objects, any form of contact would slow down more and more as it approached Satoru Gojo's body, never actually being able to touch him. Not bad, Takiwa. Gojo applauded, a look of surprise on his face. No, that's quite impressive. If you told me that attack was unleashed by a grade 1 sorcerer, I wouldn't be surprised. Furthermore, your application of cursed energy is still quite rudimentary. If you can improve the efficiency of your cursed energy output to the level of a grade 1 sorcerer, this attack could likely obliterate a special grade cursed spirit directly. But it's a pity, if your type of fire isn't combined with an incantation, I'm afraid its power will be reduced significantly. Takiwa nodded. That is indeed the case. But precisely because of that, this ability has more flexible applications. Takiwa picked up a dead branch from the ground, and the high temperature condensed from cursed energy attached to it. Sizzle, the flames ignited, and the dead branch was quickly burned to ashes. Moreover, Takiwa hesitated. I have a faint premonition that as I develop this ability further, I may be able to unlock more types of flame abilities in the future. Interesting, what a truly interesting cursed technique. The corners of Gojo's mouth curled up. He did not doubt the veracity of what Takiwa said in the slightest. After all, the first student he mentored, the first-year student Megumi Fushiguro who was currently sleeping in the dormitory, also possessed a similar cursed technique. 10 Shadows technique. It was also a cursed technique that unlocked more abilities as the user's strength grew. The only difference was that the medium for the 10 Shadows was the Shikigami formed from shadows, while the medium for Takiwa's cursed technique was fire. Gojo sighed with emotion. You young people really give me more and more surprises. In time, you might even surpass me, Takiwa. Takiwa thought to himself, if the plot follows the original, I have to fight Sukuna in 6 months. If I can't surpass you by then, I guess I'll become Takiwa 0.5. So, just now, I made a decision. Gojo held up a finger. This afternoon, I'm going to arrange your first mission. Huh, Mr. Gojo, why did you call me over in such a rush? In the black car, a black-haired, bespectacled driver with an honest face asked weakly. Just drive when I tell you to drive, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Gojo replied fiercely from the back seat. He turned his head to Takiwa beside him, his expression becoming as gentle as a spring breeze again. Takiwa, this is Assistant Supervisor Ijichi, a Jujutsu High affiliate who is mainly responsible for deploying the barrier, veil, and handling intelligence and logistics. I feel like Gojo's attitude towards Ijichi is really bad. Takiwa thought, but still said politely, nice to meet you, Mr. Ijichi. I'm the new student, Takiwa Ryuiki. Oh, hello. Drive to the Gojo family, hurry up. Gojo poked the back of the front seat with his knee. Yes, yes. Half an hour later, in front of a quiet mountain courtyard, Satoru Gojo walked out slowly. In his hand, he held a long sword with a scabbard. This sword has been in the Gojo family cursed object repository since I can remember, Gojo explained patiently. A grade 1 cursed tool, Shigerakiri. Its properties are durability, sharpness, and high thermal conductivity. Takiwa took the long sword from Gojo's hand. Just by unsheathing it a little, he could feel a sharp chill emanating from it. The blade was extremely thin, like a cicada's wing, making one wonder if it would suddenly snap under force. Keep it with you for the time being. Gojo looked completely indifferent. Takiwa was stunned. Teacher, isn't this a bit too valuable? Besides, isn't this family property of the Gojo family? Although a cursed tool of the same grade is not as precious as a Jujutsu sorcerer, handing a grade 1 cursed tool directly to a new student was still an act of being too wealthy and arrogant. In the original plot, even the protagonist Itadori only had a grade 2 cursed tool, Slaughter Demon, when he first performed a mission, and that was something Satoru Gojo had scrounged from other students. Gojo waved his hand. The Jujutsu world has such a pedantic prejudice that the strong take pride in not using cursed tools. Although the private armies of the 3 great families also use cursed tools, I am the head of the Gojo family, after all. Even if I were to empty out the cursed object repository, those old fogies wouldn't say a thing. Nice, that's domineering enough. Hearing Satoru Gojo say this, Takiwa stopped declining and happily accepted the long sword. On the outskirts of Tokyo, in front of an abandoned hospital, a black business sedan slowed to a stop. Mr. Gojo, student Takiwa, this is our destination. The veil has already been lowered. Oh, oh. From the back seat, Takiwa Ryuiki responded, his eyes bleary with sleep. He had originally intended to use the time in the car to study Suguru Geto's notes, but he had fallen fast asleep before he could read for long. Sigh, whether in my past life or this one, I suppose I'm just not cut out for studying. Gojo observed Takiwa, a thought forming in his mind. As I thought, is it excessive cursed energy consumption? To possess such an extraordinary cursed technique, yet his total cursed energy is only slightly higher than that of an ordinary person. What a pity. With this amount of cursed energy, I'm afraid that even with a lifetime of effort, he'll only reach the level of a grade 2 sorcerer. This situation reminded Gojo of Maki Zenin, a second-year student at Tokyo Jujutsu High. She also had cursed energy at the level of an ordinary person, but she possessed the heaven-defying, heavenly restriction, which sacrificed her cursed technique and cursed energy in exchange for immense physical prowess. However, her heavenly restriction was an incomplete version, leaving behind a tiny residue of cursed energy. Consequently, no matter how hard Maki trained, she could only reach the level of a grade 2 sorcerer, and she still needed special glasses to see cursed spirits. If Takiwa's total cursed energy were at the level of a normal grade 1 sorcerer, and if Maki had absolutely no cursed energy, then their futures would be limitless. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. The problem Gojo could see was something Takiwa was naturally aware of as well. Although Lord Flame is extremely powerful, it has a long wind-up time and high consumption. If I release 2 fully charged Lord Flames in a short time, my cursed energy and stamina will be completely depleted. I need to end this quickly, I can't be dragged into a war of attrition. But there was one difference, he knew his total cursed energy could be increased via panel stat allocation. As long as he had enough points, the sustainability issue could be solved easily. Inside the car, Gojo returned to his usual cavalier expression. Alright, Takiwa, get out. Based on your strength, I've matched you with a cursed spirit around grade 2. With your cursed technique and cursed tool, you should be able to exorcise it if you find an opening. Since this is your first mission, I'll be observing from the sidelines, but unless you're on the verge of death, I won't be intervening, you hear tilde tilde. Under normal circumstances, a Jujutsu sorcerer can easily defeat a cursed spirit of the same grade. That is to say, a grade 2 cursed spirit requires at least a fairly strong grade 3 sorcerer to handle. And for a freshman like Takiwa to be dragged out by Gojo to face a grade 2 cursed spirit immediately after enrollment was clearly an extremely bold experiment. He really is malicious, this guy's personality. Listening to Gojo's relaxed tone, Takiwa complained internally as he got out of the car and examined the building before him. Just like a mansion in some zombie game, the hospital before him exuded an eerie atmosphere. The sign at the entrance was worn and blurred, one could only barely make out the words, health, and clinic. The walls were covered in dark green vines, and they were also marked with several highly suspicious dark red stains. Cursed spirits are born from the negative emotions of the human heart. Buildings that constantly generate negative emotions, such as schools, hospitals, and graveyards, are naturally hotbeds for their activity. The only good news was that this hospital had been abandoned for some time, so there would be no innocent bystanders involved, allowing him to use his cursed technique freely. While remaining vigilant of his surroundings, Takiwa drew his long blade and stepped into the main entrance of the hospital. In the car, Gojo removed the blindfold covering his eyes, revealing a pair of eyes as clear and blue as the sky. He looked at Takiwa's back as he disappeared into the darkness. Try and surprise me, Takiwa Ryuiki. Gojo had a vague premonition, since Takiwa, who was originally an ordinary person, could awaken a cursed technique and exorcise cursed spirits. As a Jujutsu sorcerer, he would naturally be able to solve the issue of his total cursed energy. Yuta Okatsu, Yuji Itadori, and Takiwa. Ever since I started teaching, 3 students have given me this feeling. Perhaps these young people really will be able to surpass me and take over the future of the Jujutsu world. Gojo withdrew his gaze and picked up the notebook Takiwa had left on the seat beside him. It was related to cursed energy and cursed spirits. Suguru Geto. Are you the strongest because you are Satoru Gojo, or are you Satoru Gojo because you are the strongest? The whisper of his old friend echoed in his ears, like a dream. Drip. An unknown liquid dripped from the mottled light fixture, landing on tiles already covered in mineral deposits. The air was humid and stuffy, and unknown plants and vines grew from the cracks in the walls. Only now did Takiwa understand the intensity of the work Satoru Gojo faced every day. Sleeping only 3 hours a day, dealing with the Jujutsu higher-ups, teaching students, exercising cursed spirits. Facing such dark and filthy things for long periods would affect anyone's mental state. Takiwa held a small flame in his palm, cautiously moving forward along the corridor. Although this behavior risked exposing himself, he still had the physique of an ordinary person, and he was completely unable to see in the darkness. After awakening his cursed energy and gaining a preliminary understanding of its properties, Takiwa could now mobilize cursed energy to amplify his attacks or use it to cover his body for protection. Although it was an extremely crude application, it had significantly improved his survivability. For instance, Megumi Fushiguro last night, due to carelessness, had failed to maintain the cursed energy defense on his body, was ambushed by a cursed spirit, and lost his ability to fight. To clean up the mess Fushiguro left behind, Yuji had no choice but to swallow the Sukuna's finger and destroy the cursed spirit. It was evident that without cursed energy protection, a Jujutsu sorcerer's body was not necessarily much tougher than that of an ordinary person. Drip. The liquid, it's increasing. Takiwa looked up. He keenly sensed the changes in the surrounding environment. The suspicious stains on the ceiling and floor were visibly increasing. All these anomalies indicated that the cursed spirit he was looking for was not far ahead. Squish. Squish. A sound similar to a viscous object rubbing against the floor came from the corner at the end of the corridor. It sounded like a snail magnified several hundred times struggling to crawl. Takiwa extinguished the flame in his hand, slowly coated his blade with Lord Flame energy, and tiptoed toward the front. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Takiwa peeked around the corner and saw a segmented maggot the size of a door, covered in filth, crawling in his direction. A maggot. Takiwa was shocked. With his adrenaline surging, he lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. He injected Lord Flame energy into the blade, but the color of the Shigerakiri did not change at all, it only emitted a faint humming sound. Slash. Takiwa sprinted, his long blade sweeping horizontally, slicing the maggot-cursed spirit into 2 halves as if a dinner knife were cutting through butter. Pale yellow pus splattered everywhere, then slowly vanished. Exorcised Grade 3 Cursed Spirit, points +20. A Grade 3 Cursed Spirit. Looking at the maggot-cursed spirit hissing and slowly disappearing into the air, Takiwa frowned slightly. Wait, there couldn't be more, could there? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of an arthropod flapping its wings came from behind Takiwa, making his eardrums ache. In the critical moment, Takiwa activated his initial cursed technique, Flame, condensed a ball of fire in his left hand and threw it backward, while flames surged upon the Shigerakiri in his right hand. Using the firelight from the blade for illumination, he lunged forward, made a sharp turn at a nearby corner, and prepared to flee forward. PFF'd. A strong wind came from behind. Takiwa turned his head and dodged as a large mass of yellow, viscous pus resembling digestive fluid flew past the top of his head. Hiss. The pus splattered onto the wall in front of Takiwa, and the surrounding weeds and vines were instantly dissolved by the liquid. Hey, I beat the little one and the big one shows up. Ahead was the hospital lobby. In the spacious, enclosed space, Takiwa didn't have much of a chance of winning against this flying cursed spirit. Gasping for air, Takiwa turned around. From his mouth, the dragon script containing transcendent power was chanted once more. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the Grade 2 cursed spirit behind him finally flew past the corner and appeared before Takiwa. It was a fly-cursed spirit the size of an adult bull, with 6 pairs of wings on its back and 3 pairs of rotting human arms on its front. Its body and wings were covered in disgusting pus, causing physical discomfort to anyone who looked at it. That's why I hate insects the most. The incantation ended, and Takiwa released the half-charged Lord Flame directly at the fly-cursed spirit before him. Boom. In that instant, it felt as if a napalm bomb had detonated within the enclosed passageway, sending flames and dust exploding outward. The fly-cursed spirit was slammed heavily against the wall by the shockwave, its 3 left arms and a small portion of its body were charred, and flames licked greedily at its pus-covered surface. In other words, Takiwa Ryuiki had won. However, that was not the case. The fly-cursed spirit flapped its wings to extinguish the flames, rising shakily into the air. Its mouthparts vibrated, and a hoarse voice filled with resentment echoed through the passage. Brother. Why did you kill my brother? Generally speaking, the higher the grade of a cursed spirit, the more fluently it can communicate with humans. The fly-cursed spirit could speak in fragmented sentences, which meant it probably wasn't considered weak among grade 2 cursed spirits. Yet, upon hearing this, Takiwa remained completely unmoved. Cursed spirits and humans are complete opposites. They are born from humans, yet they feed on humans and human resentment. In other words, from the weakest grade 4 cursed spirits to the special grade cursed spirits capable of causing natural disasters with a mere gesture, none can defy their nature to coexist with humans. Cursed spirits are the natural enemies of humanity, and there is no room for reconciliation. Takiwa did not answer but suddenly launched an attack. He kicked off the wall with his left foot, and the Shigerakiri, heated by the high temperature, slashed straight toward the fly-cursed spirit. The latter, realizing the danger, flapped its wings frantically to retreat, leaving the long blade to only carve a shallow wound on its chest. Thump, thump, thump. The fly-cursed spirit's remaining 3 fists grazed past Takiwa, smashing wildly into the tiled wall on one side. The death of its brother, combined with taking a half-charged Lord Flame head-on, had already caused it to lose its basic combat intelligence. Well then, goodbye. Takiwa's voice echoed eerily from behind the fly-cursed spirit. Fire. Boom. Flames erupted once more on the cursed spirit's body. Intense pain coursed through it, and it flailed its arms and flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire. But it was already too late. Takiwa lunged forward, his Shigerakiri humming in his hand. Swish. With one slash, the pus-covered fly head went flying high into the air. Grade 2 Cursed Spirit eliminated, plus 60 points. The system notification sounded, and Takiwa finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the adrenaline gradually faded, a deep sense of exhaustion slowly washed over him. Takiwa knelt on the ground, while the bloodstains and the cursed spirit's corpse beside him slowly evaporated and vanished. Although Lord Flame is versatile, its properties are actually more focused on high heat and explosions. Against an enemy like the fly-cursed spirit, which is weak to fire and highly flammable, the initial cursed technique, Flame, would actually have been more effective. Although he had the advantage of elemental compatibility, the fly-cursed spirit was still a grade 2, and its strength was not below Takiwa's. If not for the Shigerakiri in his hand, Takiwa would likely have had to suffer significant injuries to take it down. Takiwa looked at the long blade in his hand. Only now did he realize that this was not a traditional katana or tachi. The blade was long, thin, and possessed an inherent streamlined beauty. During the battle just now, it had conducted the high heat of the Lord Flame energy in just a second, felt almost weightless while being swung, and had endured a major battle without corroding or deforming. Furthermore, it was incredibly sharp. The more Takiwa looked at it, the more he liked it. He sheathed the long blade and prepared to return to the hospital entrance. Bro, there. From behind, a resentful child's voice came, accompanied by the sound of viscous liquid rubbing against the floor. Maggot. Takiwa was shocked. More. He didn't have time to look back. Takiwa picked up his blade and bolted. His stamina and cursed energy were already bottoming out. Even an ordinary grade 3 cursed spirit could potentially exorcise him. Bro, there. Behind him, the child's voice was filled with uncontrollable rage. Splat. Splat. Although he couldn't see what was behind him, he could imagine the maggot-cursed spirit constantly slapping the ground, twisting its body as it chased after him. Furthermore, its strength might even be greater than the maggot-cursed spirit he had just killed. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Takiwa used every ounce of his remaining strength to leap across the hospital gate. He finally escaped the dark, damp atmosphere and returned to the sunlight. Plop. A soft sound came. Takiwa instinctively looked back, but all that remained behind him was a pool of pale yellow pus slowly evaporating. Ah, my points. Takiwa felt a pang of regret. Gojo Satoru stood to the side with his hands in his pockets, his expression one of surprise and admiration. That was truly an eye-opener, Takiwa. For a newcomer who has only just come into contact with the Jujutsu world, you actually handled a grade 2 cursed spirit so easily. Takiwa stared at Gojo with an expression that screamed, "Are you fooling kidding me?" As if to say, you call this, handled easily. Gojo looked away, pretending to be shy. Don't look at me with that expression, it makes me shy. The process of exorcising cursed spirits is full of variables. Injuries are a daily occurrence for Jujutsu sorcerers, so being able to win without a scratch is already quite a good result. That much was true. Jujutsu sorcerers often have to face cursed spirits that are a higher grade than themselves. Even though Tokyo Jujutsu High has specialized healer Jujutsu sorcerers, injuries and deaths are inevitable. Come to think of it, what kind of cursed spirits were inside? Gojo said casually. Mr. Ijichi will need to register them later. Knowing what kind of person Gojo was, Takiwa complained internally, didn't you never register before when you went on missions? But on the surface, Takiwa still answered honestly. The weaker one was a maggot, similar to the cursed spirit that just chased me out, and the stronger one was a fly. Gojo-sensei. Are you listening? Takiwa waved his hand in front of Gojo. Oh. Gojo came back to his senses. I was thinking about what to have for dinner. Sigh. Takiwa sighed. He understood why Gojo was unpopular at Tokyo Jujutsu High despite having a handsome face. Gojo's eyes lit up, and he gave Takiwa a thumbs up. To celebrate you completing your first mission today, what do you want to eat? Sensei will treat you. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Takiwa's mouth. You've really let your guard down, Gojo Satoru-sensei. At this next meal, I will show you what the strongest modern-day order looks like. Yuji, Megumi, come out to eat. As the sun set, Gojo's voice rang out outside the student dormitory. Oh, coming. Gojo-sensei, didn't you say you were on a mission outside and wouldn't be back for dinner? Itadori and Fushiguro walked out of the student dormitory, and what greeted their eyes were ovens, grills, and a dizzying array of ingredients. Steaks, beef ribs, cod, and all kinds of shelled seafood that looked expensive at a glance. Wow, Takiwa-senpai, you brought back so many high-end ingredients. Itadori pounced toward the grill like a hungry tiger. Takiwa waved his hand. This meal is on Gojo-sensei, we're having barbecue tonight. Also, just call me Ryuiki. One could only say that the value of the head of the Gojo family was just too high. When he heard that Takiwa wanted to eat barbecue, such commoner food, Gojo actually made a disgusting expression that said, thanks for being so considerate, my good student, love you moi. I'm so tired, sensei, can you help me grill the meat? Takiwa put down the barbecue rack and pestered Gojo shamelessly. Gojo rubbed his chin. Hey, you over there, Ijichi, you come help everyone grill the meat. Ijichi broke out in a cold sweat. Gojo-san, I still have reports to write. Seeing this, Takiwa also invited him. Come eat barbecue with us, Mr. Ijichi, just let Gojo-sensei handle the reports or something. Yeah, Mr. Ijichi, Fushiguro nodded. You have to relax sometimes. Everyone. Ijichi was a little moved. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The grill turned, the aroma of meat overflowed, and the golden brown steaks and grilled fish made everyone's mouths water. Itadori, why are you only staring at the beef? Eat some more seafood. I love eating beef, doesn't Ryuiki only eat beef too? I just can't get used to eating seafood. Megumi, if you keep eating so politely, the food is going to be snatched up by them. Sensei, you're eating too fast. That night, everyone, hosts and guests alike, enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Tokyo, Harajuku. Itadori sat on the railing, munching on a popsicle. Say, wasn't it said that I was the third first-year student? How come there are 2 more new students enrolling after me? Fushiguro explained. Takiwa-senpai only decided to join Jujutsu High the day before yesterday, while today's new student had decided to enroll a long time ago. Ryuiki smiled. Fushiguro, we're all in the same grade, just call me Ryuiki. Thanks to yesterday's barbecue party, the bond between Ryuiki and the two of them had grown much closer. Having heard about Ryuiki's astonishing battle record from Gojo, and coupled with the latter's age and mature demeanor, Fushiguro was also quite polite toward Ryuiki. Sorry to keep you waiting. Gojo walked out of the mall, waving at the 3 people by the roadside. Ah, your uniforms have all arrived. Yes, they fit very well. Gojo approached, looking the 3 of them over. The students' Jujutsu High uniforms were dark blue, but the 3 of them had slightly different designs. Fushiguro was wearing the basic model. Itadori's uniform had a red hood, while Ryuiki's had a bit of a trench coat feel to it. Itadori and Ryuiki's uniforms were both customized by me. How about it? My taste isn't bad, right? Gojo said with a cheeky grin. Itadori looked at Fushiguro with concern. Ah, poor Fushiguro. Fushiguro ignored Itadori. So, why did we have to meet in Harajuku? Gojo pursed his lips, and the 3 of them followed his direction, seeing a brown-haired girl who was pestering a talent scout. A model, huh? I mean, what about me? I'm in a hurry. What the hell? Don't run, explain yourself. Itadori hesitated. Do we really have to go up and say hi to her? It's a bit embarrassing. Ryuiki glanced at Itadori. This guy had put on a pair of oversized sunglasses at some point and was holding popcorn and a crepe. It was hard to say which of the two was more embarrassing. Gojo waved. Hey, Over here, over here. The girl turned and walked over. She was about 1.6 meters tall, also wearing the Jujutsu high student uniform, and had beautiful features. Gojo clapped his hands. Alright, let's introduce ourselves to each other. Nobara Kugasaki. Although the girl was shorter than the four of them, her gaze held a condescending air. You guys should be happy, boys. Itadori immediately replied. I'm Itadori Yuji, from Sendai. Fushiguro said indifferently. Fushiguro Megumi. Ryuiki also said casually. Takiwa Ryuiki, I used to go to the same high school as Itadori. Nobara narrowed her eyes. Among the three classmates in front of her, one was goofy, one was acting cold, and the last one looked normal enough but seemed too old for his age. Sigh. Nobara let out a sigh. Why is the environment I'm in always so terrible? You're actually sighing while looking at someone's face. Itadori said indignantly. Alright. Gojo smiled. Since the 4 first years are all here, and there are 3 people from out of town, we naturally have to have an exciting, Tokyo sightseeing, tour. Tokyo. Sightseeing. Itadori and Nobara's eyes lit up. Gojo said with great enthusiasm. Let's go. Destination, Roppongi. Ryuiki breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his arrival hadn't changed too much. Gojo still chose to assign the first cursed spirit elimination mission to these 2 new students. Since that was the case, he would also have the opportunity to earn some points. He had only gained 80 points from yesterday's mission, and he was still a bit short of the 10 pull that would guarantee him an ability. There were no sudden crises recently, and for Ryuiki, who had a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, he didn't plan to rely on luck with single pulls for now. The group laughed and joked as they followed Gojo to a dilapidated building exuding an eerie aura. There's a curse here. You liar. You're just bullying us out-of-towners. Itadori and Nobara were filled with righteous indignation. Gojo didn't feel guilty at all. I want to see your strength, so consider this a practical assessment. Nobara, Yuji, you 2 go and eliminate the curse inside the building. Itadori was stunned. Sensei, I don't know how to use cursed energy, so I can't touch the cursed spirit, right? The response to Itadori was a kitchen knife handed over by Gojo Satoru. Here, the cursed tool slaughter demon. With a weapon containing cursed energy, you can exorcise cursed spirits. Oh, and one more thing, don't let Sukuna out. Watching Itadori and Nobara bickering as they walked into the building, Ryuiki looked at Gojo. Sensei, do I not need to go? Gojo smiled. I already have a rough idea of your strength from yesterday, but if you want to go up and warm up, that's fine too. Speaking of which, Gojo looked at Fushiguro Megumi on the side. Megumi, you need to step it up. Maybe in a while, Ryuiki and the others will surpass you. Fushiguro lowered his eyes. The strength of one's companions should be considered a good thing. Ryuiki looked at the dilapidated building, his thoughts flying. Fushiguro's rating was grade 2 sorcerer, and Nobara was grade 3. Moreover, their cursed techniques were definitely considered excellent. Although Itadori didn't have a cursed technique and couldn't use cursed energy for now, with his physique and talent, after learning in a few practices, his strength would soon surpass Fushiguro's. But unfortunately, there wasn't much time left for them to grow. Itadori was fine, but Fushiguro and Nobara clearly lacked a strong will to fight. If left unchecked, they would definitely not be able to reach the level of a grade 1 sorcerer before the Shibuya incident arrived. Nobara's curse technique was crucial, and Fushiguro was a better vessel for the Sukuna inside Itadori. Therefore, while he grew himself, he also had to drive the growth of the 3 of them. I'll go in and take a look too. Ryuiki got up and walked toward the dilapidated building. Gojo Satoru sighed. What a motivated young man. Fushiguro turned his head. Do you need me to go too? Gojo smiled. You've just recovered from a major illness, so don't push yourself. He looked at the dilapidated building exuding an eerie aura, lost in thought. Although Fushiguro Megumi came from a family of Jujutsu sorcerers and had inherited the quite excellent 10 Shadows technique, and had been personally taught by Gojo for many years. At present, he was only a mediocre grade 2 sorcerer. After his stepsister Sumiki Fushiguro fell into a coma, he lost the motivation to continue moving forward. Fushiguro was a child who was extremely starved for love. Without his sister, he began to subconsciously close himself off. The curse of Yasuhachi Bridge. Gojo looked up at the sky. Maybe I should entrust someone to investigate it sometime. Inside the dilapidated building, Ryuiki walked up the stairs. Because this mission was relatively simple and he was only acting as a supporting role, Ryuiki didn't bring Shigerakiri. He now had the experience to easily deal with ordinary grade 3 cursed spirit cannon fodder. Walking to the corner of the stairs, Ryueki suddenly stopped. Come out, I see you. On the ceiling behind him, a basketball-sized, bat-like cursed spirit let out a screech and lunged at him. Ryueki didn't even look back, pressing his hand behind him. Whoosh! The cursed technique, flame, was activated, and blazing flames engulfed the bat-like cursed spirit. Squeak! The bat-like cursed spirit let out a shrill scream before falling to the ground, turning into ashes and dissipating. Eliminated grade 3 cursed spirit, points plus 10. Only 10 points again. Ryueki sighed. Although they are cursed spirits, they still maintain a biological form. Outside the abandoned building, Gojo said casually to Fushiguro. Yuji and Ryueki are not like you, they were both ordinary high school students before, yet they can still kill cursed spirits without hesitation. This ability to adapt to disgust and fear is also a quality that Jujutsu sorcerers need to possess. Yuji's attitude towards cursed spirits stems partly from his thick-headedness. If he encounters a cursed spirit in human form in the future, or a hostage taken by a cursed spirit, I fear his resolve will be tested. But in this regard, Ryueki is completely different. When facing filthy environments or cursed spirits with their own thoughts and feelings, he also does not hesitate at all and directly exorcises them. His maturity, or perhaps his twistedness, is even far beyond that of most adult Jujutsu sorcerers. But that is not important, because today's test is aimed at Nobara. Resonance. Bang! Following the girl's soft cry, the head of the mannequin cursed spirit exploded. Cursed technique. Straw doll technique. A versatile cursed technique that uses nails to burst forth with cursed energy to form a long-range attack. By utilizing body parts or items closely related to the enemy, it can also perform remote control over them. Although its frontal combat capability is slightly inferior, it possesses powerful auxiliary functions. TCH, what is this? Easy peasy. Nobara put away the nail hammer in her hand and was about to turn and leave. Hiss. A faint sound came. Nobara looked up and saw a little boy about 7 or 8 years old hiding behind a cardboard box, peering out with fearful eyes. A kid who snuck in. That's normal enough, after all, this abandoned building is near a busy downtown area. Just as she was about to go over to comfort him, she saw a long, hairy arm emerge from the wall behind the child, grabbing the child's head in its palm. The cursed spirit revealed its complete body. It was a deformed, hairy ball as tall as a person. It wore a human-like, treacherous grin, using the child's body as a shield. He's been taken hostage. Nobara's anger flared, but she dared not act rashly to avoid harming the child. Clang, clatter. Nobara threw the nail hammer in her hand onto the ground and raised her hands. Seeing her surrender, the hairy ball cursed spirit's smile grew even wider. Fire. The next second, a point of compressed flame shot out like an arrow, hitting the hairy ball cursed spirit's shoulder. At the same time, downstairs, Gojo Satoru lifted a corner of his blindfold, looking up at the floor above with some surprise, an initial fusion technique of flames. Quite impressive, this kind of ingenious idea. Bang! A micro-explosion occurred, blowing off a small part of the cursed spirit's arm, and the hostage was freed in the process. Boom! At the same time, the wall behind the cursed spirit was blasted open by a great force, and Itadori appeared, carrying a kitchen knife. He shielded the boy in his arms while slashing horizontally, opening a large gash on the cursed spirit's back. Urgh! Seeing itself surrounded by 3 opponents, the cursed spirit also conceived of retreating. Its body slowly sank into the window on the side, about to escape. Give me the arm, Itadori. Anger appeared on Nobara's face. Making a fool of herself in front of 2 classmates and being toyed with by a low-level cursed spirit made her quite annoyed. The arm. Although Itadori did not understand Nobara's intention, he still threw the cursed spirit's arm, which had been blown off by Ryueki, towards her. Ding! A long nail flew out, piercing through the straw doll Nobara had thrown down and the cursed spirit's arm beneath it. Resonance. SS's. Outside the abandoned building, sharp spikes suddenly erupted from inside the cursed spirit, and it deflated and dissipated like a punctured balloon. Eliminated grade 3 cursed spirit, points plus 10. It's a good thing assists count too. Ryueki breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, to get enough for a 10 pull, I would have to find another one. Itadori looked at Nobara and said with dissatisfaction, that's why I said it, being alone is very dangerous. Nobara retorted, when did you ever say that? Also, what did you eat growing up? Why can you tear down a wall with one hand? He ate Sukuna's finger, probably. Ryueki thought to himself. Itadori Yuji was originally the perfect vessel for Sukuna created by the thousand-year-old monster Kenjaku. His body itself had sealed one Sukuna's finger, and later he swallowed another one, and was fed one by Gojo. A three-fingered Sukuna could already slaughter a grade 1 sorcerer like a dog. There were no steel bars in the wall. Itadori retorted. An ordinary person couldn't do it even without steel bars. Alright, alright. Ryueki walked out and said helplessly. At least the ending is good, you two stop arguing. Anyway, thanks. Accepting Nobara's rather awkward thanks, the three of them went downstairs, and Gojo and Fushiguro sent the child home. Alright, this time it's for real, let's go eat. After a sumptuous dinner, Ryueki returned to the Jujutsu High dormitory, washed up, and lay on the bed. It had been 2 days since joining Jujutsu High, and he had finally gathered enough points for a 10 pull. With a thought, the system panel was brought up again. Points. 100. Ability draw. A guaranteed ability is obtained every 10 draws. Do you want to spend 100 points to perform a 10 pull draw? Yes. Unlike the golden light of the last draw, after this 10 pull, blue and purple lights flashed before Ryueki's eyes. Don't do this, bro. An ominous feeling suddenly rose in Ryueki's heart. Obtained attribute points *5, skill points *3, ability boost card, V-grade ability, Fireball Jutsu. Name, Fireball Jutsu. Rating, C can be enhanced, upper limit B. Effect, primary fire release ninjutsu, concentrates chakra in the throat and exhales it, causing area damage. Still talking about chakra, do I even have chakra? Ryueki's expectation of getting a one-shot hit failed, and he looked at the second purple light besides the ability. Name, ability boost card. Effect, within a short period, enhances one ability to its rating upper limit. Woe tilde tilde. Ryueki was a bit pleasantly surprised, the value of this thing actually exceeded his expectations. It is foreseeable that whether it is the juvenile detention center incident, a few days later, or the troubles and trials that follow, Ryueki will encounter opponents whose strength far exceeds his own. And with this card, even if he doesn't draw better abilities later, he can enhance Lord Flame to the highest A grade in a short time, enough to deal with most crises. Not bad. Ryueki happily collected the card and the ability, and continued to look at the rewards in the blue light. Attribute points can improve your 4 attributes. Skill points can enhance your techniques other than cursed techniques. Techniques other than cursed techniques. After a slight doubt, Ryueki quickly understood. It should be techniques like Black Flash, Barrier Technique, Reverse Curse Technique, and so on. But it can only enhance, it cannot help me learn. In other words, if I am completely ignorant in this aspect, I cannot perform enhancement. But this is actually not a big problem. With Geto Suguru's notes and the guidance of the modern strongest, Gojo Satoru, understanding the general knowledge is still easy. Alright, let's start adding points. Unexpectedly, Ryueki's original basic attributes were all displayed as level 4. But now he found that his cursed energy manipulation precision had reached level 3. Combat is indeed the fastest way to improve strength. Ryueki sighed. Ryueki spent 3 attribute points to raise the remaining 3 attributes to level 3. The remaining 2 attribute points were all placed by Ryueki on total cursed energy. His endurance was still too short. In the world of Jujutsu sorcerers, mana capacity is the hard truth. Although the total cursed energy rating did not successfully reach level 2, Ryueki could clearly feel that the cursed energy surging within his body had more than doubled compared to before. Thus, Ryueki's current panel was. Name, Takiwa Ryueki. Strength rating, level 3. Physical strength, taijutsu, total cursed energy manipulation precision, level 3. Innate cursed technique, flame, C grade, Lord Flame, C grade, Fireball Jutsu, C grade. Points. 0. The sunlight was dappled by the shadows of the trees, and the cicadas were screaming for their lives, the weather was so hot it sapped everyone's strength. So boring, Fushiguro. Itadori sat on the stone steps, chewing on a stalk of foxtail grass. Is life at Jujutsu High always this boring? Fushiguro replied indifferently, Gojo-sensei is away on a business trip, and there haven't been any missions suitable for us lately. Be content. Staying at Jujutsu High is better than running around to graveyards and hospitals to exorcise cursed spirits. Itadori yawned. I'd rather go on missions. There aren't many people at Jujutsu High, and there's nothing to do. You haven't forgotten, have you? We need to collect Sukuna's fingers for me to eat. Special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger. There are 20 in total, the remnants of the strongest from 1,000 years ago, the king of curses, containing his power and his soul. If left unchecked, they will bring disaster. But Sukuna's fingers cannot be destroyed. The only way to completely eradicate Sukuna's power is to have Itadori consume the fingers and then kill him. Under these circumstances, Itadori was sentenced to a suspended death penalty by the Jujutsu higher-ups. And if not for Gojo Satoru's interference, his suspended death sentence would have been carried out immediately. Fushiguro turned his head. Live one day at a time. Besides, collecting all the fingers isn't something that will happen overnight. If you're really that bored, try reading more books like Takiwa. Itadori looked to the side at Ryuiki, who was flipping through Geto Suguru's notes. You know I'm not cut out for studying. Ryuiki smiled. I've never had contact with cursed energy before, so I'm just a bit curious. The teaching at Jujutsu High is very haphazard. Today is already the 4th day since enrollment, yet there are no textbooks, no instructors to guide us, and no practical training off campus. Gojo Satoru has been away on business, reportedly so busy he hasn't had a moment to rest. The second-year students are also out on missions. Within the vast grounds of Jujutsu High, only the few of them remained, along with some administrative and logistics staff. With July approaching, the Juvenile Detention Center incident, with its unknown specific date, could break out at any moment. Before that happens, we need to improve our strength as much as possible. Itadori, Fushiguro. Ryuiki closed the notebook. Let's spar. Me. Itadori was confused. I don't know how to use cursed energy. Ryuiki stood up. No cursed energy, just pure hand-to-hand combat. Jujutsu sorcerers need to be able to fight at close range too, right? Fushiguro nodded. That's right. A guy like Itadori who doesn't have a cursed technique should focus even more on training his martial arts. Speaking of which, what is a cursed technique? Itadori complained. I'm a new student too, okay. There's so much I don't understand. Fushiguro sighed helplessly. That's why I told you to study seriously. Simply put, cursed energy is like electricity. Its uses are narrow, it can only be used for offense and defense. And a cursed technique is like an appliance, it can utilize cursed energy to produce various effects. Like my 10 Shadows technique, which can summon Shikigami. Fushiguro overlapped his hands, and a jet-black divine dog emerged from the shadow beneath him. Everyone's innate talent, that is, their cursed technique and total amount of cursed energy, is fixed and cannot be changed later, unless you consume a cursed object like you did, which allows you to acquire cursed energy. Itadori was greatly disappointed. I was hoping I could use spirit guns, fire style, or Zanpakuto. Fushiguro put his hand to his forehead. With that freakish physical ability, just throwing punches is enough. Don't even think about cursed techniques. Alright then. Itadori was dejected, but he didn't forget to remind Ryuiki. Are you sure you want to fight me? My strength is actually pretty high, you know. Yeah, bring it on. Ryuiki nodded. Having seen with his own eyes how Itadori broke through a wall using nothing but his physical body, Ryuiki naturally dared not be careless. Okay. Itadori loosened up his muscles on the spot, then jumped off the stone steps with Ryuiki and walked toward the playground. Thud. 10 seconds later, Ryuiki was thrown to the ground with a shoulder throw. What just happened? Ryuiki was a bit dazed. Are you okay? Itadori's face leaned in close. I tried to hold back as much as I could. Is this the strongest athlete? Although he had heard of his reputation for a long time, such a quick defeat was still beyond Ryuiki's expectations. In the 3 months since he transmigrated, he hadn't neglected his training, and his physical fitness was considered quite good among ordinary people. Plus the 2 attribute points he had put into physical strength and martial arts. In terms of combat, Ryuiki was already solidly at the level of a grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer. He didn't expect to be insta-killed by Itadori. I'm fine, let's continue. Ryuiki wiped the dust off his face and got back up. You don't mind if I use cursed energy, do you? Yeah. Itadori nodded. I want to see it too, how cursed energy is actually used. Ryuiki calmed his mind. Then I won't hold back. Geto Suguru's notes mentioned that cursed energy originates from negative emotions. To avoid a lack or overflow of cursed energy, Jujutsu sorcerers need to extract power from subtle emotions. A slight surge of negative emotion was transmitted, imagining his body being enveloped by flowing water. Hiss. Faint black and red cursed energy surged across the surface of Ryuiki's body. On the spectator stands nearby, Fushiguro watched Ryuiki on the playground, unconsciously clenching his fingers. Although it was a fairly crude application of cursed energy, for a newcomer who had only been a Jujutsu sorcerer for 3 days, it was already a miraculous feat. Is this what a genius is? The figures of Gojo and Okatsu appeared in Fushiguro's mind. Megumi, believe in yourself. You possess potential no less than mine. One afternoon in his memory, Gojo Satoru had said so. Is that really true? Sensei. Fushiguro was lost in thought. On the field, Ryuiki had his eyes tightly closed. This is cursed energy. This was his first time using cursed energy so intently to augment his body. Not only was there explosive strength coming from his limbs, but his hearing, touch, smell, his various sensory perceptions of the environment had also greatly increased. Although the system panel showed that Ryuiki's physical strength was only grade 3. But Ryuiki's physical fitness was undoubtedly stronger than that of Jujutsu sorcerers like Kugasaki, who relied primarily on cursed techniques. It was evident that there was some discrepancy between the systems and the Jujutsu higher-ups classification of grades. After all, with Ryuiki's current setup, it wouldn't be surprising if he were promoted directly to a grade 2 sorcerer after gaining some experience through missions. Yet in the panel's evaluation, he was solidly grade 3. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistled as Ryuiki threw a punch. Oh, it's really faster than before, Itadori said in surprise. But at the same time, his hands had already grabbed Ryuiki's arm. Thud. Ryuiki was thrown to the ground again, and even with cursed energy protection, his head felt like it was buzzing. What kind of monster strength is that? Ryuiki muttered, standing up once again. Again. As the sun set, Gojo slowly walked along the path. Ah, I've been looking for a long time. So this is where you guys were. Ryuiki, Yuji, what are you guys doing? Gojo looked with a strange expression at Ryuiki, who was lying in the dust, and at Itadori, who was covered in dirt beside him. After 8 rounds of sparring, Ryuiki had 1 win and 7 losses. That 1 win had been a sneak attack while Itadori was distracted. As for his sparring matches with Fushiguro, it was a 40-60th split, with Fushiguro having the slight advantage. But that was normal, after all, Fushiguro was a grade 2 sorcerer, and his martial arts were quite good. They're sparring. Fushiguro said coldly. Since you won't come to teach, we have to teach ourselves. Ha, ha ha. Gojo gave a dry laugh. Can't help it, I've really been quite busy lately. You guys, though, you're really full of energy. Watching Gojo in the distance giving a thumbs up, Itadori awkwardly rubbed his head. Ah, it was Ryuiki's idea. Itadori changed the subject. What about you, sensei? When will you teach us how to use cursed energy? Gojo laughed it off. Soon, once I'm done with this busy period. Oh right, I haven't given you your entrance gifts yet. Don't change the subject. Fushiguro said coldly. Gojo looked completely sincere and bowed 90 degrees. I'm really sorry. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Click. The camera flashed, freezing the figures of the 4 of them under the tree shadows in the setting sun. From left to right, Fushiguro was still keeping a straight face, though the corners of his mouth were slightly curled. Itadori was grinning carelessly, while Ryuiki had one arm draped over Itadori's right shoulder and was giving a thumbs up with the other. On the far right, Kugasaki glanced sideways at the 3 boys, her eyes filled with disdain. Gojo Satoru held the camera, feeling momentarily dazed. 13 years ago, the group photo from his, Shoko's, and Geto's enrollment at Jujutsu High surfaced in his mind. But ever since the Star Plasma Vessel incident, his best friend Geto Suguru had defected, and his junior, Yuhaibara, had died. Since then, he had almost single-handedly dealt with more than half of the high-risk incidents in the Jujutsu world. Gojo Satoru had become the lonely strongest. Teacher. Let's take a group photo. Ryuiki waved from across the way. One cannot deprive young people of their youth. Somehow, these words surfaced in Gojo Satoru's mind. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. Coming. Gojo Satoru set the camera to self-timer mode, then voluntarily deactivated his limitless, leaping into the arms of the 4 like a high jumper. The group scrambled to catch him, looking just like 4 fishermen who had reeled in a 2-meter-long fish. Teacher, you're so heavy. Seriously, don't just pounce on us without warning. Forget about that, get ready, we're about to take the picture. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Ah. After that, Gojo-sensei disappeared again. Itadori boredly picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it at the highest leaf on the tree. He is the strongest in the Jujutsu world, after all. Since Okatsu Senpai went on his business trip, he's been handling most of the dangerous incidents by himself. Fushiguro stared blankly at the tree shadows, for once saying something nice about Gojo Satoru. Beside him, Ryueki glanced at his phone. July 1st. Gojo Satoru was traveling frequently. Next, it would likely be an official order from Jujutsu High, sending the 4 first years to handle a special grade cursed spirit incident. The Juvenile Detention Center Incident. An incident orchestrated jointly by the Jujutsu higher-ups and Kenjaku, who was lurking in the shadows. The higher-ups' goal, naturally, was to eliminate Itadori Yuji, the Sukuna vessel who could explode at any moment. Thinking of this, Ryueki sneered inwardly. These Jujutsu higher-ups were just as brainless as the politicians in the country's public world. Their lives depended entirely on the will of Gojo Satoru alone. If he killed the students Gojo Satoru was determined to protect, it was possible that Gojo would fly into a rage and wash Jujutsu High in blood. And as for the mysterious stitched man, Kenjaku. At this moment, he was obsessed with letting Sukuna fully break free and reappear in the world. The death of Itadori Yuji or his companions could very well become the bargaining chip for Sukuna to seize control of the body. Kenjaku had planted a Sukuna's finger, thereby birthing a special grade cursed spirit. Although it lacked a cursed technique and intelligence, it was still capable of rivaling a grade 1 sorcerer and could not be underestimated. Even with Lord Flame, which could boost him to A rank for a short time, Ryueki wasn't confident he could easily take down this formidable enemy. He still needed to acquire more points. Beep. Just as Ryueki was lost in thought, Fushiguro's phone vibrated. Gojo-sensei says to go to the classroom. Fushiguro's tone was shocked. Classroom? Where is that? Itadori asked, confused. They had been at Jujutsu High for nearly a week, and they didn't even know where the classroom was. Ryueki was left speechless. That's not the point, is it? Ryueki replied. Are we actually going to start class? Let's head out now. Fushiguro said, sending a text to notify Kugasaki, and the group headed to the classroom together. Mr. Eijichi, why is it you? As they pushed open the classroom door, what they saw was the honest and dependable assistant supervisor, Eijichi Kiyotaka. Ahem, Gojo-sensei is still busy outside. He entrusted me to give you some basic knowledge and teach you barrier technique. Eijichi said, feeling guilty. Fine. Fushiguro's eye twitched. When that guy gets back, I'm definitely going to give him a piece of my mind. The 4 sat below, listening to Eijichi's lecture like real students. First, Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits are both divided into 5 grades. From grade 4 to grade 1, and the highest, special grade. Taking Jujutsu sorcerers as an example, grade 4 sorcerers are generally newcomers who are in a learning state and lack much practical combat experience. Grade 3 sorcerers are usually students who have undergone some training, but still need to be accompanied by higher level sorcerers to complete missions. Grade 2 sorcerers have begun to move beyond the student category and can be considered real warriors. They can handle most incidents caused by curses on their own and are the backbone of the Jujutsu world, the grade where most adult Jujutsu sorcerers are. Itadori looked at Fushiguro. Fushiguro, you're actually that amazing. Ryueki thought to himself. Yeah, it would be even better if you hadn't lost to that grade 2 cursed spirit that night. Eijichi continued. Grade 1 sorcerers are the pillars of the Jujutsu world, basically representing the highest level that can be reached through normal channels. Finally, special grade. Their power is extremely immense, immeasurable by conventional wisdom, or they possess cursed techniques with extreme destructive power and growth potential. There are only 4 recognized special grade sorcerers in modern times. Itadori raised his hand. Who are they? Fushiguro crossed his arms. Gojo-sensei, the second-year Okatsu Senpai, Yuki Tsukumo who operates outside of Jujutsu High, and the curse user Geto Suguru who once defected from Jujutsu High. Okatsu Senpai. Kugasaki said in surprise. There's a special grade in the second year. Yes. Fushiguro nodded. His total amount of cursed energy is quite terrifying. He's a genuine genius and the only senior I respect from the bottom of my heart. Itadori exclaimed. I really want to meet him soon. Ryueki thought to himself. Sigh, if Okatsu were stationed at the main branch of Jujutsu High, Petty Kenjaku and the 4 disasters would never have been able to successfully launch the Shibuya incident. But at this time, Okatsu is probably still going door to door in Africa looking for black rope. Eijichi continued. Next, is cursed spirits. The grading of cursed spirits is based on their strength and destructive power. Grade 4, basically no threat. Grade 3 has some danger, ordinary Jujutsu sorcerers can deal with them. Grade 2 usually begins to develop some intelligence, requires experienced Jujutsu sorcerers to exorcise. Grade 1, extremely destructive, possesses combat power equivalent to a tank. Special grade, can survive intense missile bombardment. Generally speaking, sorcerers of the same grade are stronger than cursed spirits, but Jujutsu High has limited manpower, so many times sorcerers have to execute missions that exceed their capabilities. The group already knew this information to some extent. After Ijichi gave a brief explanation, he began to teach them how to use barrier technique. In order to reduce the impact of exorcising cursed spirits and eliminating curses on the general public, we use the barrier technique, veil, when executing missions. Ijichi introduced in detail. Veil can effectively isolate the line of sight and reduce the presence within. It is the most basic barrier technique. Following Ijichi's instructions, Ryueki calmed his heart. Born of darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify the impurities, exorcise them all. He opened his eyes, nothing happened. Fushiguro and Kugasaki had clearly received relevant education, only Ryueki and Itadori needed to learn. There's not enough time, Ryueki thought, and the system panel opened. Entering ability points, in the blank space below the attribute panel, a skill enhancement field appeared. Below it was only one entry. Barrier technique, not yet initiated. As I thought, this is the purpose of skill points. Takiwa understood. He still had 3 skill points remaining from his last 10 pull. After understanding the mechanics related to the barrier technique, the corresponding skill naturally appeared on his panel. It was evident that as long as he had enough skill points, mastering the ultimate Jujutsu, domain expansion, was not far off. He invested 1 skill point. The panel blurred for an instant before becoming clear again. Barrier technique, novice. Just like attribute upgrades, it starts easy and gets harder, Takiwa realized. Moreover, the principle of adding points seems to be based on deducing from the knowledge I already possess. The knowledge obtained from Geto Suguru's notes merged with the essentials of the barrier technique that Ijichi had just mentioned, giving rise to an indescribably profound feeling within Takiwa. After pretending to practice for a dozen minutes, Takiwa recited the incantation again. Born from darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify the lingering filth. Whoosh. Outside the classroom, it grew dim as a blue-black veil descended, shrouding a 20-meter radius. Mastered the barrier technique within half an hour. Fushiguro was shocked inwardly. No wonder Gojo-sensei rates him so highly. Takiwa Ryueki. Could he become the next senior Okatsu? Although Fushiguro was also evaluated by Gojo as having talent comparable to his own, Fushiguro never believed that himself. He was helpless against his sister's slumber and had caused the newly met Itadori to eat the finger and be sentenced to death. His heart was always haunted by confusion. This confusion only deepened after meeting a genius like Takiwa. Ijichi, standing nearby, was also somewhat surprised, but having witnessed Takiwa's battle record earlier, he could accept it. Itadori exclaimed straightforwardly, "Oh, Takiwa, you learned that so fast." Takiwa smiled. "Calm your mind, feel it carefully, and you can do it too." Subsequently, with the help and guidance of the others, Itadori successfully lowered his first veil before evening. Takiwa marveled inwardly. As expected of someone with talent comparable to Gojo Satoru, the person who speedrun the Jujutsu world in 6 months. He can master the barrier technique directly without even being proficient in using cursed energy. Seeing that there was nothing left to teach, Ijichi dismissed the class, and they returned to the dormitory. Lying on his bed, Takiwa found Nanami Kento's contact information again. With a great enemy approaching, he had to take the initiative and earn points. "Mr. Nanami, are there any grade 2 exorcism missions recently? I would like to apply to join." Before long, Nanami replied. "There are traces of a large number of grade 2 and grade 1 cursed spirits. The mission is quite dangerous. If you join, I cannot guarantee your safety." Grade 2 and grade 1. Takiwa weighed it in his mind. After a round of power upgrades, he estimated that he was now at the level of a quasi-grade 2 sorcerer. Moreover, he could immediately add points after the battle, becoming stronger with each fight. Plus, with Nanami Kento's Tsunere nature, ensuring safety definitely wouldn't be a problem. "I'll take it." Nanami quickly sent the time and location for the rendezvous. Takiwa put down his phone and closed his eyes. If I can survive this crisis, then from July to the end of October, I have at least 2 more months to develop. I must earn more points as soon as possible and reach the level of a grade 1 sorcerer. The next day, Fukuoka Prefecture. Carrying his Shigerakiri, Takiwa arrived at the place he had agreed upon with Nanami. He had gone to quite a bit of trouble to check in this sharpened blade. After being stopped by security at the station and failing to explain, Takiwa decisively called Nanami. The call went through, and finally, a senior official from the transportation department called the station. Fortunately, this was not some great Eastern power, otherwise, the security guard who stopped Takiwa might have started, the pear blossoms falling before your window. Amidst the ghost-seeing gazes of the security staff, the Shigerakiri was successfully checked through to the final station. Seen this way, the Jujutsu higher-ups aren't entirely useless. If I ever really want to go on a killing spree in the future, I can choose to spare a few that I find pleasing, depending on the situation. Student Takiwa. Nanami nodded slightly and took Takiwa into the black Jujutsu High sedan. I learned of your battle record from Gojo Satoru. You exorcised a grade 2 cursed spirit right after enrollment, that's quite impressive. However, he changed the subject, the difficulty of this mission may be far above grade 2. The destination of this mission is Inanaki village in Fukuoka Prefecture. It is said that the area has a long history of urban legends, and coupled with its lagging economic development, a large amount of negative emotion has accumulated, gradually giving rise to a large number of cursed spirits. Hearing this, Takiwa asked in confusion. But if the cursed spirits were generated gradually, then Jujutsu High should have been prepared long ago, right? Nanami nodded. That is exactly what is abnormal about this mission. Data shows that a few weeks ago, Inanaki village was completely normal, with no traces of grade 2 or higher cursed spirits. But recently, there have been a large number of missing person cases involving villagers and tourists, as well as eyewitness reports of cursed spirits. According to the assistant supervisor's assessment, the danger level of the incident is at least grade 1. Our duty is to explore as much as possible, eliminate the most active and dangerous cursed spirits, and wait for Gojo Satoru to return to wrap things up. As expected, it still has to be left to Gojo Satoru. Indeed, a gathering of cursed spirits above grade 2 is not something that 1 or 2 grade 1 sorcerers can easily solve. And of the remaining 3 special grade sorcerers at Jujutsu High, 1 does not participate in missions, and 1 is still in Africa. Only Gojo Satoru can clean up this mess. Nanami gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed straight ahead. If we encounter extreme situations, I cannot guarantee your safety. Therefore, I hope you can gauge the situation well and retreat in time when you can no longer hold on. Takiwa smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Nanami, I am not the type of person who would voluntarily jump into a pit of fire. Nanami was silent. That year, before his classmate Yuhaibara went on a mission, he seemed to have said such optimistic words as well. But in the blink of an eye, Haibara became a cold corpse covered by a white sheet. Jujutsu sorcerers are shit. I hope so. Nanami's voice was hoarse. The black sedan sped across the rugged mountain road, descending toward the small village in the distance like a small insect caught in a spider's web. The sky was overcast, with thick clouds obscuring the daylight, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Tap. A pale foot stepped onto the muddy ground. The owner of the foot had a handsome face, grayish-white hair, and his entire body was covered in stitched scars. The leader of the 4 disasters, Mahito. He glanced at the black sedan in the distance, turned his head, and said in a relaxed tone. Geto, people from Jujutsu High have arrived. What should we do? Behind Mahito, the person called Geto slowly appeared. He was draped in a gojo robe, had squinting eyes, and wore a hairpin in the back of his head. It was none other than the Jujutsu High traitor, Geto Suguru, who had launched the Night Parade of 100 Demons a year ago and was killed by Gojo Satoru's own hands. However, there was now a line of stitches on the top of his head that hadn't been there before. Don't worry, Mahito. Geto Suguru chuckled. The cursed spirits outside were meant as a gift for Jujutsu High. As long as that thing can mature, all of our efforts will not have been in vain. Student Takiwa, we are about to enter Inanaki village. Please prepare yourself for vigilance immediately. Nanami adjusted the special glasses on his face, his voice low. From here on, attacks from cursed spirits could come at any moment. Ryuiki nodded. Understood. My cursed technique is fire. I use a long sword, so I can engage in melee combat or provide support from a distance. Nanami nodded. About 15 minutes later, the sparse trees and steep mountain roads gradually disappeared. The two arrived at the edge of Inanaki village. Nanami pulled the handbrake. We will first go to rendezvous with the intelligence personnel in the village. If we encounter any cursed spirits that attack us on the way, we will exorcise them. Understood. From the side of the car, Nanami took out a blunt blade wrapped in spotted talisman cloth. Cursed tool, thallium. It seemed to be a cursed tool with no special effects, but when combined with Nanami's cursed technique, it could deal considerable damage. Let's go. The two got out of the car and moved forward along the dirt road in the village. Isn't it too quiet here? Ryueki looked around. Compared to an ordinary village, the surroundings seemed overly desolate. Looking into the distance, there were hardly any pedestrians to be seen. Nanami adjusted his glasses. In places where cursed spirits gather, ordinary people will subconsciously feel uncomfortable. Recently, many young adults have left Inanaki village, leaving behind some elderly people with limited mobility. There is one more thing. According to the intelligence personnel's investigation, there seems to be an anomaly here capable of affecting human thought. Ryueki frowned. Affecting thought. Although they are born from negative emotions and cannot be seen by ordinary people, the essence of cursed spirits is actually more akin to living monsters. If they possess the trait of affecting thought, it is somewhat similar to the ghosts and spirits in traditional horror films. Nanami's expression was grave. It hasn't been confirmed yet, this is also a part of our investigation. The two walked for 10 minutes, but instead of entering the village, they arrived in front of a graveyard. A graveyard, huh? Ryueki examined the tombs and memorial tablets before him. I heard that environments like graveyards are more prone to birthing cursed spirits. Nanami corrected him. It is people's fear of graveyards that makes it easier for cursed spirits to be generated here. Most of the anomalies in Inanaki village are triggered by urban legends and ghost stories. If there are any cursed spirits in this graveyard, they probably won't be very strong. Click, click, click. No sooner had Nanami finished speaking than scattered bones on the graveyard rose into the air, piecing themselves together into humanoid shapes. Green flames emerged from their hollow eye sockets. A Taoist with 15 dogs can walk sideways across the whole server. Ryueki complained inwardly. Grade 3 cursed spirits, skeleton demons. Nanami shook the blunt blade in his hand. Let's finish this quickly. The blunt blade swiped across, and a lunging humanoid skeleton was split in two. Oh no, my points. Ryueki drew Shigurakiri, and Lord Flame energy coated the blade. At the same time, cursed energy began to gather in his throat. Fireball Jutsu. Boom. A fireball the size of a fist flew out, engulfing one of the skeleton cursed spirits. At the same time, Shigurakiri, imbued with high-temperature energy, sliced another one in two. It's so small. While Ryueki was still complaining about the effect of the fireball jutsu, the cursed spirit he had just sliced apart actually used its hands to hold its waist, piecing its severed body back together. Only then did Ryueki realize that his points were still at 0. Fire and slashes didn't have much effect on these bones. Wow, what a pain in the ass. From a distance, Nanami reminded him, use cursed energy. Hearing this, Ryueki immediately coated his long sword with cursed energy. Swish, swish. With one slash to the waist and one to the head, the skeleton demon before him finally scattered on the ground, making no more sound. After delivering one more blow to the skeleton demon that was still struggling against the residual flames of the fireball jutsu, the notification that the points had been credited finally sounded. Eliminated grade 3 cursed spirit, points plus 5. Eliminated grade 3 cursed spirit, points plus 5. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Following Nanami to eliminate the remaining skeleton demons, the points in Ryueki's account rose to 25. Let's continue moving forward. Seeing Ryueki's relaxed expression, Nanami continued to step forward. I'll contact the assistant supervisor first. Nanami took out his phone and dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. No answer. Ryueki asked. Nanami put down his phone, his expression somewhat grave. It might be the influence of a barrier technique, or perhaps. Nanami didn't continue, but both he and Ryueki knew what the other possibility was. Under the influence of large-scale cursed spirit incidents, the lives of ordinary people are as worthless as grass. One of Geto Suguru's cursed spirits from when he was alive, Rainbow Dragon, could easily wipe out most of the population of a village in a short time if there were no Jujutsu sorcerers to stop it. And cursed spirits of this level can be said to be everywhere in Japan. It is easy to imagine the daily workload intensity for high-level Jujutsu sorcerers like Gojo Satoru and Nanami. By contrast, one can better imagine the incompetence of the Jujutsu higher-ups and the big three families. Hey, there are still too many parasites. As the two walked, they ran into a man dressed like a villager carrying an axe. Ha, ha ha. Seeing the two, the man revealed a bizarre smile. Nanami asked tentatively, hello. The man approached with a stumbling gait. Smile. You. The man suddenly accelerated, his axe swinging directly down at Nanami. Why won't you smile? Clang. The blunt blade parried the axe. Nanami, with a trace of cursed energy coating his hand, delivered a chop to the back of the man's neck. Thud. The man collapsed to the ground. It's a human. Nanami lifted the man's eyelid and checked his pulse and heartbeat. Ryueki continued. This should be the anomaly that the intelligence personnel mentioned, the one that can affect thought. Nanami nodded. It is very likely. This man told us to smile, and at the same time, he possessed strong aggression. Is it similar to a zombie? But it doesn't seem to be infectious. Let's continue moving forward. The two walked past a cluster of moss-covered wooden Japanese-style buildings and soon arrived at the center of Inanaki village. Ryueki was suspicious and uncertain. What's going on? Why isn't there a single person here? Although Inanaki village is just a small village, it still has a population of nearly 1,000. Yet along the way, the two had not met any living people other than the man with the axe. Occasionally, prying eyes would peek out from the houses, but when the two went closer to look, there was nothing inside. The residual cursed energy here is also quite complex. Nanami frowned tightly. Cursed spirits, curse users, added up, there are at least dozens of types. Student Takiwa, the danger has very likely escalated. Do you still wish to continue accompanying me? These words from Nanami already carried the implication of asking him to leave. If they were to go deeper, Nanami had no confidence in protecting Ryueki's safety. Seeing the situation escalate, Ryueki also felt some regret in his heart. If I had known, I would have called Fushiguro Megumi over to help. With his 10 shadows technique for reconnaissance and protection, I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to resolve this incident. Ryueki calmed himself down and still decided to stay. Let's continue the investigation. We still haven't managed to see the assistant supervisor yet. Although Nanami didn't know where Ryueki's confidence came from, since the latter had Gojo Satoru's endorsement, he could only reluctantly agree. He pointed toward the tunnel on the other side of the village. Data shows that this Inanaki tunnel is the place where cursed energy in Inanaki village overflows the most. Several types of urban legend cursed spirits are entrenched within it. The assistant supervisor's disappearance and the source of the anomalies must all be related to it. Drip. Drip. Nanami and Ryueki walked through the abandoned tunnel. Even with the beam of the flashlight illuminating the way, the path ahead remained enveloped in darkness. The atmosphere had changed again. Ryueki's thoughts were racing. When he had just entered Inanaki village, he had experienced the same feeling as when he entered the hospital a few days ago. Cold, unsettling. It felt like being touched on the back of the neck by cold hands. And after entering the tunnel, this sensation became even more intense. The situation in Inanaki town was also clearly abnormal. The disappearance of nearly 1,000 people would surely have caused a huge sensation in the outside world. This situation felt like a domain, or perhaps a barrier technique. Kenjaku. As if struck by a flash of inspiration, Ryueki caught a glimpse of the truth. A domain capable of overlaying reality, and with such a vast range. At this point in time, only 2 people had the mastery of barrier technique to achieve this. The immortal Tengen, and Kenjaku, who constantly swapped bodies. Although Tengen was not a good teammate and had his own secret agenda, he surely wouldn't do something like this behind the back of Tokyo Jujutsu High. But Kenjaku was different. With his nature of wanting to throw the world into chaos, if it weren't for Gojo Satoru holding things down at Tokyo Jujutsu High, he probably would have turned the whole world into a mess long ago. What kind of conspiracy was Kenjaku brewing? That didn't seem right. By this time, the focus of his plans should have been on sealing Gojo Satoru, and releasing Ryomen Sukuna. What was the point of gathering cursed spirits in this remote place? Watch out, student Takiwa. At this moment, Nanami extended his right hand, which held his blade, blocking Ryueki behind him. A cursed spirit is approaching. The roar of engines, mixed with the cheers of young men, came from afar and drew closer. Woo! Sprint! 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 At the other end of the tunnel, a row of avant-garde biker gang members came speeding along on motorcycles. If not for the fluctuations of cursed energy radiating from them, and the fact that they were all headless like Louis XVI, Ryueki might have truly thought they were just ordinary bikers. Well, at least I don't have to worry about getting fined for not wearing a helmet, Ryueki thought to himself. Move to the side first. Nanami pulled Ryueki against the side of the tunnel. From now on, we will try to only counterattack and not actively attack these cursed spirits. Boom. The motorcycles roared past, Although the headless cursed spirits had no intention of charging at the two, they didn't deliberately avoid them either. The biker cursed spirit on the edge casually raised a baseball bat, intending to take a swing at the two on the side of the road. They don't look like cursed spirits, they look more like real bikers. Swish. Ryueki swung his long blade diagonally, slicing the biker and the motorcycle beneath him in two with a single strike. The fragments of the motorcycle and the human body collided with the ground, but only made a dull thud before weakly turning into black sludge and gradually evaporating and disappearing. The other biker cursed spirits behind him sped past, laughing, with no intention of avenging their companion. A strange sensation. Ryueki weighed the shigerakiri in his hand. It was clearly a motorcycle, but cutting it felt like cutting meat. Nanami stepped forward to observe the patch of black sludge that hadn't completely dissipated yet. In other words, the essence of this thing really is a cursed spirit. Is it a variant? Or an experiment by a curse user? Wait. Ryueki stood up straight and looked toward one side of the tunnel, which was also the direction the bikers had come from. It seems, there's light. The two looked over, the light at the end of the tunnel gradually grew larger, and they could vaguely see the scenery outside. Prepare for battle, student Takiwa. Nanami was not foolish enough to believe that the light before them was the exit to the outside world. Boom. The wind whistled, it seemed as if the tunnel was retreating, or perhaps that patch of light was gradually beginning to swallow the space in front of them. In less than 10 seconds, the two were already standing at the end of the tunnel. Looking out through the exit, the scene before them was unmistakably Inanaki village. It was just that the color tone was dull, like an old, yellowed photograph. But outside, there were no villagers, and in their place were cursed spirits. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, furry ones, winged ones, eight-legged ones. Cursed spirits of all shapes and sizes were either moving about or resting in that Inanaki village. This was a paradise for cursed spirits. Student Takiwa. Cold sweat dripped from Nanami's temple. And at this moment, Ryueki already knew what he was going to say. Run. The two turned around and sprinted into the darkness behind them. But they hadn't run more than a few steps before they saw a woman in white, holding a woodcutter's knife, with long hair covering her face, blocking their path. Urban legend, Mikako. The ghost said to chain up crying children and drag them into the swamp. Nanami held his blunt blade, blocking in front of Ryueki. This aura. I estimate it's a grade 1 cursed spirit. Clatter. Mikako stepped forward slowly, the iron chain she was dragging with her left hand scraped against the ground, making an unsettling sound. Where do you want to go? Before the words had even faded, the woman turned into a blur, her woodcutter's knife clashing with Nanami's blunt blade. Clang. Nanami received the blow and slashed upward with his blunt blade. Through his custom-made glasses, constantly shifting markers appeared all over Mikako's body. The situation was critical, but Nanami's voice remained calm. Student Takiwa, my cursed technique can create weak points all over an enemy's body. Arms, chest, head, as long as it's a 7:3 ratio point, it can count as a vital spot. Cursed technique. Ratio technique. Swish. The dull sound of a kitchen knife cutting through bone rang out, and dark purple blood flew through the air along with most of Mikako's left arm. Ah! Mikako cried out in pain, letting out a sharp screech. Revealing the effects of one's cursed technique to the enemy is a type of binding vow. Nanami flicked the black blood off his blunt blade and said calmly. It can enhance the power of the cursed technique, while simultaneously making high-intelligence cursed spirits like this subconsciously guard against my weak point strikes. What if they actually defend against it? Ryueki asked from a distance, lifting his blade. Nanami patiently explained. Whether it's limbs, buildings, or weapons, I can create weak points on them. Just like this. He slashed horizontally with his blunt blade, hitting the 7:3 ratio point of the woodcutter's knife in Mikako's hand. Clang. The woodcutter's knife snapped in response, but the fragments did not slowly evaporate and disappear. Clearly, this was a cursed tool. Behind this incident, there must be a curse user at work. Although they didn't say it out loud, both of them had a vague suspicion in their hearts. Nanami continued indifferently. If I hit a weak point, even against an enemy stronger than me, I can inflict significant damage. Mikako raised her head, revealing a pale face full of malice. Die. Her left arm was still slowly regenerating, she used her remaining right arm to grip the iron chain behind her and whipped it wildly toward Nanami. First the inverted spear of heaven, now the chain of 1,000 miles. Big sister, are you Fushiguro Toji? This internal snark flashed through his mind, but Ryueki knew the danger of this move. he drew his Shigerakiri and slashed at the chain. Cling clang. Facing the blunt blade and Shigerakiri coated in cursed energy, the iron chain was not actually severed. Working together, the two only managed to block most of the incoming chain. Swish. A strand of the chain, like a venomous snake, grazed Nanami's shoulder. Although it only caused a negligible wound, a chill spread, and the flesh at the wound turned dark purple in a very short time. Ultra low temperature. This is a cursed technique. Nanami's expression was grave. I was still too careless. Looking at the wound on Nanami's shoulder that had already begun to freeze, Mikako's mouth split open. Pray, die. Swish. She swung her left hand up violently, and the iron chain flew in at an extremely tricky angle, attacking the wounded part of Nanami's shoulder. As long as it inflicts damage, it can create a tracking effect. Takiwa understood in an instant. He lunged forward and parried the blow. At the same time, Nanami gathered cursed energy and smashed his dull blade toward the ceiling of the tunnel. Ratio technique. Collapse. By injecting rushing cursed energy into the destroyed object, he created a larger range of destruction and damage. Boom. The tunnel ceiling suddenly collapsed, and concrete and rocks imbued with cursed energy fell, burying Mikako underneath. Takiwa's palms moved swiftly, and with a string of hand seals, snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, a full-powered fireball jutsu erupted. At the same time, Lord Flame used high heat to compress the air in front of him. The fireball was compressed to the extreme, now the size of a walnut. It shot toward the ruins with extreme momentum and power. Boom. The two did not turn back to look at the explosion, but tacitly turned and ran. Jointly eliminated Grade 1 Cursed Spirit, points plus 80. As expected, the points have decreased. But this is normal, most of the damage was dealt by Nanami, and I can only count as having stolen the kill. It's fine, at least I've gathered enough for another 10 pull. The harvest is plentiful. Thinking of this, Takiwa stepped forward and asked with concern, Nanami-san, are you alright? All this harvest was thanks to this salaryman who says one thing and means another. Nanami nodded. Minor injury. Mikako has been exorcised, so the curse attached here will naturally dissipate. However, student Takiwa. Nanami's expression turned serious. When I was holding back the cursed spirit, you should have used your cursed technique to inflict damage on it, instead of helping me defend against attacks. Takiwa smiled. But the result is acceptable, isn't it? Nanami sighed helplessly. I am a grade 1 sorcerer and an adult, I have an obligation to prioritize your safety. To Nanami's surprise, Takiwa spoke again. No, that's not the case. Jujutsu sorcerers don't need that kind of coddling. Only through constant trials can a Jujutsu sorcerer truly grow. I will keep getting stronger, until I become the strongest after Gojo-sensei. Nanami was speechless. When he first met Takiwa, he was just an ordinary high school student who had inexplicably awakened a cursed technique. Later, he heard the news from Gojo and learned that the newly enrolled Takiwa had already successfully exorcised a grade 2 cursed spirit. Now, he was actually able to eliminate a grade 1 cursed spirit with his own cooperation. Judging from the observation just now, his cursed technique is definitely not just simple flame manipulation. Moreover, it seems to be able to grow. This point, I'm afraid that Guy Gojo Satoru has known for a long time. If information about this cursed technique were leaked to the Jujutsu higher-ups, it would surely cause panic among those old fogies again. It's too dangerous, this kind of cursed technique. It's heresy. He will destroy the order governed by Jujutsu High and the big three families. Just thinking about such rhetoric is enough to know what it would be like. However, as for growable cursed technique, or whatever, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. It's better to just pretend I don't know. Nanami's mouth curled up. I will report your situation truthfully to Gojo-sensei, especially the parts where you disobeyed orders. Takiwa's confident expression instantly collapsed. Snitching is too despicable. Watching Takiwa running in front, Nanami had a lot on his mind. Surpass Gojo Satoru, huh? Nanami is the person who most deeply understands Gojo Satoru's strength and status. But when he saw the disdainful look in Takiwa's eyes just now, his heart actually wavered slightly. It seems, it might not be impossible. Let's return to the city first and report the situation here to the higher-ups. Calming his mood, Nanami said in a deep voice. Although I really want to rescue the assistant supervisor as soon as possible, the situation here is too complex. Let's deliberate on it tomorrow. Takiwa nodded. While the two were talking, a point of light gradually lit up in the distance of the tunnel. Subsequently, the scene of Inanaki village slowly appeared. It was not the deserted Inanaki village from before, nor was it the Inanaki village filled with cursed spirits at the end of the tunnel. Instead, it was Inanaki village with villagers in twos and threes on the road, not very lively, but not desolate either. What's going on? The two were dumbfounded. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Nanami's phone seemed to have gone crazy, constantly receiving text message notifications. So, it was actually Is who lost contact. In the distance, the patch-faced disaster-cursed spirit Mahito sat on the cliff, saying boredly. Hey, Geto, are we really going to let them go back? Geto Suguru smiled slightly and turned to walk away. Nanami Kento is a grade 1 sorcerer, and also Gojo Satoru's junior. That freshman is also Gojo Satoru's student. If we kill them, it will certainly make Gojo angry, but it will also make him more vigilant. For the sake of the plan, it's best if we do nothing. Fine, fine, fine tilde tilde. Mahito stared at the two, Takiwa and Nanami, who were walking away. What a pity. Mahito sighed, revealing a regretful smile. I really wanted to play with them, the new toys. Takiwa woke up in the hotel. Yesterday, the two met up with the assistant supervisor, Mr. Fujita, who had stayed in the village. Having seen the overwhelming number of cursed spirits on the other side of the tunnel, the three did not dare to delay for a moment and drove away from Inanaki village. Mr. Fujita, who had no combat ability, also returned to Jujutsu High under Nanami's orders. Next, it was waiting for instructions from Jujutsu High. Jujutsu High called back, telling us to go to Inanaki village again to clear out any cursed spirits that might have leaked out. Nanami hung up the phone, his face looking ugly. Such a scale of cursed spirit tide is no longer a category that a grade 1 sorcerer can solve. And among the 3 special grade sorcerers of Jujutsu High, the only one in the country who can work is Gojo Satoru, it's understandable that they didn't send him. But not even sending a single grade 1 sorcerer as reinforcement is too unreasonable. Nanami pinched the bridge of his nose. As expected. Work is shit. Being a Jujutsu sorcerer is shit. Nanami-san, what do we do now? Takiwa said, taking out his phone and tapping on the contact named Gojo Satoru, humming in his heart. Come back, Gojo-sensei, my proudest belief, I forgot the rest, anyway, just beat back all the cursed spirits. Nanami saw it but didn't stop him. Let's go to Inanaki village again to take a look. If there really are leaked cursed spirits, we will solve them as much as possible. Of course, Nanami added. But it must be based on our own safety. After Takiwa sent the message, he said seriously, Nanami-san, there is a barrier technique in Inanaki village, right? Yes. Nanami nodded. With all the anomalies, it was impossible for a seasoned grade 1 sorcerer like him not to understand. Takiwa tapped the table with his knuckles. I think this barrier technique might be divided into 3 layers. The first layer contains all non-sorcerers. The second layer contains Jujutsu sorcerers and a small number of cursed spirits that leaked from the third layer. The third layer is the cursed spirit paradise we saw earlier. Moreover, for Jujutsu sorcerers, as soon as they step into the range of the barrier technique, they will be transported to the second layer. Only by fulfilling a certain condition can they return to the first layer and the real world. Nanami nodded. A very rigorous deduction. Such superb application of barrier technique, coupled with the huge number of cursed spirits. It can be seen that the scale of this incident may far exceed our imagination. What exactly does the mastermind behind the scenes want to do? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Jujutsu Kaisen. The Flame Mage who starts with Gacha pulls. Part 2. It seemed they were afraid that Nanami would act independently while away from headquarters, refusing to obey military orders. The Jujutsu higher-ups issued 3 consecutive orders, requiring the 2 of them to contain the spread of the cursed spirit before Gojo Satoru and other grade 1 sorcerers could arrive. But both of them knew very well that Gojo Satoru was currently away on business, so he clearly couldn't come to assist immediately. The higher-ups' intention was to use them as cannon fodder, to block the cursed spirit with their lives. Student Takiwa. Nanami looked at Takiwa Ryuiki again. Takiwa Ryuiki said calmly, please don't say anything more to try and talk me out of this, Mr. Nanami. The risk of the cursed spirit in Inanaki village escaping is a fact. Besides, after entering Jujutsu High, I was already prepared to face situations like this. This decision by Takiwa Ryueki was naturally the result of his careful consideration. If the mastermind was truly Kenjaku, then to avoid alerting the enemy, he would definitely minimize the casualties caused by his actions. And if it wasn't Kenjaku, then that would be easier to handle. Modern Jujutsu is in decline, and grade 1 sorcerers are few and far between. If some blind curse user really came to attack, he also had the ability enhancement card to deal with it. A single shot of A-grade Lord Flame, and even a special grade Cursed Spirit wouldn't fare well. Nanami knew he couldn't talk Takiwa Ryueki out of it, so he didn't waste any more words and drove back towards Inanaki village. Inside the car, Takiwa Ryueki took a deep breath and opened the system panel again. Do you wish to spend 100 points to perform a 10 pull? Yes. Blue and purple lights flashed. Just like last time, it was 8 blues and 2 purples. Hitting the pity system again. Oh well, at least it's not 9 blues and 1 purple. The previous abilities were just pure stats. Can we get some mechanics this time? Perhaps Takiwa Ryueki's provocation worked, or perhaps the heavens had finally opened their eyes. The ability he pulled this time actually had some mechanics. Obtained attribute points *4, skill points *4, ability upgrade card B grade ability, Magician's Red. Name, Magician's Red. Rating, C can be upgraded, cap at B. Effect, a bird-headed, human-bodied, stand, possessing the ability to manipulate high-temperature flames. If you only look at the system description, this ability seems no different from Takiwa Ryueki's cursed technique, Flame, for emitting fire, and it might even be inferior to the fireball jutsu he pulled before. However, that was not the case. A stand, from the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure series, is an entity condensed from the user's spiritual energy, similar to a Shikigami in the Jujutsu world. And Magician's Red is one of the close-range power type stands. It not only has decent melee combat abilities but also has additional abilities like flame ropes, flame manipulation, and life detection. Although its ultimate move, Crossfire Hurricane, overlaps somewhat with the positioning of Takiwa Ryueki's Fireball Jutsu. But with so many versatile minor skills, it was definitely worth more than the cost. But a doubt arose in Takiwa Ryueki's heart. Why was Magician's Red, which could melt steel, only rated B in the system? While Lord Flame, which had similar power, had a cap of A grade. Could it be that the concept behind Lord Flame was higher? Not wanting to overthink it, Takiwa Ryueki continued to look at the second purple light. Name, ability upgrade card B. Effect, permanently upgrades one ability to B grade. Cannot exceed the ability's cap. Finally. At this moment, Takiwa Ryueki's eyes welled up with tears. Having used C-grade abilities for so long, he could finally enjoy some B-grade power. But next, a new problem was placed before him. Among the 3 abilities on him, which one should he upgrade first? First, rule out Fireball Jutsu. Not only is the cap low, but it also lacks any extra mechanics. That left Lord Flame and Magician's Red, which felt like trying to choose between the palm and the back of one's hand. Both were precious. After hesitating for a long time, Takiwa Ryueki still chose to directly upgrade Magician's Red. There was no other reason, with the ability enhancement card in hand, for the juvenile detention center incident a few days later, Takiwa Ryueki would definitely use the A-grade upgraded Lord Flame. And at that time, whether Magician's Red was B-grade or C-grade would be particularly critical. Anyone who has played MOBA games or chess knows. Players who mindlessly rush for the perfect endgame gear right from the start will only fail halfway through. A smooth transition and ensuring early game combat power is the only way to have the last laugh. Used ability card, Magician's Red. Used item, ability upgrade card. Ability, Magician's Red, has been upgraded to B grade. Takiwa Ryueki closed his eyes and opened them again. Countless pieces of information regarding the characteristics and usage of Magician's Red flooded into his mind. Powerful strength brought abundant joy and satisfaction. Takiwa Ryueki let out a soft breath, and with a thought, opened the panel stat allocation. It was still the familiar 4 attributes. With the increase in rating, investing a single attribute point could no longer bring about a qualitative change. He had to concentrate his resources and invest in more important aspects. First, cursed energy capacity. He invested 3 attribute points consecutively. The panel became blurry, and after about 3 seconds, it became clear again. Cursed energy capacity, grade 2. It seems it takes 5 attribute points to upgrade from grade 3 to grade 2, Takiwa Ryueki understood. Cursed energy capacity cannot be improved naturally, making it the best standard for measurement. I'll add the remaining attribute point to physical strength. Time was tight, and physical training couldn't be accomplished overnight. Moreover, regardless of whether there is cursed energy enhancement, the body is still the key to determining melee ability and survivability, just as important as cursed energy. Therefore, this attribute had the highest cost effectiveness after cursed energy capacity. Name: Takiwa Ryueki. Strength rating: Grade 3. Cursed energy capacity: Grade 2. Physical strength: Taijutsu, Cursed energy manipulation precision: Grade 3. Innate cursed technique: Flame, C grade, Lord Flame, C grade, Fireball Jutsu, C grade, Magician's Red, B grade. Points: 5. Completely satisfied. Just as Takiwa Ryueki was about to close the system panel, he heard the system's mechanical voice ring out. Detected acquisition of 3 additional fire abilities, system updating. Update complete. Will increase the appearance probability of high-level fire abilities in ability draw, improve the quality of blue items, and simultaneously reduce the acquisition rate of points. Fewer draws, but better rewards. Takiwa Ryueki pondered. That's acceptable. If he worked himself to death eliminating a bunch of grade 2 and grade 3 cursed spirits, only to pull a Phoenix Sage fire technique, in the end, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. Takiwa Ryueki opened his eyes again. The vision enhanced by his physical training even allowed him to clearly see the veins on the leaves by the roadside. His strength had risen another level compared to when he had first entered Inanaki village. I don't know if I'm at the level of a semi-grade 1 sorcerer now. Although he himself was still relatively weak, his cursed techniques were top tier and powerful. Coupled with Shigurakiri, he even dared to clash with a grade 1 cursed spirit. While still some distance from the village, Takiwa Ryueki keenly felt subtle, almost imperceptible ripples appearing in the surroundings. Have we already entered the second layer of the barrier? Takiwa Ryueki looked out through the car window. The sky was gloomy, as if it were about to collapse. The wind whistled. Wisps of fresh air seeped in through the gaps in the car windows. Even though it was early summer, the wind brought a hint of chill. Student Takiwa Kento Nanami, in the driver's seat, spoke suddenly. Hold on tight, I'm accelerating. Before Ryueki could react, Nanami slammed on the gas. Vroom. The engine roared, and the black sedan tore through the wind, weaving along the mountain road like a fish. Mr. Nanami, don't tell me you also have a racing license. Ryueki quipped, glancing at the rearview mirror. Only then did he notice a humanoid creature sprinting behind the car. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but the thing was actually closing the distance. What's going on? Ryueki instinctively leaned out to look back. Nanami had already pushed the speed to 150 kilometers per hour. What met his eyes was a decaying old woman. She was hunched over with short limbs, but as she ran, her arms and legs moved like the wind. It was somewhat comical, yet inexplicably terrifying. Nanami said calmly, "High-speed granny, one of the urban legends. It's said that she sprints on highways, catching up to vehicles and causing traffic accidents." Student Takiwa, prepare for battle. Ryueki formed hand signs, then suddenly leaned his head out. Boom. A basketball-sized fireball jutsu flew toward the old woman, but she made a sharp turn, easily evading Ryueki's attack range. Hee hee. Her sagging face twitched, as if mocking Ryueki. Ryueki pulled back into the car, cursing inwardly. Fireball jutsu not only had a long wind-up but also a slow flight speed. In terms of versatility and power, it was completely inferior to his other 2 abilities. The rating was basically bottom tier. Perhaps provoked by Ryueki, the old woman began to run on all fours, sprinting like a cheetah. Her already fast speed increased by another 30%. Student Takiwa, get out of the car and fight. The car entered a curve, and Nanami jerked the steering wheel. Screech. Amidst the screeching of tires gripping the road, the car carved an arc along the curve. High-speed Granny couldn't change direction in time, and Nanami actually opened up some distance. Understood. Seeing the speed drop drastically, Ryueki channeled cursed energy to protect his body, rolled out of the car, and locked eyes with the pursuing high-speed Granny. So you're the one called high-speed Granny. Ryueki sneered, as a burly, bird-headed humanoid figure flickered behind him. He raised his hands, and two ropes woven from flames ensnared high-speed Granny's legs. The flames burned, and although they couldn't stop her from advancing, her speed was brought down to a manageable combat range. Ryueki focused his thoughts, and the stand merged into his body. One of the stand's abilities, attaching to the body to increase the user's speed and strength. Eat my Asura Tyrant Phoenix Fist. The punch flew out. With the triple amplification of cursed energy, stand, and flames, the power of this punch was truly terrifying. It was comparable to landing a black flash. Boom. High-speed Granny couldn't stop in time, and her head collided with Ryueki's fist. Like smashing a ripe watermelon, the old woman's head exploded. Purple, black, and red gore splattered everywhere. Eliminated Grade 2 Cursed Spirit, plus 10 points. Pa. Ryueki spat out a mouthful of blood and gore, feeling depressed. Although the cursed spirit's blood would gradually dissipate in the air, he hadn't been able to dodge in time and had still gotten some in his mouth. How should he describe the taste? It was just like what Suguru Geto described, like a rag covered in vomit. Ryueki glared viciously at the high-speed Granny on the ground, which was emitting black smoke. Seeing how fast it ran, he thought it was some tough character, but it hadn't even been able to take a single punch. As long as its movement was restricted, this guy wasn't a threat at all. And it only gave a pitiful 10 points. Ryueki dismissed his stand and turned back toward the car. The car was parked on the side of the road, with Nanami holding a short tanto in one hand and the Shigerakiri in the other. He seemed to be in a standoff with something. At the end of the mountain road, a 2-meter-tall, muscular figure slowly approached. He had a face full of fat, wore a blood-stained apron, carried a rusty kitchen knife, and dragged a chain with limbs attached to the end. Such a familiar image naturally reminded the two of Mikako, who had been exorcised yesterday. The cursed tool, was it recovered? Nanami adjusted his glasses, sweat slowly forming on his forehead. The butcher cursed spirit before them was no less powerful than Mikako. The butcher slowly walked out, followed by a group of small cursed spirits with red palms and sharp claws. Ryueki jogged forward and took the Shigerakiri that Nanami handed him. Mr. Nanami, let's run for it first. Although in terms of raw strength, the two of them definitely wouldn't lose to the group of cursed spirits before them. But the Jujutsu high car was right there. If it were destroyed in the fight, and the cursed spirits swarmed out, they would be in grave danger. Nanami's expression was serious as he pointed to the sky. It's useless. Looking in the direction Nanami pointed, a pterosaur-like creature was soaring and circling 100 meters above their heads. The moment his eyes locked onto that thing, Ryueki felt as if his brain had been stabbed by a sharp knife. Danger. Extremely dangerous. It was definitely a special grade. Haha, I overplayed my hand. Ryueki suddenly laughed with resignation. He had originally planned to earn points and contend with special grade cursed spirits. But on the way to earning points, he had run straight into a special grade. Although he hadn't seen the special grade cursed spirit in the juvenile detention center that had contained one Sukuna's finger. But Ryueki could be certain that the strength and intelligence of this special grade cursed spirit in the sky were definitely far superior to that bottom tier special grade. Student Takiwa, don't give up easily. In this desperate situation, Nanami forced himself to remain calm. That special grade cursed spirit doesn't seem to have any intention of coming down to hunt immediately, we still have time to maneuver. You contacted Satoru Gojo before, right? As long as we can hold out until he arrives, we still have hope. That was easier said than done, but both of them knew it in their hearts. Satoru Gojo didn't have an anywhere door, and they didn't know where he was on business, the probability of him appearing in time was slim to none. Anyway, let's take care of this bunch in front of us first. Ryueki drew his Shigurakiri, his expression cold and stern. The thing in the sky had unknown intentions, but the butcher and the small fry in front of them were already closing in. He would handle these cursed spirits first, then use the ability amplification card. Working with Nanami, it wasn't entirely hopeless to face a special grade cursed spirit. Charge! Nanami let out a low shout, and the short tanto in his hand swung toward the adjacent mountain wall. Ratio technique. Collapse. Facing a sea of cursed spirits, Nanami clearly held nothing back, immediately unleashing a powerful technique to clear the fodder. Boom! Cursed energy surged, rocks fell, and more than half of the small cursed spirits were directly buried by this blow. But the butcher just swung its chains, blocking most of the falling rocks. The scattered gravel that struck it was blocked by its thick, scar-covered skin. Hey! The butcher sneered and, clutching its kitchen knife, charged toward the two of them. Cross-flame hurricane. At this point, Ryueki no longer held anything back. The bird-headed, human-bodied magician's red fully manifested behind him. Boom! A flame hurricane shaped like the character, morning, early, formed and swept toward the butcher. Student Takiwa. Nanami whispered sharply. You go deal with the small ones. Understood. Ryueki naturally didn't expect to deal a heavy blow to the butcher. After all, he hadn't used the compressed detonation of Lord Flame, and this move wasn't his full strength. The butcher sneered and swung his blade. The flames were sliced open, drifting down in two halves. But at the same time, behind the flames, a dull blade gradually enlarged before his eyes. 7-3 along the length of his face. Ratio technique, weak point strike. SSHH. The dull sound of the blade cutting into flesh rang out, and a spray of blood erupted from the butcher's menacing eyes, leaving them a bloody mess. The butcher grunted in pain and stumbled backward. But Nanami raised his dull blade, his left fist wrapped in his necktie, and slammed it into the butcher's chest. Crackle. At that moment, black sparks of lightning jumped up, spreading between Nanami's left fist and the butcher's chest. The air was compressed to the extreme, emitting a teeth-gritting sound, and visible ripples distorted the surrounding space. Black flash. Within an extremely short time frame, both cursed energy and the physical blow arrive simultaneously. Not only does it bring a massive damage multiplier, but it also restores the user's state and increases their potential for a short time. However, this skill cannot be actively triggered by a Jujutsu sorcerer. It places extremely high demands on the user's control of cursed energy, and it also involves a significant element of luck. Correspondingly, the rewards of Black Flash are extremely high. Whether one has landed a Black Flash is a watershed moment between ordinary Jujutsu sorcerers and elite ones. Boom! The butcher was struck as if by lightning, a massive bloody hole blown directly into his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his tall body was sent flying backward. Black sparks still danced unwillingly on his chest before slowly fading away. The butcher crawled to his feet, using his remaining vision to look ahead. But a second later, his underdeveloped brain realized something was wrong. All around him, the small fry he had brought were already reduced to charcoal. The Shigurakiri, imbued with the high temperature of Lord Flame, swept past, slicing the remaining three small fry in two. Ryueki and Nanami flanked the butcher, blocking him in from left and right. Just moments ago, the cross-flame hurricane that the butcher had split didn't fully vanish. Instead, it was controlled by Ryueki's magician's red to scatter and burn the surrounding small fry. Once these grade 3 cursed spirits, which only possessed low-level intelligence, felt pain, they could only roll around and scream. Ryueki didn't expend much effort to exorcise all the remaining small fry. It was a pity that after the system update, the difficulty of obtaining points had greatly increased. Each small fry stingily provided only 1 point as a reward. Fireball Jutsu. Ryueki used a hand gesture to stop Nanami from advancing, then spat out a fireball, engulfing the butcher in flames. The crimson flame binding rope, composed of flames, coiled upward and bound the butcher's limbs. Swish. The Shigerakiri hummed as it passed by, and the butcher's head, still bearing remnants of pain and ferocity, flew high into the air. Jointly exorcised grade 1 cursed spirit, points plus 35. Ha! Ryueki took a deep breath. After 3 small battles, his cursed energy was already trending toward depletion. Although he had strengthened his total cursed energy to grade 2, he personally felt that his total cursed energy had not reached the level of Fushiguro Megumi. This was normal. After all, the total amount of cursed energy was just one factor in determining a Jujutsu sorcerer's grade, determining the sorcerer's upper limit rather than their current strength. It wouldn't matter if his total cursed energy was low, but Ryueki's cursed techniques were all high consumption trump card types. Magician's Red had upgraded from C rank to B rank. While its effects were enhanced, its consumption also increased accordingly. Plus, Ryueki's precision in controlling cursed energy was quite average, causing a large amount of cursed energy to dissipate and go to waste during battle. With these factors combined, Ryueki's stamina once again became an issue. Are you okay? Nanami stepped forward. Ryueki stood up. I'm fine, just a bit drained. The two of them looked at the sky simultaneously. The cursed spirits below were all wiped out, but the pterosaur-shaped special grade cursed spirit showed no intention of leaving or flying down to fight, continuing to circle and soar in the sky. Student Takiwa, let's get in the car first. Nanami adjusted his glasses and calmly issued instructions. But just as the two turned around, they saw a man dressed as a villager, his eyes dull and lifeless, climbing up from the dirt slope by the mountain road. Smile, you two. Upon seeing the two, the villager split his mouth open, revealing a rather terrifying smile. Get in the car. Nanami whispered sharply, taking 2 or 3 steps to run toward the car, with Ryueki following closely behind. But whether at both ends of the road, or up and down the mountain, smiling villagers, men and women, old and young, appeared from all directions. They used both hands and feet, swarming over like locusts. A rough estimate put their numbers in the dozens or hundreds. Before Nanami could start the engine, this group of people with eerie smiles swarmed forward, surrounding the car completely. Smile. Smile. Give us a smile. Why don't you smile? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Face after face, some sallow, some pale, pressed against the car windows, making it almost impossible for the two inside to see the light outside. Faced with this scene, even with Nanami's wealth of experience and Ryueki having lived 2 lifetimes, they couldn't help but turn pale. A barely perceptible ripple spread out, and the surrounding freaks ceased their chatter, all simultaneously retreating a certain distance. They were still smiling, their bodies swaying slightly, like foxtail grass blown by the wind. Knock, knock. At Nanami's window, the only old man who hadn't retreated knocked on the glass. He had an ordinary face, and the smile on it wasn't eerie in the slightest. Instead, it felt like a spring breeze brushing against one's face. Good afternoon, you two. Jujutsu sorcerers. Nanami hesitated for a moment, although he had already landed a black flash, entering a state where he could unleash 120% of his potential. But Ryueki in the passenger seat was already out of cursed energy, and there was still a pterosaur circling in the sky. Plus, Nanami scanned the surroundings. These freaks with eerie smiles were likely all ordinary humans under control. The opponent held the advantage in both combat power and hostages. What are you? What do you want? Nanami rolled down the car window and said in a cold tone. The old man bowed and said with a faint smile. You two can call me, Laughing Spectre. Since you have entered the barrier, you should also know that to leave this place, you must enter Inanaki Tunnel and head to the deepest part of the barrier. And the people here. The old man glanced behind him. As you can see, they are all ordinary people. As righteous Jujutsu sorcerers, you surely wouldn't go on a killing spree to break through the siege. And the one in the sky is indeed on our side. As soon as the old man said this, it shattered the last glimmer of hope in Nanami's heart. Regardless of whether the thing before them was a cursed spirit or a curse user, its eeriness and terror were already equivalent to a special grade cursed spirit. Coupled with the pterosaur in the sky, the combat power was 2 special grade cursed spirits against 1 grade 1 sorcerer and 1 newcomer. Nanami and Ryueki had already become prey trapped in a cage. You haven't answered my question yet. Facing a desperate situation, Kento Nanami remained calm. He could sacrifice himself on this mission, but Takiwa Ryuiki could not. Not because Takiwa Ryuiki possessed an overpowered, evolving curse technique. But because he was a new student, the hope for the future of the Jujutsu world. Nothing more. The Jujutsu world was rotten to the core. The higher-ups only cared about their own rule, and most of the big three families were obsessed with their own little corners, only symbolically exorcising cursed spirits and maintaining order. Satoru Gojo was right, the Jujutsu world needed a profound and thorough revolution. Not only did they need to clear out these vermin, but they also needed to cultivate a group of talents capable of standing on their own. Yuta Okatsu, Fushiguro, Takiwa. Working for Jujutsu High, he had seen these promising new students. As long as they could grow, his efforts would not have been in vain. I would like to make a deal with you two, the old man, who called himself the Laughing Spectre, began. Are you Jujutsu sorcerers from Tokyo Jujutsu High or Kyoto Jujutsu High? Kento Nanami felt a shock inside. Jujutsu High. Does this guy even know that kind of information? If he's not a curse user, then this kind of intelligent cursed spirit is really bad news. After a moment of hesitation, Kento Nanami replied, Tokyo. Yes, the old man smiled. That is the attitude of cooperation. My demand for you two is also very simple, the old man continued before Kento Nanami could respond. I need you two to transmit some information regarding Jujutsu High to me at fixed times and locations. Kento Nanami inwardly cursed. The worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. Either die, or become a traitor to Jujutsu High. You speak of a deal, so what are your bargaining chips? Kento Nanami kept his expression unchanged. My bargaining chips, you ask? The old man smiled again, but the gentle spring breeze was gone, replaced by a winter-like chill. It is your lives. Without giving them time to react, the old man extended his hand, faint cursed energy swirling around it. Come, let us form a binding vow. I will not kill you. As the price, you must act as my informants at Jujutsu High, and you will be unable to leak any valid information regarding me or the Inanaki barrier. A binding vow. A contract etched onto the soul, which could be formed with oneself or with others. Kento Nanami had formed a binding vow with himself, paying the price of only being able to use 80% of his strength during work hours, in exchange for an increase in strength during overtime. If one day Kento Nanami used his full strength during work hours, he would not be able to enjoy the strength boost during overtime that day, but he would not suffer any punishment. However, if one formed a binding vow with another person and violated it, they would face an unknown and extremely risky punishment. This was the exact kind of binding vow the Laughing Spectre wanted to form with them. Due to the constraints of the binding vow, the two would be unable to leak any secrets in any form. I refuse. Kento Nanami closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The old man suddenly stopped smiling. Then there is nothing to discuss. The strange people behind him smiled even more broadly and slowly closed in. Takiwa. Kento Nanami turned his head, looked at Takiwa Ryuiki, and showed a relieved smile. And Takiwa Ryuiki knew what he was going to say next. Run. Crack. Just as they were about to burst into action, a crisp sound like an eggshell shattering suddenly came from the sky. The 100 or so strange people around them suddenly stopped smiling and looked up in unison. That is Gojo. Satoru Gojo. The strange people trembled all over, looks of terror appearing on their faces. They didn't even look at the two in the car again, each scrambling with hands and feet, scattering and fleeing like locusts. In the deepest part of the barrier, Suguru Geto, wearing a kasaya, looked at the cracks in the sky and instructed the group of cursed spirits beside him with a smile. He is here. Call Uraum back, it's time for us to leave, too. The one-eyed, volcano-headed cursed spirit, Jago, beside him seemed to have a different opinion. Is he really that strong? That man. Yes, Suguru Geto smiled. He is on the same level as Ryomen Sukuna. TCH, Jago sneered. The world exaggerates too much. In my opinion, modern Jujutsu sorcerers are nothing special. The strongest of the modern era is just an empty title. What you want to do is your business, Suguru Geto said nonchalantly. Just don't fight him today. Jago glanced at his expressionless companions beside him. Fine, let's let him off the hook for now. Whoosh. A violent wind rose, and countless cursed spirits from the depths of the barrier turned into swirling waves, flowing into the sleeves of Suguru Geto. The pterosaur cursed spirit in the sky also seemed to sense the danger, flapping its wings rapidly, breaking the sound barrier, and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hiss. The rift in the sky grew larger, and a pinpoint of blue light flickered in and out of existence. Immediately, a pinpoint of red light followed closely behind. The red and blue merged together, turning into a dazzling purple. Hollow technique. Purple. Boom. The purple light streaked across the sky like a meteor, plummeting toward the Inanaki tunnel. Crack. 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 The gray-black barrier covering a radius of several miles shattered layer by layer like an eggshell, and the suffocating atmosphere all around was swept away. Watching the purple light grow larger before his eyes, Kento Nanami finally breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back against the seat. Only then did he realize that his back had long been soaked with cold sweat. Kento Nanami closed his eyes and took off his specially made glasses. Takiwa, we've been saved, Kento Nanami said in a hoarse voice. Without Kento Nanami needing to say more, Takiwa Ryuiki was naturally deeply impressed by this iconic technique. I missed you, sensei. Takiwa Ryuiki's eyes welled up with tears. Looking at the purple ball of light about to land on the Inanaki tunnel, he also felt a bit of the joy of surviving a disaster. Although Takiwa Ryuiki still had trump cards unknown to Kento Nanami, the predicament just now had been dangerous enough. Special grade, highly intelligent, and there were even two of them. This was the closest Takiwa Ryuiki had ever come to death since entering the Jujutsu world. For the first time, he had a real sense of what Jujutsu sorcerers experienced and carried. Amidst their complex gazes, the purple ball of light exploded with a roar. Boom. In just an instant, the Inanaki tunnel was completely destroyed. Countless cursed spirits surged out from it, only to be torn to shreds by the oncoming turbulence of energy. Wind pressure and air currents swept through, nearly uprooting the trees nearby, and even causing the stationary car to slide slightly backward. The light was blinding, and Takiwa Ryuiki could only close his eyes. Between special grades, there are indeed levels. Takiwa Ryuiki sighed. Whether it was the bottom-tier special grade cursed spirit that could only fight Kento Nanami to a draw, or the second strongest modern special grade Jujutsu sorcerer, Yuta Okatsu. Perhaps, none of them could even see Satoru Gojo's back. This is the strongest of the modern era. A figure slowly descended from the sky, landing in front of the black car like a dragonfly skimming the water. Yo, Nanami Kento, Ryuiki, we meet again. Satoru Gojo was grinning, his expression beneath his black sunglasses still relaxed. I'm the only one who doesn't want to be seen like this by you. Kento Nanami reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. What's there to be shy about, Nanami Kento tilde tilde. Satoru Gojo stepped forward, rested his arms on the car window, and said to Kento Nanami in a sickening tone. We have the closest relationship as fellow disciples, moi tilde tilde. Hey. Kento Nanami sighed, looking at the sky with dead eyes. If that's the case, why not just leave everything to Satoru Gojo? The angry words from over a decade ago flashed before his eyes. Of the former group of 4 boys, only one strongest monster remained, along with one mediocre person. Oh, and Ryuiki. Gojo Satoru's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, locked onto Ryuiki in the passenger seat. Are all the new students this motivated these days? Challenging this level of incident right after enrollment. You guys being so reckless makes things very difficult for a teacher like me. Though he said that, there was a smile on Gojo's lips, clearly not intending to criticize Ryuiki severely. Sigh, this reminds me of the old days. Hey, Nanami, why don't you praise me more to the students occasionally? Talk about how cool I was when I was young or something. When you were young, Nanami remained expressionless. Frivolous, arrogant, selfish, cocky. Gojo Satoru's expression didn't change, he seemed to be waiting for Nanami to continue. Seeing him like this, Nanami could only say helplessly, but very strong. Bingo! Gojo Satoru made a celebratory gesture. Look, Ryuiki, when I was young, I was already the strongest. If you want to strive in that direction, you still have a long way to go, ha 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 ha. Watching Gojo Satoru, who was laughing wildly with his hands on his hips, Ryuiki felt a touch of emotion. He used a cheerful, goofy persona to package himself, eliminating the sense of distance between him and his students, and his peers. Deep down, he was the Six Eyes, the lonely strongest of the modern era, a monster who could soberly weigh the value of ordinary people's lives. And Gojo Satoru's true core was that of a sincere, kind person. He exorcised cursed spirits, kept the higher-ups in check, and cultivated students. He was selfless his whole life, truly giving his all. But after Geto Suguru died, no one truly understood him anymore, perhaps Shoko counted for half. What he carried was far more than what he possessed, which was the key reason for his several major defeats. If Gojo Satoru could be as self-willed as Sukuna, not caring about the life and death of the mortals around him, perhaps the result would be very different. But if that were the case, he wouldn't be Gojo Satoru. In my opinion, Nanami put his glasses back on, returning to his calm demeanor. We should now clear out the remaining cursed spirits and investigate the cause of the anomaly here. Oh, right. Gojo Satoru slapped his forehead. Nanami, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it, we're still on a mission. Nanami helplessly held his forehead. It's exactly because of this attitude of yours that the potential mastermind has had plenty of time to escape. Gojo waved his hand. That kind of thing doesn't really matter. If they dare to show their heads, we'll just crush them head on. Let's go, let's finish off the remaining cursed spirits. Watching Gojo Satoru's leisurely back, Nanami and Ryuiki exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. Swish! The flaming long sword slashed past, cutting down the showerhead-like cursed spirit in front of Ryuiki. Exterminated Grade 3 Cursed Spirit, points +1. Student Takiwa, is your condition alright? Behind Ryuiki, Nanami asked. Ryuiki replied casually. It's fine, dealing with these low-level cursed spirits doesn't take much effort. Of course, he couldn't rest as a wounded soldier at this time. Even killing these lowest-level cursed spirits yielded a point. And Gojo Satoru was currently using blue to clear cursed spirits on a large scale. The speed was roughly 100 points every 10 seconds. These are all points, all points. Ryuiki saw it in his eyes, and felt the pain in his heart. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. By grabbing them before Gojo, he could kill one more. In Nanami's eyes, this became an image of someone who eradicates evil completely and hates evil. Nanami nodded slightly. After 2 missions, Teacher Gojo and I have roughly figured out your strength. When we return to Jujutsu High, I will apply for the position of Grade 2 Sorcerer for you. Ah, does this mean I'm on equal footing with Fushiguro Megumi? Ryuiki wielded the Shigerakiri while eliminating the scattering cursed spirits, and asked casually. Is there any difference? Before and after the application? Nanami was stumped by this question. Is there any difference? The sorcerer ranking of Jujutsu High is the authority of the Jujutsu world, demonstrating a sorcerer's personal ability and status. A Grade 2 sorcerer is just one head higher than a Grade 3 sorcerer. But if you really had to say, apart from these empty titles, it seems there really is no difference. Ah, better treatment. In more intense missions. Nanami spoke hesitantly. He had recommended some students for grade promotion, but had never been asked such a question. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that apart from treatment, there really isn't any tangible benefit to a sorcerer's rank promotion. In fact, one has to accept the arrangements of Jujutsu High and carry out more difficult missions. Ryuiki was overjoyed. Ah, as long as there are missions, that's fine. Missions meant points, and treatment meant extra meals and big feasts after missions. Double happiness, naturally worth celebrating. Ah. Seeing Ryuiki like this, Nanami was a bit at a loss. As long as you're happy. The 3 of them spent over an hour clearing out all the cursed spirits around the Inanaki barrier. But to the surprise of Ryuiki and Nanami, Among these cursed spirits, there weren't even many that were above grade 1. Although in terms of scale, the number of these cursed spirits did indeed match the cursed spirit town in the third layer barrier that the two had seen. But having witnessed high-end combat power like the pterosaur cursed spirit and the laughing specter, the two did not believe that this was the full depth of the Inanaki barrier. However, there wasn't a shadow of a person around, nor was there any clear residual energy to capture, so the three had to head back. Gojo hitched a ride, got off halfway, and returned to the Gojo family. In the Jujutsu High car, only Nanami and Ryuiki were left. Even though it was the evening rush hour, the outskirts of Tokyo were sparsely populated. On the highway, there weren't even many cars. Nanami kept the speed at 80 kilometers per hour, and the scenery on the side of the road flew backward rapidly. In the center of the road, straight ahead, the sunset, the size of an egg yolk, was slowly falling into the clouds, dropping toward the distant horizon. Mr. Nanami. Ryuiki suddenly spoke. Do you mind if I play a song? Nanami nodded. Go ahead. After days of exhausting travel, Nanami was physically and mentally drained. Listening to music to relax was actually not bad. As long as it wasn't heavy metal rock. Ryuiki fiddled with the car's music radio and found a Chinese song. Always dreaming above the clouds, flying across the meridian. Can't tell if it's night or day. The male voice sang quietly, and Ryuiki hummed along softly. Nanami rolled down the window, and the cool evening breeze blew in, making one feel refreshed. We run in the middle of this road. We are lost at both ends of this road. Whenever the sunset sunlight renders everything. Look at how dazzling that golden color is. Although he couldn't understand the lyrics, the mood was the same. Nanami felt a bit of joy, and a bit of melancholy. He remembered walking along the endless beach in Los Angeles during a business trip. The sunset back then was somewhat similar to today's. Malaysia. Nanami's lips moved, saying silently. Next vacation, I'll go there. Night fell. Inside an izakaya on the outskirts of Tokyo. Nanami and Takiwa lifted the door curtain and found Itadori and Fushiguro already sitting inside. Oh, Takiwa, you guys are so slow. Itadori greeted with a smile. Nanami-san. Fushiguro nodded at Nanami. Takiwa sat down with a smile. The journey was quite long, after all. Nanami rubbed his forehead. Student Takiwa, I only said I would treat. You didn't have to call all the first-year students over. I didn't call everyone. Takiwa smiled. Kugasaki isn't here, is she? Hearing this, Itadori complained. That girl Kugasaki said she went to eat some high-end cuisine. Fushiguro chimed in. She probably just didn't want to eat with us boys. Itadori was surprised. Is that so? Forget it. Nanami stood up to order. Student Fushiguro, Student Itadori, you guys go order too. This meal is on me. As a former white-collar worker at a financial firm and now a grade 1 sorcerer at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Nanami naturally had substantial savings. Yay! Itadori cheered. Although they had all already eaten dinner, as Jujutsu sorcerers with immense physical energy expenditure, handling a late-night snack was no problem at all. They sat around the counter, enjoying oden and skewers while watching a 90s Japanese drama playing on an old TV. The oden at this izakaya leaned towards the Kansai style, with a clear broth and light flavor, reminding Takiwa of the corn and pork rib soup from his previous life. Takiwa didn't actually like eating radishes much, but the white radish in the oden broth, stewed until soft and melting at a touch, had a unique flavor. Life now isn't too bad. Takiwa sighed contentedly. If it weren't for the threat of death, the profession of a jujutsu sorcerer wouldn't be half bad. Watching Itadori daydreaming to the side and Nanami biting into a red bean daifuku, Takiwa swallowed the last meatball. Shibuya, huh? Before that time comes, I will change all of this. Tokyo Jujutsu High, student dormitory. Takiwa turned off the faucet, dried his body, and walked out of the bathroom. 3 minutes of hot water to flush out sweat, 3 minutes of cold water to shrink pores, 3 minutes of warm water to wash clean. Although I've become a jujutsu sorcerer, my physical fitness still can't compare to a super A-class hybrid. Takiwa sat by the bed and took out Geto Suguru's notebook again. One step at a time, one bite at a time. My cursed technique is already comprehensive enough. I have ranged attacks, burst damage, crowd control, detection, and melee combat. Counting Shigerakiri, I should barely be at the level of a semi-grade 1 sorcerer. But these 4 attributes are still my weak points. During this time, I'll focus on physical training and cursed energy control. While reading the notes, Takiwa guided his cursed energy to wrap around his entire body like water. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time passed, Takiwa increased the output of his cursed energy. SSS's. About 5 minutes later, a faint, needle-like pain came from the areas where the cursed energy flowed. The weaker areas, like his fingertips, even became congested and cracked. Takiwa withdrew the cursed energy, a slight conjecture forming in his mind. If the human body is a container, then cursed energy is the liquid inside. He had increased his total cursed energy by allocating points, but his physical strength was lacking. The volume of the container didn't increase much, but the liquid more than doubled out of thin air, so the pressure naturally rose accordingly. He wasn't born with the physique of a Jujutsu sorcerer, which might be related to this. Takiwa was thoughtful. It seems I need to improve them simultaneously, physical strength and total cursed energy. He moved his mind and opened the system panel again. Points. 68. Although it wasn't enough for a 10 pull, time was tight, so he decided to pull anyway. And so, above the illusory panel, 5 beams of blue light flashed. Holy crab! Takiwa looked at the rewards in his inventory with half-lidded eyes. Obtained attribute points *4, skill points *4, ability enhancement card B. The difficulty of obtaining points has increased, but the number of attribute points and skill points only doubled. I know what an ability enhancement card is, but what does the B stand for? Name. Ability enhancement card B. Effect. Strengthen a C-class ability to B-class for a short time. Haha. Takiwa suddenly laughed, feeling relieved. It's actually a youth version. I'm really going to discipline you properly, Flame Sorcerer system. Although this item was essential for the battle against the special grade Cursed Spirit in a few days. But he only had 3 extra fire abilities. Among them, Lord Flame was strengthened to A class using a large enhancement card, and Magician's Red was already B class. Clearly, the only one who could use this item was the big general, Fireball Jutsu. Feels like such a waste. Takiwa's face was filled with regret. Whether in the original Naruto series or through his own practice, Fireball Jutsu could only be considered a mediocre technique. Although it had a large range, the wind-up was too long, the flight speed was too slow, and the damage was just average. Even a cursed spirit at the level of high-speed Granny could easily dodge it. Sigh. Takiwa sighed. What else can I do? I'll just have to make do with it. Although, at this point, new abilities didn't provide a significant boost to Takiwa's strength. But he still hoped to draw a new high-limit ability to replace the target of the enhancement card. He added the 4 attribute points he drew to physical strength, and this crucial attribute finally reached level 2. He continued studying the notes and practicing cursed energy control. When his energy was exhausted, Takiwa lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. Student Takiwa Ryuiki. Early the next morning, Assistant Supervisor Mr. Fujita stood in front of the student dormitory with a respectful expression. Your student ID and promotion certificate have arrived. Oh, thank you. Takiwa took the 2 documents he handed over. The student ID contained his name, enrollment status, date of birth, and a headshot, with his rank recorded as grade 2. As expected. After all, he had only participated in 2 missions in total, so it was naturally impossible to be rated as a semi-grade 1-inch someone who is close to grade 1 but hasn't passed the assessment. And the promotion certificate was a piece of paper resembling a certificate of merit. The recommender for the promotion was Kento Nanami, and the certificate was stamped with the seal of the higher-ups. Then I shall take my leave. Mr. Fujita, who looked a bit like a short, chubby version of Ijichi, bowed. Takiwa said goodbye to Mr. Fujita. Is the efficiency this high? The higher-ups. They are in such a hurry to give me the grade 2 sorcerer title, they probably want to send me off on dangerous missions. Takiwa sneered in his heart. During the mission at Inanaki village, Takiwa ignored the regulations and called Gojo Satoru, who was executing another mission. This action must have made the higher-ups extremely unhappy. He didn't complete his own mission and also wasted personnel from other missions. Most importantly, it was a provocation to their authority. And as the higher-ups had 10,000 ways to make life difficult for Takiwa. For example, sending the 4 first years to the juvenile detention center where a special grade cursed womb was born, to let the special grade cursed spirit teach Takiwa a lesson. On the surface, they also had high-sounding reasons. Jujutsu sorcerer manpower shortage, 2 grade 2s and 1 grade 3 is not a low combat strength. The mission objective is only to transfer survivors, the cursed womb might not fully manifest. And if this action could simultaneously eliminate the ticking time bomb, Itadori Yuji, that would be even better. Then bring it on. Takiwa sneered and crumpled the promotion certificate in his hand. A few days later, West Tokyo, Aishu Juvenile Detention Center. The sky was gloomy, as if a storm was about to break. Directly above the playground, a house-sized circular egg-like object floated in the sky, witnessed by several inmates. It looked like a golden, transparent egg, within which some kind of monster with misaligned facial features and limbs was gestating. According to Jujutsu Hi's identification, this was a cursed womb of a special grade imaginary cursed spirit. We have already evacuated people within a 500-meter radius, and the facility has been completely sealed off. Mr. Ijichi stood in front of the 4 first years, his expression serious. If the cursed womb is of the metamorphic type, it is possible for it to grow into a special grade cursed spirit. There are still 5 inmates remaining in the second dormitory building with the cursed womb. The situation is critical. Your mission is to find and rescue them. Ijichi raised a finger to emphasize. If you truly encounter a special grade cursed spirit, absolutely do not fight. In front of such an existence, there are only 2 choices, run or die. Takiwa muttered inwardly. I don't want to fight either. If only I could really get away. Over the past few days, he hadn't been able to get any missions from Gojo or Nanami, so his points had naturally stagnated. Ijichi looked sincere. Fushiguro, Takiwa, you both have considerable mission experience, so I will leave the decision-making to you. Sho. Is my son Sho okay? Not far away, in front of a human wall formed by several Jujutsu high-intelligence agents, a woman looked anxious. Ijichi used his body to block Itadori, who was showing signs of compassion, and said to the woman. Please go back, ma'am. There is a gas leak in the juvenile detention center, it is very dangerous here. How can this be? The woman burst into tears, nearly collapsing. Itadori's expression became firm. Let's go, everyone. We must save them. Takiwa closed his eyes. It's coming. The biggest crisis. Over the last few days, he had sparred with the trio, and they had all improved their physical combat abilities slightly. But facing a special grade cursed spirit, he wasn't confident. After sending the 3 to the dormitory building, Ijichi stopped. I'll stop here. Everyone, be careful. I will lower the veil. He chanted the incantation, and a spot of ink descended from the sky, transforming into a barrier that isolated the view from the outside. The 4 walked along the corridor and soon arrived in front of the dormitory building. Fushiguro crossed his hands. Divine dogs. His shadow twisted and deformed, and a snow-white divine dog emerged from it. If a curse approaches, it can warn us. Takiwa stepped forward and pushed open the door. Everyone, get ready for battle. Boom. The door swung open, but what came into view was not the scene of a dormitory building, but a sprawling, twisted forest of steel. Bathed in dark red light cast from an unknown source, the ceiling was gone, leaving only pipes crisscrossing in the darkness. Seeing the drastically different scenery, Itadori and Kugasaki were shocked. What's going on? Fushiguro frowned deeply. It's an innate domain constructed of cursed energy. This is also the biggest difference between a special grade and a grade 1. But why is it so big? While they were shocked, the door handle Takiwa was holding suddenly slipped from his hand and flew backward. Bang! The door closed. The group turned back, and there were only reinforced concrete walls behind them, not a trace of the door remained. The door, has disappeared. Ah tilde tilde what do we do tilde tilde what do we do tilde tilde. Itadori and Kugisaki, the idiot duo, were already circling the divine dog. Fushiguro supported his forehead. No need to worry about that. My divine dog has already memorized the scent of the entrance. Takiwa nodded. Then let's keep moving forward. Once we rescue the survivors, we'll have Fushiguro lead us to the exit. Itadori smiled. Oh, Fushiguro, you're actually quite reliable. You can help many people, and you can help me too. Hearing this straightforward statement, Fushiguro felt complicated inside. Let's keep going. They hadn't walked far before several mutilated corpses appeared in front of them. Okazaki Sho. Itadori saw the name on a corpse's name tag at a glance. Sho. He had said before that he would bring him out. But before them, only half of his body remained. You are strong, so you must help others. His grandfather's curse, before he died, echoed in Itadori's ears. Itadori felt depressed and was about to step forward, but was stopped by Takiwa with one hand. Everyone. Takiwa spoke. From the moment he saw the corpses, he felt a bone-chilling cold sweep over him. Takiwa's eyes widened. He gripped the hilt of his shigerakiri tightly with his right hand, goosebumps rising all over his body. A special grade is here. How is that possible? The divine dog. Fushiguro's eyes were bloodshot. He looked behind him. The white divine dog that had been on guard was already embedded in the wall on one side. Its body was gone, and only half of its head remained, with red and black blood smeared on the wall. Quick, let's run. Before Fushiguro could finish his sentence, a hideous face with a grin appeared in front of the four. It was bare-chested, with 4 black claw mark-like protrusions on its head, and 4 fingernail-sized eyes embedded in the middle. It wore black bell-bottoms on its lower body, likely stripped from some unfortunate soul's corpse. The palpable pressure washed over them like a tide, nearly crushing them. A special grade cursed spirit. Unlike the distant glimpse of the pterosaur, and unlike the soft, strange feeling of the laughing specter. No cursed technique, no complete domain, and no basic intelligence. Relying solely on a formidable physique and massive amounts of cursed energy, it entered the special grade realm with a beauty of pure numerical values. Takiwa had previously naively thought that he had already touched the threshold of a grade 1 sorcerer. At this moment, he realized he was terribly wrong. Even Nanami, who was relatively average among them compared to Mei, Aoi Todo, Kusakabe, and Naobito, was far superior to him. The strength Nanami had displayed previously probably didn't even reach his working hours limit, 80%. Nanami, you really have caused me a lot of trouble. The four felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Itadori, driven by fear to anger, was about to draw the slaughter demon from his waist and slash at the cursed spirit in front of him. Slap. Takiwa pressed his palm down, gripping Itadori's wrist, stopping the latter's reckless behavior. Ability amplification card used. For a short time, the ability, Lord Flame, will be upgraded to A rank. Ability amplification card B used. For a short time, the ability, Fireball Jutsu, will be upgraded to B rank. You all retreat first. Having decisively used 2 consumable items, Takiwa stared closely at the cursed spirit and whispered to the 3. Kugisaki, provide long-range support. Fushiguro, use the rabbits and frogs to distract it. The cursed spirit, like a child who had seen a beloved toy, stared wide-eyed and smiled as it sized up the 4 people in front of it. Even though Takiwa was passing on intelligence right in front of it, it didn't care at all. It's playing, it isn't going all out. Takiwa understood this in his heart. Go! Takiwa shouted, and his shigerakiri was unsheathed. The high-temperature energy of Lord Flame surged wildly, and the surrounding air was distorted. At the same time, he took a deep breath, and the B-rank upgraded Fireball Jutsu was unleashed. Boom! Facing the incoming fireball and slash, the cursed spirit tilted its head and, not to be outdone, spat out an energy ball. A clash of beams. The best use of cursed energy is naturally the user's cursed technique, such as Gojo Satoru's, Blue, or Takiwa's Fireball Jutsu. A tier below that is reinforcing the physical body or unleashing it in a special way, such as Takiwa's method of coating his blade in high-temperature cursed energy. The worst tier is simply releasing it directly. When others use steel to build planes and cannons, and you take that same steel, roll it into a ball, and throw it, the efficiency is naturally worlds apart. However, if that steel is the size of a building, that is another matter entirely. Boom. Violent energy dissipated like a storm. Takiwa's fireball jutsu was like a candle in the wind, instantly submerged by this energy. The shigerakiri coated in high temperature in his hand also let out a groan in the face of this terrifying power. In just half a second, Takiwa was blown away. Thud. A phantom with a bird's head and human body appeared behind him, catching the flying Takiwa before he hit the wall. This power is truly terrifying. Takiwa landed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Not only that, but using 3B grade or higher abilities in a short period also caused him to enter a state of slight overload. Takiwa felt like a beat-up van that had been filled with aviation fuel. You could floor the gas and speed off for a mile, but never mind what happens to the engine. A burning pain assaulted his entire body, and combined with the injuries caused by the cursed energy storm, Takiwa felt so miserable he was on the verge of vomiting blood. Thanks to Takiwa's timely warning, the trio in the distance did not suffer much injury. They were just a bit disheveled, with their school uniforms and cheeks scratched by the dust stirred up by the cursed energy storm. Fushiguro. Kugasaki. Takiwa roared. As a talented sorcerer who had begun coming into contact with Jujutsu years ago, Fushiguro naturally knew what to do at this moment. Toad. Rabbit escape. Fushiguro formed hand signs and released 2 Shikigami at once. The 10 Shadows technique, the trump card technique of the Zenin family, and one of the strongest cursed techniques in the Jujutsu world. At the beginning, one gets 2 divine dogs, one black and one white. The subsequent 9 Shadow Shikigami need to be defeated through a taming ritual to be acquired for use. Rabbit escape, Toad, and Great Serpent for containment. Nu, which carries lightning and can fly. Max Elephant, which is huge and can spray water. Round Deer, which possesses reverse curse technique. Tiger Funeral and Piercing Bull with powerful attacks. And the strongest Shikigami capable of rivaling the 6 Eyes plus Limitless, 8-handled sword Divergent Sila Divine General Mahoraga. Furthermore, untamed Shikigami can also be summoned, though they will attack all enemies within range indiscriminately. Therefore, even at only grade 2, Fushiguro Megumi can summon Mahoraga to take down an opponent countless times stronger than himself. Compared to that, someone's cursed technique is actually hand-rolling a bullet, 1 per day, or setting a blade on fire. It really is true that comparisons are odious. Croak. 4 basketball-sized toads materialized from Fushiguro's shadow, their long tongues lashing out to bind the ankles of the cursed spirit in the distance. At the same time, a swarm of rabbit escape rushed forward, surrounding the special grade cursed spirit. Takiwa. Taking this opportunity, Itadori shouted at Takiwa. We can't beat it. You take Fushiguro and Kugasaki and run. I'll stay behind to cover. Fushiguro frowned deeply. Itadori. Now is not the time to play the hero. You don't even know how to use cursed energy. How are you going to contend with a special grade cursed spirit? Itadori said seriously. This guy isn't even taking us seriously, it's just playing around. My body is very strong. I can stall until you use Nu to fly back to the exit. Then I'll call Sukuna out to take this guy down. You. Hearing Itadori's proposal, both Fushiguro and Kugasaki were somewhat shaken. They had already witnessed the power of the special grade cursed spirit. As they had only ever seen grade 2 or 3 cursed spirits, they couldn't imagine any possibility of exercising this thing. No. Takiwa roared. Sukuna is too dangerous. If something goes wrong, not only will the special grade cursed spirit kill us, but we will all die here. Itadori, stand by on the side for now and wait for the right moment to act. I have the confidence to defeat it. Everyone, please trust me. Itadori's expression was complicated. How could this be? Standing on the sidelines and watching his companions fight to the death was the thing most unacceptable to someone with Itadori's personality. Itadori. Follow the plan. Takiwa said sternly. You cannot let Sukuna out. Itadori and Fushiguro's impression of Takiwa had previously been that he was easygoing and relaxed. They hadn't expected him to show such a cold and stern side at this moment. At this very moment, within a certain innate domain, tall giant skeletons propped up the dome, and countless bones of cattle, sheep, and humans were stacked layer upon layer, forming a throne of corpses. Below it lay a calm sea of blood. An innate domain is the manifestation of a person's inner world. Evil, slaughter, conquest. Such an inner world makes it easy to identify to whom it belongs. The strongest in history, the king of curses, Ryomen Sukuna, sat atop the throne. He wore a white robe and appeared in the likeness of Itadori, only with mottled cursed markings on his face. Sukuna was reincarnated by borrowing Itadori's body. Therefore, everything Itadori Yuji heard, saw, and thought could be received by him. However, most calm, daily occurrences were consciously filtered out by him. Sukuna would only selectively watch information and intelligence he found interesting. Just like now. TCH. Hearing Takiwa's order not to let Itadori release him, Sukuna closed his eyes. Boring brat. Boom. The cursed energy storm expanded, scattering all the rabbit escapes surrounding the special grade cursed spirit, turning them into black liquid shadows. 3 of the 4 toads also had their tongues snapped by the shockwave. The remaining one was retracted by Fushiguro to avoid destruction. Takiwa lunged forward, blocking the aftermath of this attack. Fushiguro. Kugasaki. Lend me your power. Fine beads of blood seeped from Takiwa's body, and his expression was ferocious. Help me contain it, and I can exorcise it. This. Kugasaki's expression wavered. Her physical combat skills were weak, and the nails she fired were not enough to injure a special grade, so she had absolutely no confidence in her heart that she could contain it. Fushiguro Megumi took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision. Kugasaki, use hairpin. Kugasaki suddenly realized, since she couldn't damage the special grade cursed spirit, she would destroy the building blocks next to it. The group had sparred before and knew each other's general moves. Hairpin, pouring cursed energy into the nails to destroy the surrounding environment. The principle is similar to Nanami Kento's collapse. She looked at Fushiguro again. Proposing this suggestion at this time meant that the latter had already agreed with Takiwa's plan. Fushiguro Megumi said with a serious expression, Takiwa has experienced dangerous missions and has gained the approval of Gojo-sensei and Mr. Nanami. He told us to trust him, so let's trust him for once. TCH, gloomy guy. Although she said that, Kugasaki could also feel that what truly made Fushiguro make up his mind was Takiwa's trust in them. Fine, then I'll indulge in being willful for once. Kugasaki took nails out of her waist pouch and clenched them between her fingers. The 3 of them took their stances, facing the cackling special grade cursed spirit before them. Ding, ding, ding. 3 nails were fired by Kugasaki, striking the concrete in front of the cursed spirit. He. The cursed spirit laughed wantonly, as if mocking the precision of Kugasaki's strike. Resonance. Boom, boom, boom. Kugasaki snapped her fingers, and 3 bursts of cursed energy erupted, shattering the concrete beneath the cursed spirit's feet. The special grade cursed spirit was caught off guard, its body sinking along with the collapsing concrete blocks. But it immediately reacted, stomping its right leg heavily to propel itself back onto the surface above. Opportunity. Longyi's cursed energy surged throughout his body, Magician's red manifested within him, and his speed was pushed to the limit. Swish. A figure wrapped in crimson red flashed past and arrived in front of the cursed spirit. At the same time, the Shikigami Nu, just summoned by Fushiguro, arrived even faster, wreathed in lightning, and charged toward the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit's small head thought for a second, ultimately deciding to attack the larger Nu first. Boom. A heavy, powerful punch was thrown, and the dark red, human-faced giant bird, standing as tall as 2 people, was sent flying into the wall by this blow, dissolving into shadows and sinking into the ground. 1 punch, and 1 Shikigami was defeated. But, your opening has been exposed. Longyi grinned viciously, and Shigerakiri slashed horizontally toward the cursed spirit's neck. The cursed spirit hadn't steadied itself yet, and being in the post-attack recovery lag, it could only raise its arm to take the hit. Swish. Shigerakiri sliced through flesh, and a spray of purple-black blood flew high into the air. With the enhancement of Magician's Red and the attachment of top-level Lord Flame energy, this strike severed both of the special-grade cursed spirit's wrists. We did it. The eyes of the three people in the distance lit up. Could it be? Do we really have a chance? Although a special-grade cursed spirit is much tougher than an ordinary human, without cursed energy reinforcement, its body was as fragile as rotten wood under Longi's full-force blow. Roar. The cursed spirit was enraged, like a child who had been bitten while teasing an ant with a twig. It no longer held a playful mindset and wanted to immediately raise its large foot to crush these ants hiding in their nest. Squelch. The teeth-gritting sound of flesh squeezing together rang out, and the cursed spirit's two hands twisted and regenerated within a mere second. This is the characteristic of a cursed spirit, it can regenerate limbs by consuming cursed energy. Boom. Its fist slammed heavily into the blade of Shigerakiri, sending Longi flying once again. Cough. Longi hit the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong, but there's a chance. As long as I use a fully charged Lord Flame. Boom. Flames ignited again, forming a cross-shaped fiery whirlwind in the shape of the character, Morning, obscuring the cursed spirit's vision. Fushiguro. Kugasaki. Use Great Serpent and Resonance. Longi roared. I'm going to bring out my trump card. Understood. The two of them looked solemn as they each employed their combat techniques. Ding, ding, ding. 3 nails were hammered out again, landing on the concrete in front of the cursed spirit. HMPH. The cursed spirit broke through the flames, extended its right hand, and released a dense, golden cursed energy, blasting the 3 nails away. But immediately, another large fireball flew toward its face. The cursed spirit seemed to have no intention of dodging. It stomped forward, surrounded by cursed energy, and once again broke through the blockade of the fireball. No, that's not right. At this moment, even with its limited intelligence, it could realize that the fireball just now was somewhat too weak. It was practically like a firecracker meant to deceive, with little cursed energy attached to it. But before it could think of a conclusion, a white great serpent as thick as a wellhead drilled out from the ground and clamped it in its jaws. Roar. The bound cursed spirit felt extremely uncomfortable all over. An energy ball containing surging cursed energy was subconsciously spat out from its mouth. Boom. The great serpent was easily pierced by this strike, splitting into 2 segments, but the snake's head still did not let go. Boom. The cursed spirit increased its cursed energy output again, and the massive light overflowed, scorching the great serpent into powder. The great serpent, one of the 10 shadows, was completely destroyed. Ding, ding, ding. 3 crisp sounds came again, and the cursed spirit reflexively spat a cursed energy ball toward the source of the sound. But on that side, a toad's tongue curled over, dragging Kugasaki, who had launched the attack, out of the cursed spirit's attack range. Roar. Fushigiro's last black divine dog attacked, and facing its sharp claws, the cursed spirit actually retreated like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. And at this moment, the surging energy from one direction could no longer be ignored. Lord Flame. The chanting of the obscure dragon language reached its end. The heat dissipated during the battle, or rather, the fire elements, had gathered and compressed into a single point. Longi now knew why Lord Flame was considered an A- rank ability. It is a subordinate branch of the world-destroying spirit, Candle Dragon, and a symbol of dragon fire. If released by a pure-blooded dragon, the blazing flames could sweep through an entire building. Although Longi's body and cursed energy were not enough to exert even 1/10 of its power, it was enough to destroy the special-grade cursed spirit before him. Boom. Within the singularity of the flames, flowing blackness spread. Amidst the phantom roar of a dragon, a violent explosion occurred, and sparks filled the air and splattered everywhere. It reminded people of the Twin Towers in 2001 or the Tunguska River in 1908. The scorching wind swept through, and the trio 10 meters away had to close their eyes to avoid the brunt of it. Hiss. The smoke and dust dissipated, and in the molten, charred reinforced concrete pit stood a charred corpse that was less than half remaining. Swish. A breeze blew, and the corpse turned into powder and drifted away, leaving a withered, evil finger lying in the center. Cooperative elimination of special grade cursed spirit, points +160. And the perpetrator, Longyi, stood in place, maintaining the posture of holding his hands in a void grip. The explosion of Lord Flame did not distinguish between friend and foe, he was only at the edge of the domain, yet a small portion of his tissues had been steamed dry. Coupled with forcibly using an A-rank ability with a body and cursed energy that had just reached grade 2. All over Longyi's body, countless tiny blood vessels burst, his school uniform behind him had long been soaked in blood, and he didn't know how many internal injuries he had. From a distance, he looked like a mix of charred coal and a bloody corpse. So treacherous. This ability amplification card. In the moment before passing out, Longyi finally relaxed, muttering inwardly. Takiwa. Hey. Don't scare us. Longyi. The anxious and panicked voices of the three were stretched out as if by a zoom lens, seeming to come from an infinite distance away. But Longyi could no longer see their faces. In his last bit of consciousness, a monstrous shadow rose. Longyi opened his eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling. Pale lights, air filled with the smell of disinfectant, and the hard, cold touch from beneath him. A hospital, or a morgue? Longyi asked with difficulty. It's a morgue, but it's a pity, you didn't die. Beside Longyi, a faint, raspy female voice that carried a feeling of, everything doesn't matter anymore, came. Where is this? Who are you? Longyi sat up. Although his whole body hurt, it was just that feeling of, intense exercise yesterday, waking up today with sore muscles all over. He glanced at his body. His hands were wrinkled, as if lacking moisture. His back was covered in a layer of blood scabs, looking like the product of having just been fished out of a pool of blood and air-dried for a day. This is the morgue at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Welcome back, Longyi. The white-haired, blindfolded man on the side interrupted. Ah. Longyi lay back down. Great, now I'm the one who's dead. This is the doctor from Tokyo Jujutsu High, a talent who has mastered the output of reverse cursed technique, Ms. Ieri Shoko. Gojo Satoru introduced her with a relaxed tone. Takiwa looked up and saw a beautiful woman with long brown hair and a mole at the corner of her eye. She had heavy dark circles under her eyes, as if she frequently stayed up late working overtime, and her aura carried a faint sense of death. Ieri Shoko, a doctor and forensic pathologist who has mastered the reverse curse technique. Reverse curse technique is a technique that multiplies cursed energy, which acts as negative energy, to generate the opposite, positive energy to heal oneself. This is a fairly advanced application that most grade 1 sorcerers cannot master. And the output of reverse cursed technique is even more advanced. It involves projecting positive energy outward to heal others or to exorcise cursed spirits whose bodies are composed of negative energy. In the vast world, there are only a handful of people who have mastered this skill, only 3. Tokyo Jujutsu High Dr. Shoko, the youngest special grade Okatsu, and the king of curses, Ryomen Sukuna. And one of the Shikigami that Fushiguro has yet to tame, Round Deer, possesses the characteristic of outputting reverse curse technique. From this, it is evident that Gojo Satoru's expectations for Fushiguro are not just empty talk. The 10 Shadows technique truly possesses an upper and lower limit that exceeds the vast majority of cursed techniques. Shoko said indifferently, but don't misunderstand, you weren't healed by me. You were already in this condition when you arrived here. No way. Takiwa thought, feeling a sense of dread. He had a vague, ominous suspicion. Beside him, Gojo Satoru raised his hand and said, even after hearing their testimonies, I still find it hard to believe. Hey, Takiwa, how exactly did you defeat that special grade cursed spirit? Takiwa sighed. On one hand, it was Fushiguro and Kugasaki, they held off the special grade cursed spirit and created an opening for me to attack. And on the other hand, I overextended my physical stamina and life force to unleash a powerful attack. Powerful. Gojo chuckled. How powerful? Takiwa thought for a moment, I have unleashed that kind of attack against you before, teacher, the power this time was probably 8 or 9 times that blow. Gojo raised an eyebrow. Oh. To have grown so much in such a short time, Takiwa, I really didn't misjudge you. Takiwa waved his hand, I can't unleash that kind of attack anymore. Like Fushiguro's curse technique, it is a power that does not belong to my current stage. Gojo smiled again, it's fine, that's good. As young people, you still have plenty of time to grow. Surpassing me might truly just be a matter of time. But he seemed to recall something, and his smile turned cold. That bunch of good-for-nothings in the higher-ups were so arrogant while I was away on a mission, even daring to move against my precious student. That bunch of conservative idiots, hereditary idiots, arrogant idiots, and ordinary idiots, if I don't teach them a lesson, they really won't know their place. Takiwa raised his hand. Teacher, can we kill them all? Gojo put on an expression of, finally, a kindred spirit. Hey, you are the first person to have the same thought as me, Takiwa. But unfortunately, it's not possible. The Jujutsu world, Tokyo Jujutsu High, and the big three families, these institutions rely on them quite a bit to function smoothly. If, in 10 or 20 years, you all become remarkable talents, I might consider getting rid of those idiots who cling to power and refuse to step down. Takiwa sighed. Indeed, although he had the best solution, in the eyes of others, this behavior was still too unconventional. Bang! The door was flung open, and the first-year trio squeezed in. Oh. Takiwa, you're finally awake. Itadori looked teary-eyed. You guy, you're so infuriating. Kugisaki said, furious. Fushiguro stood to the side, his expression complex. Shoko smiled, packed her things, and walked out the door. I'll leave this place to you young people then. Leaving the morgue to us, isn't that a bit weird? Takiwa muttered to himself. Bye-bye, don't miss me too much tilde. Gojo followed her out, closing the door behind him. Bang. Inside the morgue, only the 4 first years remained. Kugisaki said with an annoyed expression, Hey, Takiwa. Why did you charge in on your own back then without even asking for our decision? Anyone could tell that we had no chance of winning against that thing, right? Takiwa said helplessly, I wanted to run too, but facing that thing, there was definitely no escaping. Besides, I was the one in command of the operation, and in the end, didn't we succeed in defeating it? At least the result was good. Oh, right. Before Kugisaki could continue to retort, Takiwa turned his head to look at Itadori. What is the situation with the injuries on my body? Itadori, who had been quite agitated just a moment ago, suddenly wilted. I called out Sukuna. Takiwa closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. I knew it. Setting aside the 3 scenarios with near zero probability, Fushiguro, a natural genius, tames round deer on the spot. Shoko flies over using the anywhere door from the Tokyo Jujutsu High Collection, or, Okatsu ends his business trip in Africa and heads to the juvenile detention center to inspect his junior's mission. The only possible explanation was, Itadori agreed to a certain condition with Sukuna, exchanged bodies with him, and used the reverse curse technique to heal Takiwa. Given Itadori's personality, even if Takiwa had warned him 1,000 times not to release Sukuna, when faced with a teammate on the verge of death, he would still unhesitatingly violate that instruction. This was his weakness, but it was also his strength. But thinking about it carefully, Takiwa found it wasn't unacceptable. Because of that Lord Flame, he had already severely overdrawn his body at the time. Even if he were sent to Tokyo Jujutsu High for timely treatment, he might have needed to rest for 100 days or so. By the time his body recovered, the Shibuya incident might have already begun. Although it seemed like he had been busy for nothing and changed nothing, at least he had gained a huge amount of points. Takiwa smiled, finding joy in his suffering. Ultimately, it was because he was too weak. Even with the level of a semi-grade 1 sorcerer, he wouldn't have fought so arduously. It's fine. Takiwa smiled. This was the only way. Itadori's expression was downcast. Sorry. Takiwa continued, speaking of which, what was the condition for your deal with Sukuna? Itadori tried hard to recall, but in the end, he only made a bitter face. I forgot. Fushiguro spoke up. The moment you collapsed, Itadori handed his body over to Sukuna, which terrified both me and Kugisaki. Kugisaki interrupted, just you, okay. Do you have any idea how panicked you were back then? Shut up. Fushiguro, having been exposed, was somewhat flustered and angry. At that time, Sukuna first ate that finger, and then used the reverse curse technique to heal you. Speaking of this, Fushigiro's expression was a bit strange. After that, Sukuna started fighting me and said some strange things, and in the end, Itadori forcibly switched him back. That was the same as the original plot, Takiwa realized. Sukuna had already discovered the special nature of the Ten Shadows technique and decided to seize the opportunity to take over Fushiguro Megumi's body. For him to fully manifest in the world, many conditions were required. First, swallow enough fingers to accumulate sufficient power. Second, Gojo Satoru must be sealed. Third, Itadori and Fushiguro must act together, and there must be no strong individuals around who could stop him. Fourth, Fushiguro Megumi must suffer a major blow, causing his mental state to collapse. Fifth, establish a binding vow with Itadori to gain the right to act freely for a short time. In other words, until the Shibuya incident, he would remain obediently and quietly inside Itadori's body. And as long as Itadori is watched and the number of fingers inside him is controlled, it is also possible to prevent Sukuna from regaining his freedom ahead of time. Although the first step of his plan had already failed, as long as he worked hard, it was still possible to change the subsequent conditions. Let's take it one step at a time. Takiwa let out a long sigh. Hey, Takiwa. Fushiguro spoke with difficulty. At that time, why were you willing to trust us? We were only grade 2 and grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerers, after all. Why did you think we could contend with a special grade? Although he was technically the senior in the Jujutsu world, facing Takiwa, he had subconsciously placed himself in the position of a junior. Whether it was Takiwa's age, experience, potential, or battle record. In every aspect, he was above him. And he was a Jujutsu sorcerer with a rare, normal personality. He even had a premonition that Takiwa might replace Okatsu and become the senior he respected the most. Takiwa asked, puzzled, why? Because you all have the potential to rival special grades. Takiwa swept his gaze over the three of them one by one. Fushiguro, you should know more about your Ten Shadows technique than outsiders like us. Just from the few words from Gojo-sensei and Nanami-san, I know that if you can fully utilize your talent, you are very likely to become the next special grade. The next special grade. Fushiguro Megumi was stunned. He had originally thought that Gojo Satoru's evaluation was just kindly encouraging him. His own development of the Ten Shadows technique could only lead to the shallow conclusion. This is a Shikigami cursed technique with frontal combat capabilities and strong suppression. At most, if he encountered an enemy he truly couldn't beat, he could summon the strongest Shikigami, Mahoraga, and take them out with him. He hadn't expected such a high evaluation to come out so naturally from Takiwa's mouth. He could feel that Takiwa's words weren't insincere praise, but genuine recognition from the heart. Takiwa continued, your shortcoming is that you belittle yourself. The scene at this moment actually felt quite a bit like a teacher instructing a student. Jujutsu sorcerers need daily study, but they also need on-site experience and self-confidence. Only by using your imagination and creativity in battle can you make breakthroughs and fully unearth your own potential. Imagination, huh? Fushiguro's expression was complex. Takiwa turned his head, and you, Kugasaki. Your cursed technique is also excellent. Using resonance through a medium allows you to strike the opponent's soul directly. If you can make good use of it, you can be called the strongest support. Kugasaki didn't appreciate it. Ha. My frontal combat ability isn't weak, you know. Takiwa smiled. Frontal combat is dirty, tiring work. Better leave that to the likes of Itadori. Kugasaki laughed. That's more like it. Finally, Itadori. Takiwa looked at Itadori, his expression serious. Not having a cursed technique doesn't mean you don't have potential. In my opinion, you are actually the one with the highest talent among the four of us. Infinite Black Flash King, Mysterious Farmstay, inherited Sukuna's cursed technique, ate the death painting womb. Speedrunning the Jujutsu world in 6 months, reigning supreme for 68 years. Itadori pointed at himself blankly, me. But I don't even know how to use cursed energy. Don't rush, take it slow. Takiwa got up from the iron bed. Right now, Gojo-sensei will probably be free for a while. Once he comes to teach, and you go on a few more missions, you'll soon be able to master the use of cursed energy. Alright, Let's go, back to the dorms. Takiwa set off first, walking toward the gate. Although I really don't want to say this. Behind him, Kugasaki spoke quite awkwardly. You saved us this time, we owe you one. Takiwa smiled faintly, not looking back, then pay it back during the training later. Train, ing. The three of them were confused, but Takiwa had no intention of explaining, walking straight out the gate. The sun was bright, dispelling the gloomy and cold atmosphere of the morgue. The trees were lush, and the air was fresh. It was already the morning of the next day. The scenery of Tokyo Jujutsu High, after experiencing a life-and-death battle, appeared exceptionally bright and pleasant. Yo! Outside the door, Gojo Satoru had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Takiwa come out, the two set off with tacit understanding, walking side by side through the corridor of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Gojo said casually, this organized incident was my oversight, and also a manifestation of the higher-ups' decision to eliminate Yuji. I plan to have Itadori fake his death for a while, what do you think? Takiwa nodded, that works. At least it saves a lot of trouble and lets the higher-ups quiet down a bit. Gojo Satoru smiled, but when the exchange event comes, I will have him come back from the dead. After all, one shouldn't waste the youth of young people. The exchange event is right. Takiwa agreed internally. The alumnus from Kyoto Jujutsu High next door, the Black Flash Master Aoi Todo, would have non-existent memories implanted into him by Itadori, causing him to see Itadori as his own brother from another mother. Under Todo's guidance, Itadori's progress was remarkably fast. Mastering the technique of Black Flash raised his combat level by an entire major tier. When the two faced Hanami, one of the four disasters, they were able to steadily suppress it without it even expanding its domain. Although there were reasons related to compatibility, Hanami was just thick-skinned and not good at attacking, it still showed the absurdity of Black Flash, and the richness of Todo's teaching experience. If he could steal a few tips from the sidelines, even if his probability of hitting a Black Flash was only a third of Itadori's, it would still allow his strength to make a qualitative leap. Then, while he was at it, eliminate a few cursed spirits, take down a few ignorant curse users, or even participate in the exorcism of Hanami to obtain a large amount of points. Reaching the level of a grade 1 sorcerer might just be a sure thing. Takiwa thought happily to himself. Oh, right. Gojo Satoru suddenly remembered. Takiwa, you just enrolled, you don't know about the situation of the exchange event, right? Without waiting for Takiwa to answer, Gojo continued on his own. The full name of the exchange event is the Kyoto Sister School Exchange Event, an entertainment and educational activity between the only two Jujutsu high schools in the Jujutsu world. Generally speaking, the exchange event is fought by second and third year students, but the situation at Tokyo Jujutsu High is special. The two third year students are suspended, so you first years will take their place. The Gacha bro and the little Nan girl, huh? Takiwa recalled. Wait, that's not right. I feel like I could also be called the Gacha bro. Not caring about Takiwa's internal thoughts, Gojo finally added. Good luck. Although the opponents are upperclassmen, and there aren't any prizes for winning, I, as your teacher, am very optimistic about you all tilde tilde. Hey, hee hee. Takiwa gave a dry laugh and pulled the topic back on track. Sensei, regarding the Inanaki village incident, have there been any traces of the mastermind found? Gojo struck a thoughtful pose. No. Takiwa couldn't be bothered to deal with this clown. I suspect that the incident is closely related to the birth of the special grade cursed spirit in the juvenile detention center. Oh. Gojo perked up. Is there any basis for that? Takiwa said calmly. Just consider it my intuition. That special grade cursed spirit gained power because it contained Sukuna's finger. It must have been released by a curse user with malicious intent to test us. And behind Inanaki village, there must also be traces of curse users. This shows that an organization with at least 2 special grade combatants, and quite a deep foundation, is watching us at Tokyo Jujutsu High from the shadows. Gojo Satoru nodded. What you say isn't without reason, but... He revealed that signature arrogant smile again. Curse users and the like won't amount to much. If they dare to show their heads, I'll just stomp them all out. Fie, nay. Takiwa suddenly felt so tired. Tokyo, on the streets. On the bustling commercial street, department stores and office buildings, symbols of human civilization, stood in rows, their signs flashing with colorful lights. The light rail sped by, and pedestrians moved like a weaving tapestry. Yet, beside the intersection, a group of bizarre entities stood, completely out of place with their surroundings. A squinty-eyed man wearing a kasaya, his hair tied in a bun, with visible stitches across his forehead. A one-eyed, hunched volcanic head. A giant red octopus covered by a white cloth. A tall, pale humanoid with one arm wrapped in two branches protruding from its eye sockets. A handsome youth with a face covered in stitches, wearing an innocent smile. Finally, there was a massive pterosaur. It stood 2 or 3 meters tall, having to fold its wings to avoid hitting nearby pedestrians. Kenjaku, Jago, Dagon, Hanami, Mahito. And, at the very back, the pterosaur cursed spirit that Kenjaku referred to as Uraum. Kenjaku went without saying, the disaster-level cursed spirits behind him were manifestations of humanity's collective fear of certain abstract concepts. Their potential and intelligence were far superior to ordinary special-grade cursed spirits. Excluding Satoru Gojo and Sukuna, this group could already be considered among the most powerful individuals in the world today. Hey, Geto. Jago looked displeased. I suppose your plan was a failure. We used up a precious finger, yet we still don't know the extent of Sukuna's power. Kenjaku turned around and smiled. It wasn't a failure. If anything, it was a great success. Huh? Jago questioned. You said the same thing during the incident at the barrier. This time, you only severely injured a freshman from Tokyo Jujutsu High. What could you possibly have learned from that? Kenjaku looked back. Let's find a place to sit and talk. Buzz. Buzz. Ku. Ah. Behind Jago, Dagon and Hanami each emitted sounds of unintelligible language. So noisy. Jago raged. Speak human language. This language is so disgusting. The pterosaur Uraum said nothing and followed behind them. Ding dong. The group walked into a coffee shop. A waitress smiled and greeted them. Welcome. Is it just one person? Kenjaku smiled and held up a finger. Yes, just one. Behind him, the cursed spirits walked past, expressionless. Once the cursed spirits were seated, Jago, being the most impatient, spoke first. Geto, continue. 2 consecutive failed operations make us doubt your sincerity in this collaboration. Kenjaku smiled. First, the situation at the Inanaki barrier was within expectations. Although most of those low-level cursed spirits were wiped out by Satoru Gojo, at least, that thing has begun to develop. Jago seemed to recall something, and the anger on his face lessened slightly. HMPH, let's assume that's the case. What about the finger? We didn't see any results at all. Kenjaku said slowly, originally, I intended to use a special grade fighter to force Sukuna out, allowing him to achieve the first condition for regaining his freedom. But that special grade cursed spirit was actually exorcised by a newly enrolled freshman. So there's that. Jago tapped the table impatiently, and the volcano on his head emitted a faint puff of steam. A nearby employee wiped the sweat from their neck and shouted to the counter, Manager, please turn the air conditioning down. Jago continued to rage, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Isn't that a waste of a finger? Don't be so impatient, Jago. Kenjaku still wore a faint smile. This freshman is the same kid who broke into the Inanaki barrier last time. Coincidentally, Jago, his cursed technique is the same as yours, fire. Mahito, sitting to the side, laughed. It's that guy. At the time, I thought the blonde Jujutsu sorcerer next to him was more fun. Looks like I misjudged. Jago waved his hand. It doesn't matter what happens to that guy. Being able to eliminate a special grade cursed spirit is likely due to his innate talent. Kenjaku spoke up. No, when we met last time, he could only fight a grade 1 cursed spirit with the assistance of Kento Nanami. But this time, although other Jujutsu sorcerers helped, he directly killed a special grade. His cursed technique might be quite interesting. Seeing that Jago was about to fly into a rage again, Kenjaku continued unhurriedly. However, our goal has been achieved. When that freshman was on the verge of death, Yuji Itadori released Sukuna and used reverse curse technique to heal the latter. Sukuna paid the price, and naturally, he received a corresponding reward. His escape is only a matter of time. Hearing this, Jago finally calmed down. The goal of these natural disasters was to overthrow human rule and make cursed spirits the masters of the world. In previous negotiations, Suguru Geto had mentioned that achieving this result required two conditions. 1. Satoru Gojo must be sealed. 2. Sukuna must regain his freedom. Satoru Gojo. Thinking of this, the cursed spirits fell silent. They had all witnessed the moment the Inanaki barrier shattered. That figure who was, the honored one in heaven and earth, descending like a divine child. At that moment, they naturally understood the meaning behind Kenjaku's previous words. If you face Satoru Gojo, you can run, but you might be wiped out completely. My advice is also to seal him, not kill him. This was no exaggeration, that single hollow technique, Purple had destroyed all their pride. Even the most confident Jago did not believe he had a sliver of a chance against that man. So, what is the method for sealing him? Mahito asked casually. Kenjaku smiled faintly. A special grade cursed object, the prison realm. Prison realm. That forbidden object. Hearing this name, Jago became excited. Cursed objects are items containing curses, such as Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. However, cursed objects do not have auxiliary value like cursed tools and are highly dangerous. They must be strictly guarded to prevent the curse from leaking. Jago grinned evilly. Very well. Since we have a method, as long as we proceed steadily, that Satoru Gojo will inevitably become ours. In the kitchen, the manager complained, Table 5 hasn't ordered yet. Which one of you is going to urge them? After some hesitation, a waitress walked up to Kenjaku's table. Dear customer, have you decided what you would like to order? Kenjaku looked at Jago, who was about to raise his hand, and said casually, Jago, for the sake of the big picture, don't cause a scene. TCH. Jago sighed helplessly and lowered his hand. Customer. The waitress was confused. The man in front of her had small eyes, but he was quite handsome. But he kept talking to the air. Was it a mental illness? Or did he have imaginary friends that others couldn't see? Come to think of it, his attire was strange, like a religious group. The waitress became more anxious the more she thought about it, but Kenjaku just smiled faintly. I'll have a glass of ice water, a slice of chocolate cake, and a cappuccino. The man's smile carried a strong sense of affinity, subconsciously making people trust him. Oh okay. Buzz. Buzz. Toad. In the middle of the playground, Fushiguro formed hand signs, and two toads emerged from the shadows. Ribbit. The toad flicked its tongue, binding the ankle of Itadori opposite him. Thud. After a dull thud, Itadori was knocked to the ground by Fushiguro. Ah, that's so unfair, Fushiguro. Itadori lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Not only using cursed energy but also a cursed technique, bullying an ordinary person like me who can't use cursed energy. No matter how you look at it, you don't seem like an ordinary person, do you? Fushiguro retorted. After eating Sukuna's finger, you already have a massive amount of cursed energy in your body. Combined with your physical fitness to tear down wall panels with your bare hands, some Jujutsu sorcerers really can't beat you. If I didn't use cursed energy and cursed techniques, I would have been beaten to the ground by you 100 times already. Itadori muttered, I want to learn how to use cursed energy too. Pulling his gaze back from the two on the playground, Ryueki opened the notebook in his hand, pretending to be studying hard. With a thought, the system panel was summoned once more. Ability draw. Your current points are 168. Do you want to spend 100 points for a 10 pull? No. His OCD kicked in, he wanted to hit the pity from the last time first. Spend 50 points to perform 5 single pulls. Tenrai Goka, Amaterasu, Nihility Devouring Flame, Magma Fruit. Ryueki closed his eyes, muttering to himself. Ryueki was indeed a casual viewer. In fact, Tenrai Goka was a title rather than an ability. But that wasn't important. Swish. As Ryueki expected, 4 blue and 1 purple light flashed before his eyes. Obtained attribute points *4, skill points asterisk 4, B rank ability, Fireball Jutsu. Ha, ha, he. Ryuichi's body trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Beside him, Kugisaki looked up, wondering what kind of fit Ryuichi had suddenly caught. Post-death aftereffects. Or did Sukuna not heal him properly? Ignoring Kugisaki's strange gaze, Ryuichi continued to look down. Acquiring a duplicate ability will increase the rating of that rank. The ability, Fireball Jutsu, has been upgraded to B rank. What more can I say? Ryuichi closed his eyes in resignation. The Flame Sorcerer system only said that an ability would definitely appear every 10 pulls, not whether duplicate abilities could appear. Looking on the bright side, at least the Fireball Jutsu was strengthened. Like hell it was. During the battle against the special grade cursed spirit in the juvenile detention center, the Fireball Jutsu that Ryuichi blew out with all his might was easily extinguished like a small flame. Moreover, since the last trial card, he had a real sense of the improvement of this ability. And that was, it's better than nothing. The launch speed had only increased by an imperceptible amount. Although the power was enhanced and the range expanded, it was still quite difficult to hit distant or agile enemies. Especially with Lord Flame and Magician's Red as superior precedents, Ryuichi felt this ability was quite useless. Hey, hee. If you give me another piece of trash for the next ability, I'll crawl straight into the sewers to find Mahito and have him give me a more powerful system. Do you want to spend 100 points for a 10 pull? Yes. Swish. The familiar 8 blue and 2 purple lights flashed before his eyes again. Obtained attribute points asterisk 8, skill points asterisk 8, ability fusion card B rank ability, Evil King Flame Killing Purgatory Scorch. Name. Evil King Flame Killing Purgatory Scorch. Rating. C. Upgradable. Cap. B. Effect. Wraps the fist in human world flames to launch a combo or a heavy punch. Evil King Flame Killing Purgatory Scorch comes from Yu Yu Hakusho, and is one of the techniques of the Evil King's Hellfire Fist. Although it contains a final secret technique, in terms of this single ability, it's just a relatively ordinary physical technique. Though it's not very strong, I feel like the Fireball Jutsu isn't even as good as this. Come to think of it, why are all these flame abilities of pulled things I'm familiar with? Isn't there one I don't know? Give me a Zanpakuto from Bleach. Ryuichi was just talking big, of course. Familiar abilities were always better than unfamiliar ones, and they saved the cost of understanding and testing. He looked down at the second purple light. Name. Ability Fusion Card B. Effect. Fuses 2 abilities of B rank or below. Before Ryuichi could figure it out, he heard the system prompt sound again. 5 flame abilities have been drawn, the ability fusion function is now open. By consuming skill points and corresponding items, 2 abilities with similar properties can be fused to enhance the corresponding ability. The more similar the properties of the abilities, the fewer skill points are consumed. Oh. Ryuichi finally perked up. Fusion. Doesn't that mean I can finally fuse the Fireball Jutsu away? And since I only know one barrier technique now, the remaining skill points are finally useful. Among his current 4 abilities, Lord Flame was about high temperature and explosions, which didn't match the properties of the other abilities, so it was excluded first. Among them, Magician's Red was relatively versatile and universal, and could be combined with the remaining abilities. He tried different permutations and combinations for each ability and found that if he fused Lord Flame, the required skill points would even reach dozens. Whereas the combination of Magician's Red with the other 2 abilities only required a single-digit amount of skill points. This also confirmed Ryuichi's judgment. Without much hesitation, Ryuichi chose to fuse Fireball Jutsu and Magician's Red. The 2 had the closest compatibility and consumed the fewest skill points. Another point was that Ryuichi didn't want Brother How to appear on his ability panel anymore. Use ability fusion card. Do you want to spend 5 skill points to fuse Fireball Jutsu and Magician's Red? Yes. Fusion complete. Obtained unnamed ability. Name. Unnamed ability. Rating. B. Non-upgradable. Cap. B. Effect. A fused stand ability capable of manipulating high-temperature flames. Fushiguro. Ryueki stood up and shouted. Let's spar. Although he had just recovered from a serious illness, after Sukuna's treatment, his body was already 80 to 90% healed. Huh. Fushiguro frowned subconsciously. Takiwa, I can't beat you. After the battle at the juvenile detention center, Fushiguro had placed Ryueki in the position of a grade 1 sorcerer in his heart. Although he and Kugasaki deserved credit for the distraction, the power Ryueki unleashed after charging. That kind of might was beyond doubt. Coupled with his previous performances, Ryueki had already become someone he looked up to. Ryueki said helplessly, in our previous spars, weren't you always the one with the upper hand? Megumi Fushiguro was a typical honor student, receiving good grades of 9, 10, and 8 in the 3 courses of Cursed Energy, Theory, and Athletics at Jujutsu High. Although taijutsu was his weakest link, it wasn't bad among grade 2 sorcerers. And while Ryueki's cursed technique was powerful, his physical strength and taijutsu were inferior to Fushiguro's. How about we only use Shikigami and cursed energy, and nothing else? A Jujutsu sorcerer's growth still largely depends on combat. The Shikigami Ryueki mentioned was, of course, his stand ability. Aside from having a closer relationship with the user, stands and Shikigami are indeed not that different. Alright. Seeing Ryueki put it that way, Megumi Fushiguro could only nod hesitantly. Whoosh. With a thought from Takiwa, a bird-headed, humanoid avatar manifested behind him. The difference was that the avatar's overall color appeared darker, lacking the brightness it had before. It's coming. Megumi Fushiguro's eyes sharpened as he faced him. Takiwa's Shikigami. During their previous battle against the special grade cursed spirit, he had seen with his own eyes how Takiwa could summon and dismiss this Shikigami with ease. Cushioning falls, enhancing his body, unleashing massive firestorms. This newcomer, who had only just joined the Jujutsu world, had already mastered such advanced abilities. Furthermore, his control and application were incredibly proficient, as if he had read the instruction manual beforehand. Rabbit escape. Toad. Megumi formed hand seals, instantly summoning 2 restraining Shikigami. Whoosh. Hordes of white rabbits surged toward Takiwa like a tidal wave, obscuring his vision. Fire. The phantom arms and Takiwa's right hand rose simultaneously, igniting a blazing fire that tore through the wall of white rabbits. Rabbit escape had no offensive power and was extremely fragile itself. It wasn't worth using a firestorm to attack. However, it possessed one highly advantageous trait. Within the rabbit escape, there existed a main body. As long as the main body remained alive, the clones could regenerate infinitely. Boom. The rabbit wall collapsed, turning into liquid shadows that sank into the ground. Croak. In that instant, several toad tongues struck from all directions. Even with his avatar possessing him, which increased his speed by 30%, Takiwa still couldn't dodge them completely. Snap. 2 toad tongues wrapped around his ankles. Takiwa frowned, whipping out the crimson flame binding rope in his hand and knocking the toads back into their shadow state. But before Takiwa's eyes, Megumi had already vanished. New. A shrill cry rang out, and Megumi, riding a dark red giant bird, attacked from behind Takiwa. Crack. Lightning crackled. It looked like Takiwa was about to be hit directly. At the critical moment, the giant bird's momentum slowed. Its wings had already been bound by the crimson flame binding rope. The phantom, bird-headed, muscular avatar emerged from behind Takiwa. He raised his hands, and the bound gnu was flung into the air. At the same time, its bird beak opened, and a small firestorm shot out directly. Boom. Facing the incoming attack, Megumi used the giant bird as a shield, blocking the first wave of damage. The giant bird wailed. It was heavily injured, and Megumi dismissed the cursed technique, turning it back into shadows. At this moment, Megumi himself was exposed before Takiwa. Yet, there was no sign of regret for his defeat on his face. Divine Dog. Totality. Each Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique consumed the user's cursed energy while existing. Therefore, Megumi usually didn't summon too many Shikigami at once. And back when the toad was destroyed, he had already summoned his trump card for victory. He first used the flying Shikigami Nu, which had decent offensive power, to distract Takiwa, then seized the opportunity to land a killing blow with the Divine Dog. In the Ten Shadows technique, once a Shikigami is destroyed, it cannot be tamed or summoned again, instead, it enhances other Shikigami. After the White Divine Dog was destroyed by a single blow from a special grade Cursed Spirit, the Black Divine Dog inherited the former's abilities and evolved into Divine Dog, Totality. It possessed extremely high attack power and decent speed, making it an assassin-type Shikigami suited for stealth. Its sharp claws could even penetrate the defenses of a special grade Cursed Spirit like Hanami, who excelled in defense. Looks like I've won. Seeing this, Megumi was about to give the Divine Dog the command to just tackle Takiwa and hold back the attack. But Takiwa, right before his eyes, didn't choose to defend, instead, he rushed forward at high speed. Why? Megumi already understood Takiwa's speed from earlier. Even with cursed energy enhancement and Shikigami possession, he shouldn't have been able to escape the Divine Dog's claws. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed, locking onto Takiwa's back. That phantom, bird-headed, humanoid avatar had actually pointed its hands backward and, like Iron Man, was spewing high-temperature flames to propel and accelerate Takiwa forward. Slap. Takiwa patted Megumi on the shoulder and then swept past him. Due to momentum, he rushed forward a long distance, finally stumbling and falling to the ground. Impressive, Takiwa. You won. Megumi Fushiguro wasn't too dejected. After all, losing to Takiwa, a Grade 1 sorcerer, was only natural. Having not experienced the juvenile detention center, Itadori death incident, Megumi didn't have a deep obsession with becoming stronger. Megumi. Takiwa stood up. Although I only won by a narrow margin, I still have to say, there are two fatal problems with you. Megumi was stunned. Oh. The two had fought to the edge of the playground, far away from Itadori and Nobara Kugasaki on the steps. First, you didn't use your full strength. Takiwa said in a serious tone. If you had let the Divine Dog charge at full speed, with my speed just now, it's entirely possible you could have caught up to me, causing me to lose. You subconsciously thought you couldn't win, so you slowed down, right? Megumi was silent. Although he felt Takiwa was being a bit over the top, deep down, he did indeed think so. Seeing Megumi not speaking, Takiwa continued. Second, you haven't fully utilized the potential of your cursed technique. Your Divine Dog, Totality is quite powerful. It can already be considered half a special grade combat force. If you use the same method to fuse Shikigami, you could even easily exorcise the previous special grade Cursed Spirit. Megumi sighed helplessly. Takiwa, you don't understand. Once a Shikigami is tamed, it cannot be summoned again after being destroyed. Unless there is an emergency like last time, I am actually unwilling to destroy my own Shikigami. Takiwa said with a cold tone. In that case, work hard to get stronger and tame more Shikigami. Even if you just have 8 or 9 types of Shikigami, you could easily rank among the Grade 1 sorcerers. Megumi felt instinctively irritated. I've tried. The remaining 5 types of Shikigami are all monsters, they can't be tamed easily at all. That's why. Takiwa didn't yield at all. Since you've already decided you can't do it, then you will never be able to do it. If you don't want to fuse Shikigami, and you don't dare to tame Shikigami, how are you ever going to get stronger? Megumi lowered his eyes. Seeing this, Takiwa's tone softened slightly. I heard from Gojo-sensei that your sister is cursed and has fallen into a coma. If you want to solve this problem, your own strength is definitely the most important link. Mentioning his sister, Megumi's eyes finally changed, and he began to struggle internally. Yes, he could deceive himself, but he couldn't change reality. Sumiki Fushiguro was the pillar of his life, and her position in Megumi's heart surpassed everyone else's. Takiwa continued, Megumi, fate is a beast with green face and sharp fangs. If you aren't prepared to resist it, then wait with courage. If you lack the motivation to get stronger, I or Gojo-sensei can take over and help solve your sister's curse. Once he finished saying this, Takiwa was amused inside. Haha, green-faced beast, I really am a genius. Megumi clenched his fists. If it were the old him, he might have really chosen to let Satoru Gojo handle it. Wait with courage if I'm not prepared to resist. Megumi loosened his fists. He looked up and sighed slightly. Takiwa, maybe you're right. I will work hard to get stronger. In the future, please keep an eye on me. Takiwa smiled. That's more like it. Even if it's just to pay back the favor you owe me, you have to train until you're half dead. Megumi was stunned, then understood the meaning behind Takiwa's earlier words. He smiled helplessly. You guy. Hey! Itadori shouted from afar. What kind of secrets are you two whispering about? Takiwa turned and walked toward the stands. Nothing, coming back now. When dealing with Megumi, it required strict instruction along with attention and recognition. But for Itadori, treating him with sincerity was enough. Long Yi sat back on the bleachers. Through the recent battle, he had already figured out the changes in his fused ability. His physical skills were almost unchanged, the power of the flames had increased slightly, and the consumption had also risen a bit. The most critical part was the ultimate move of this ability. It fused the Flame Cross Storm and the Fireball Jutsu, inheriting the advantages of both while improving on their flaws, and its power had also been enhanced. The storm Long Yi had unleashed just now wasn't even at full power, yet the tough Nu had suffered significant injuries. Brother Hao, your sacrifice was worth it. Long Yi felt touched and sighed. Long Yi opened the panel again. The image and abilities of the stand haven't changed much, let's just keep calling it Magician's Red. And the remaining attribute points, let's not spend them yet. Physical skills and cursed energy manipulation precision can be improved through study, and there are no events requiring immediate combat power right now. Oh, Mahito should be making an appearance around this time, right? Thinking of this, Long Yi took out his phone and sent a message to Mr. Ijichi. Mahito, his cursed technique is quite troublesome. Long Yi recalled that cursed spirit with the stitched face. One of the four disasters, a special grade cursed spirit born from humanity's fear of humanity. His cursed technique, idle transfiguration, could alter the soul's form through touch, simultaneously causing the body to transform accordingly. He could change others' souls to directly destroy their bodies, or change his own form to minimize physical damage caused by others. It could be called the strongest cursed technique for bullying the weak. But among the four-person group at Jujutsu High, there were two who could contend with him. The first, Itadori Yuji, was a vessel who shared a soul with Sukuna, allowing him to see souls and thereby inflict soul damage on Mahito, as well as prevent his soul from being invaded. The second, Nobara Kugasaki, had a cursed technique that could directly strike the soul and could also fully transmit soul damage by striking Mahito's clones, making her half a natural enemy to Mahito. But at this moment, the two of them hadn't grown up yet. Itadori hadn't even learned how to utilize cursed energy, so facing Mahito felt a bit like serving himself up on a platter. Although I transmigrated, I don't seem to have the ability to see souls either. Long Yi pondered. If that were the case, his win rate against Mahito would undoubtedly be zero, even if his strength increased tenfold. Then there's no help for it, I'll just save as many people as I can. Long Yi's thoughts paused, all problems pointed back to one person. Junpei Yoshino. His death would cause Itadori's hatred for Mahito to go bone deep, using it as motivation to grow. If he saved him, the Itadori without that obsession might not be able to stop Mahito from going on a killing spree in Shibuya, leading to more deaths at Jujutsu High. But if he didn't save Junpei, letting events unfold according to the original plot might be a bit too cruel for Itadori. How can one find a perfect solution in this world? Long Yi felt melancholy. He felt like an RPG player who had fallen into a trap, struggling for a long time only to realize there was no perfect ending. At this moment, Satoru Gojo walked over carrying a bag of colorful things. Yo! Sorry for the wait, everyone. Gojo-sensei. Fushiguro jumped off the bleachers. I didn't expect to see you at school again. Satoru Gojo wore a sad expression. Don't say such hurtful things, Megumi. As a teacher at Jujutsu High and the strongest, it's inevitable that I'll be a bit busy. Nobara said gloomily. Just a bit. Anyway. Satoru Gojo cleared his throat. I brought souvenirs for everyone from this business trip. Here. Several people took the bags, which contained various sweets and snacks. Just from what Long Yi could see, there were chocolates, daifuku, dango, cookies, and cakes. Itadori glanced at them and asked bluntly, Sensei, do you love sweets that much? Gojo smiled. My cursed technique consumes a lot of energy, so I need these high-energy foods to replenish it. Besides, who could hate sweets? Indeed, ordinary users of Limitless would not use their cursed technique at every moment. Only a genius like Satoru Gojo, who developed the method of using reverse cursed technique to repair his overloaded brain, could maintain a peak state at all times and keep the all-weather Limitless that selectively filters out harmful things active. And this, naturally, led to extremely high energy consumption. Nobara curled her lip. To love sweets so much and still have a mouthful of white teeth, it's really infuriating. Alright, everyone take one. Gojo waved his hand. Itadori, Fushiguro, and Nobara looked at each other. Let Long Yi Takiwa pick first, since he died once. Long Yi didn't decline, picking up a bar of pistachio chocolate he had been eyeing. Dying once to get chocolate, not bad. This was one of Long Yi's dietary preferences, pairing refreshing food with refreshing food, and rich food with rich food. For example, with coffee and chocolate, he preferred pairing them with milk rather than fruit or fruit juice. Oh, then we'll just take ours. Seeing Long Yi finish picking, the three of them also picked a dessert each. Okay. Satoru Gojo clapped his hands. The second years are back from their business trip too. I've decided to let Itadori fake his death for a while. It wouldn't be good for them to see him now, so let's not waste any more time. Itadori was confused. Alright, everyone. Gojo pushed Itadori away from the field. Say goodbye to Itadori-kun tilde. Hey, what's going on? Itadori was still protesting, but Gojo had no intention of stopping, pushing the former until he disappeared at the end of the path. Fushiguro and Nobara were also a bit confused. What is this guy up to again? Long Yi sighed and had to explain it himself. Gojo-sensei suspects the juvenile detention center mission was specifically issued by the Jujutsu higher-ups to get rid of Itadori, who is a ticking time bomb. He's letting Itadori fake his death for a while so that the people above can calm down a bit. We'd better not take the initiative to mention it to others either. We probably won't see Itadori for a short while. He'll probably be getting special training from Gojo-sensei. Huh? Nobara questioned. With only 4 students, is this guy teaching them in 2 batches? That's why he only sleeps 3 hours a day. Long Yi muttered to himself. It's fine. Long Yi spoke up. I'll go ask them for pointers later. I won't let our progress fall too far behind Itadori's. Hearing this, Fushiguro and Nobara had no objections. After all, their theoretical knowledge came from an assistant supervisor who couldn't use cursed techniques. As for cursed energy and hand-to-hand combat, they also admitted they weren't as good as Long Yi, so naturally, they had no arrogance. At this moment, 3 figures, a man, a woman, and an animal, walked over from afar. Hey, Fushiguro, what are you guys doing? The tall, bespectacled girl with dark green hair stared at Fushiguro and spoke. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.